not going to die anyway.
You said you're gonna die anyway. This is how you look at us. You think we're rushing to die?
Okay, listen. Real quick,
This is what
scenario? In what scenario?
I don't want to give you a fucking scenario. You're not a game.
No, listen.
Our life's not a scenario.
No, listen. Okay. So you want to get all offended about that statement? Palestinians would have been murdered by Israel anyway.
It's not a video game.
So in what scenario were Palestinians not going to be murdered by Israel? No, that you're implying that there's a scenario. There's this fucking perfect dream where Israelis stop being murderous. Fucking rats, right?
We know Israelis better than
I placed an article showing how what Benny's saying is completely not true when it comes to
I don't want to
Oslo, Israel, and the United States.
Just a second, hold on, just a second. I wanna finish with this and I'm gonna leave because DUNS in Palestine starts.
Oh, don't use it. Don't use it.
You're
let me finish. Discussing scenarios, it says that you're just a fans. You're just sitting in the corner on the sidelines and discussing as if it is a video game. Oh, they're gonna die anyway. What if that had happened? Let's talk about what's happening right now. There's some 2 million people living in tents in the cold, without food, without. I don't want to discuss fucking what if.
Who put them in tents? Why aren't they
all
not?
you're doing is saying what if. You're pointing at what has happened.
Why aren't they at home?
You're not saying how it could have been prevented.
You started with what.
So Hamas blew up their homes and forced them in tents?
You started with what if. You wanted to discuss what if.
Who blew up their homes?
Bro, you're the one that's putting the blame on Hamas that they made a mistake. You were the one that said it. It's a self-inflicted fucking genocide. That's what you said. You were making the claim it's a self-inflicted genocide. That's what you said. Fucking idiot. You were the retard up here, fucking traitor.
He wants to talk about Israel like it's a force of nature.
You're the one with the Israeli passport, not me. I don't have a fucking Israeli passport, bitch. You did not do shit on 7th of October. It's the Gazans that had to suffer, and the people of the West Bank are suffering. You don't live in fucking West Bank or Gaza. Fuck you. Make some bullshit on this app. Spread propaganda on Twitter space on here. Disgusting animal. This is the problem with disgusting animals. Fucking animal.
Can you address the whole timeline? And I put the timeline in the chat when it came to Palestinians and
Israelis like the innocent fucking people.
It's right there. I put it in the chat right there.
When Hurricane Katrina happened, it's the hurricane's fault that people are starving. It's just the act of God.
They're gonna die anyway, Yada. Yada, they're gonna die anyway.
The filthy rat fucking Zionist type Israelis. Like they're fucking
he said low IQ, and you're repeating something that doesn't make sense.
Low IQ, they're gonna die anyway.
Fuck you, Benny.
I've been listening. He said they're gonna die anyways. What do you mean by that?
This is what he said.
When did I say they're gonna die anyway?
Yada said they're gonna die anyway.
I said Palestinians are gonna die no matter what they do.
No, you said they're gonna die anyway.
Okay, yeah. Is that not the case, though? Is that not the case? Please tell me a scenario where Palestinians are butchered and
somebody else will steal it.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Can you please tell us, so Benny, they knew about... Hold on a second. Hold on, Benny. They knew about the killing, right? They knew that this was going to be... They're going to be genocided?
You said they're going to die.
No, I'm asking you... No, I didn't say it. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I'm asking you, you said, you made a claim earlier when you first came into the room that they knew, they made a mistake, they fucked up. You don't think by saying that you know, it's literally means self-inflicted genocide?
This is, wait, did Hamas say we fucked up?
Hamas said whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't, Mood, mute the fuck up. Thank you, I'm not talking to you.
Did Hamas say that, yes or no?
No, it doesn't matter what they say.
No, it matters. No.
It does not matter. It doesn't matter. Benny, my question to you. Hold on. My question to you. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Ask.
Hold on a second. If I resist against the Israeli, let's say I live in Gaza, the West Bank, I resist, right? I have to know the fucking outcome before I can even resist. That's what you say.
No, you have.
You said this about Hamas.
You have to do the minimal. Understand.
Minimal what? What understanding?
Okay, I agree. The minimal.
The minimum rest.
Minimal understanding.
The minimum rest.
Please mute up. Thank you. I'm not talking to you.
If you're really doing any military operation, you do calculate the response. And if you fail to calculate the response, that means you're a failed entity. So
Okay.
Hamas leadership admitted it, and you guys
So,
don't
so
want to admit it.
me as a single person, hold on a second. Me
I
as a
will
single
go back,
person,
listen
hold on,
to
Benny.
Hamas.
Hold on a second. Me as a single
You
person,
guys
if
have
I'm
been asking
resisting,
questions,
bro, can you please mute up? I'm speaking.
Yeah, okay.
If I'm resisting against the fucking occupying force, right? I have to know in my head before I even do resist that. Oh, these are people. These are the same. These are the criminals that are going to kill my parents, my family, this and that. So I should not resist. By saying that, by you putting a blame on Hamas you basically mean self-inflicted genocide. You know this, right, Benny?
Hamas said it. Hamas said it, not me.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
stop with the Hamas
Whatever.
said.
It doesn't matter what Hamas said.
You're
Hamas,
defending
the
Hamas.
political wing didn't even know about
Hamas.
Al-Qassam brigades, by the way.
I'm
They
using
found out until the
Hamas.
last minute. You fucking
So you
retard.
said risk.
This is a
You have
retard bitch, man.
you have to perform a risk analysis. Is that what you said?
Benny,
No.
Benny.
I'm using just
Hold on. Let him
I'm
answer.
using.
You said
guys,
minimum.
You guys, just a second. You're
Bro,
defending.
bro,
Just a second.
نتنياهو عند حماس.
Mood, just a second. Just a second. You guys are defending Hamas. I'm using Hamas.
No, forget about that. Forget about
No,
that.
I
You
don't
said.
wanna forget. No. Don't tell me what.
Can we get back on track here?
No, we can't.
No, we can get back on track.
No,
You
you
said
can't.
the minimum, meaning what they have to plan for. So why don't you talk about this? What they should have planned for? You said they were wrong,
Listen,
right?
listen. You defend Hamas.
Just
and you
answer.
statement.
No, I'm not defending Hamas. I'm saying to you.
You're defending their action.
No, I'm not defending their action. What I'm saying to you.
More questions. You don't know shit.
No. I'm trying to ask questions based on what you're saying.
I'm gonna
So
ask you a
to
question
get back to
now.
what we were talking about,
Ask you a question. It's my
you
turn.
said.
My turn.
Yeah, of course. But
My
listen.
turn. My turn. My turn. Did Hamas
Wait.
say what we did? We fucked up. Yes or no?
Not in those terms, but yes.
No.
So.
No. Hold on. Did Hamas said it? Yes or no?
Yes, I said not in those terms. You're paraphrasing.
There's no discussion.
No.
There's
So
no
can we?
discussion.
So if there's no discussion, why say
If
here?
Hamas said it, that's it. We're done.
Are
I
you
don't
willing
know
to
why you guys
discuss?
defend
Or
it.
are you not willing to discuss? What are you willing to do?
I will tell you. I'm not willing to defend Hamas.
Okay.
They're wrong.
So if you're not
Hamas
willing to
admitted they're wrong.
discuss, then why say here?
Edward, you defend what
Do
Hamas
you want to
admitted
discuss, or do you
they're
not
wrong.
want to discuss, or do you just want to talk?
Logically,
what's up,
you want
what
me to
happened?
defend Hamas? Although
No,
Hamas
don't tell me what
wrong.
I want to do. Let's discuss it, and you figure out what I want to do.
No,
Well, what I'm about.
You want to defend what Hamas already admitted it's
You,
wrong.
how do you know? How do you know I'm going to
You are.
defend it? We haven't
You are.
discussed it yet. You're
You
going
are.
to tell somebody when you're debating, you're going to say, we're not going to debate anymore because I know this is what you're going to say.
No.
And then here I'm right because this is what you're going to say.
No.
Okay, then.
What Hamas
Then
already
stay
admitted
quiet. Let me
is
say.
wrong.
let me say-
Why are we discussing?
Edward, this is the guy. This is the problem with this guy, right? I gave him a scenario. If I'm resisting against a criminal entity called Israel,
Hamas admitted it's wrong.
Listen, I want to go back to the
Hang on a
conversation.
second, Edward. This is the guy.
قسمك يا أمير ياخذ
Bro,
كحكي.
mute the fuck up. You look.
جدة.
Mute up. It's not your fucking room.
It's not مش عربي يا بانو مش عربي.
هذا مش عربي؟
عبد
لا يا زلمة.
I'm sorry, no. It's not Arabic room, man. Calm down.
قسم عبد الحميد جدك لطول من قبر شخ عليه. جدك لشخ عليه.
Why are you cussing my
لشخ عليه.
Thank you. He's cursing me out, the little bitch.
عبد الحميد لشخ عليه.
Okay. There you go. So, by the way, this is the same idiot.
These are the fake people, right? He talks about, like, okay, fuck Hamas, sure. And then he wants to talk about my grandfather who dedicated his life from the age of 14 to serve the Palestinian people.
Would sit in the audience, you have to come off the fucking mic every 2 seconds, and you have to, speak and suck his dick, right? Sit in the audience like a little cunt you are, fucking old fart, fucking bitch.
So,
Like every booty claps for the fucking Zionist scumbags.
So,
Understand?
here's
Booty claps
the-
for it.
Here's
Fucking
the
idiot.
minimum. Here's what he said. The minimum risk that Hamas should have accounted for, and this is an argument I've heard before. The minimum risk they did account for, and what they're talking about is the risk that they did not account for, which is what? It's genocide, which is a risk when you're doing a risk analysis. Is something outside the scope of the operation. It's not something you would account for. No one accounts for genocide when they're planning an operation. This is a fallacy. And so you cannot blame this on Palestine. So Hamas saying we don't, there are things that we did wrong, or that we should have done differently. That's hindsight. That's not them saying we failed, because they did not fail. It was Israel that failed.
The example that I gave him, if I'm attacking a Zionist entity, right, I should know prior to resisting that this entity is going to genocide my family, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I should know that. And let's say if they do end up genociding my family, and I come out all of a sudden, I'm crying that I fucked up this and that. You're going to use that against me? Seriously?
But that's the thing. How would you know genocide is even on the table? You wouldn't know that the genocide was not on the table.
Genocidal regime.
No, have they done this before? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, have they done this before? Have they genocided?
Israel has responded disproportionately every single time, and the number of deaths in Gaza have increased year after year, operation after operation in Gaza.
That tells you
there's
that
never been an attack as big as October 7th. So one could reasonably deduce that if our attack is this big, then
resistance
yes,
was
they're going to
necessary.
respond in
It
a
was getting
genocidal
worse.
manner.
in a
You're
genocidal
saying
way.
it was getting worse. That's what you're saying. The reaction
It was, yes.
Exactly. So they had
Yes. So you could reasonably deduce.
But to this extent,
You can but you can reasonably deduce that if we on this scale, that the response will be akin to genocide.
No, you can't. No, you could only deduce what is reasonable. That is not reasonable.
That is reasonable from a genocidal regime.
No, because it hasn't
Genocide
happened
is
before.
reasonable from a genocidal regime.
In insurance terminology, that's called a black swan. It's something that you did not predict.
Danny, before Egypt attacked Israel, it was much
No, we're not talking about Israel and Egypt. We're talking about Hamas.
Edward, hold on. Benny Adams' rhetoric is one shy step away from Zionism.
Yes, of course.
Okay, sure. Okay, you're dealing with a murderous regime, but the fact it gives the justification to mass slaughter people.
I didn't say it was justified.
Yes, you did. Yes, it is.
No, I didn't. When did I justify it?
Your narrative justifies the actions of the Israelis that you're.
No, it's not. I'm not justifying it.
Genocide
I'm saying
regime that if you poke the bear, you're gonna get genocided. In what fucking world? In what? It doesn't. You are giving justification. You are giving.
I'm not justifying. No, I'm not justifying. No, I'm not. I'm not saying with no.
Yo, I'm just convinced that these guys are Mossad agents at this point.
So, Benny, have you taken risk analysis at all?
I actually have a really long time ago.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you know what a black swan is. You know how to do like a risk assessment. I mean, you may not remember exactly, and I don't either, but we know the basic idea, and you account for as many variables or threats as possible.
Repercussions. Yes.
Now, and then you assign a weight to that.
It's possible for Israel to commit genocide.
But wait a minute. In your risk analysis, okay, you cannot, and you know this from taking the course, you cannot account for all risks. That's a given.
You try to account for as many risks as you possibly can. Yes.
Absolutely.
Now, do you think prior to October 7th, do you think that it would be reasonable to assume that Israel would commit a genocide?
No,
really?
because genocide is so horrific, you would not assume that Israel will put itself in a position that it would literally change the entire narrative of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Like you wouldn't assume this. You wouldn't assume. You would assume that Israel would come in.
Yeah.
You would assume that Israel would.
I myself,
United
Nation
Nation Banya, that nobody in their correct mind will make that assumption for a United
What are you
Nation
talking about?
member.
Dude, what does the United Nations have to do with this? Israel has
Because
been
United
ignoring.
Nation have
Hold on.
something
Israel has
to
been
level
ignoring
of
the United
humanity.
Nations. Israel has been ignoring the United Nations since it's been formed.
I know, but
Literally.
as a member of United Nations, you do not
Yes,
expect
as a member of the United Nations, they have been ignoring
UN resolution rules and the Geneva Convention and all kinds of resolutions.
So here's how, like Benny.
So it's reasonable to assume that Israel doesn't give a fuck about international law.
Okay, let's say
right?
It's not.
but you're talking about.
Oh, really?
Wait, hold
on. It's not a reasonable assumption to assume that Israel doesn't give a shit about international law.
Let's go with that, and let's go with what you said, Benny, about Israel's responses keep getting worse, right? So you would graph that out. Israel's responses keep getting worse. So you would go with, okay, if we do an operation, we expect the response to be worse than what we've had before. Correct? We can agree on this.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I'm cooking.
Okay, so risk analysis. Okay, okay. You said that Israel has responded disproportionately every time.
Mm-hmm. And the number of deaths have increased.
Yeah, but this is correct, right? I agree with you. They have, and then at the same time, they are, they have continued even during, times when Palestinians have not been fighting or peacefully protesting, or things have been calm. They've continued to kill, right? And
but on a much smaller scale.
A smaller scale, right?
Much smaller.
So we can logically say that Israel will break international law because they have done so. Correct? Mm-hmm. We can reasonably say that doing an operation on October 7th, what Hamas did, would bring about a stronger reaction from Israel. We can reasonably say this, right?
Not only that, I remember looking into this once. If you look at the proportion of how many, after every time like Hamas attacks or kills any, the way that they respond, and the number of people that I'm cooking right now.
I wrote you the numbers like 15 minutes ago.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I think they are proportional in terms of how many people they've killed. So the 70,000 number is probably equal to the proportion historically.
Okay. So
right?
Would you wait? Hold on. Is this measured linearly? Which you are measuring linearly, right? And is when you increase the number of people that you kill, is that risk linear? Because it's not linear,
even
right?
If you graph it in a linear manner, if you graphed it in a linear manner, you would probably get to the number. Yeah. If you graphed it in a linear manner, you would probably get to the numbers.
Yes. Okay. I'll go with that. And
in addition to that, whether it's a genocide or not is not the point. The point is the mass atrocities and the mass number of deaths.
Okay. If you did the same thing, and let's say instead of 1,200, the Palestinians killed 12,000, then linearly, then they would have killed pretty much everybody, all 2 million people, right?
Okay.
I mean that's how you're graphing it, right? So what I'm saying is
depending on how you graph.
Okay, but you can't graph linear because as you're going up in numbers of how many, like for Israel, how many people that they're killing, the risk to Israel politically and diplomatically and other risks also go up. So it can't be graphed linearly. And Hamas would not have graphed it linearly.
But Edward,
they would not have graphed
the response
70,000 plus killed.
Yes, it is safe to assume that we've never killed this many Israelis before, that this operation is going to be so massive and so groundbreaking that the response from Israel will be equally as massive and groundbreaking.
Yes, but what they've done is
this is something
so it will be larger.
Yes, this is something you have to take into account in your
but not genocide, not to the point of genocide.
Dude, whether it is genocide or not, it's still a mass atrocity and a huge number of deaths.
Do you understand? The larger the number that Israel kills, the more the harder it is for them to justify. So it's not linear for Israel as a military force. It's not linear for any military on the planet. They don't make a linear decision when they go to war.
It's still disproportionate.
Of course, actually get it. I agree with you.
Yes. Okay. So if you're gonna go in and kill and abduct over 1,000 people, right? And you know also that whatever you do, there is a Hannibal directive, and whatever the Israeli government does will also be blamed on you. This is something to take into account in your risk analysis. That even if you don't kill those people, and the Israelis do, you're still going to get blamed for it. So in the eyes of the Israeli government and the Israeli public, they will want a response proportionate to that.
Then what would be Israel's risk analysis? What would be Israel's risk analysis?
Israel's not the one that committed the
No.
Yeah.
They definitely did a risk analysis as they're going in, in response to this. They do a risk analysis for every.
Was ongoing. Yes, risk analysis was ongoing. If they could have killed more people, they probably would have.
Well, so the thing is, though, would that be attributed, or I should say, would Hamas understand that Israel would go and kill 70,000 people? Because you can't say 70,000 is equivalent proportionally to 7,000 people.
You can expect there to be tens of thousands of deaths. Yes.
I mean,
by the way, and it's not only from October 7th. Like before October 7th, right? I used to talk about how Israel is trying to instigate a global war, because in a world war, they are able to, under the cover of everybody being distracted, kill a lot of people and take a lot of land.
True.
So I used to talk about before October 7th.
But there wasn't a world war.
I was already working under the assumption that Israel is willing to and capable of killing a lot of people and taking a lot of land. And that's when the population of Palestinians, I was taking into account the West Bank and Gaza. So the number was in the millions in my mind. If I could account for that, I'm sure Hamas can.
So you're telling me that every military operation that the resistance does with Israel, we should have accounted for genocide.
I want to know what that means, Benny. Are you accusing Hamas of wanting to genocide its people? What does that mean?
No, I'm not saying that.
Hamas, then what are you saying?
I'm not saying that they want to do it. I'm saying that they should have recognized. Now listen, I'm not making a value judgment or a judgment call on whether or not it should have been done.
Doesn't dare to say that.
Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking insult me like that. Listen, you cussed my mom in the other fucking room, and I'm not gonna fucking stand for that shit.
Yeah, come on now,
Don't fucking cuss my mom like that. Don't fucking call me a bitch like that. We're having a normal fucking conversation. You can't have a fucking conversation. Get the flying fuck out.
Let's have a conversation.
Calm down, Benny.
Okay. Prince, let's keep it civilized. Prince. Oh my Prince. Let's keep it civilized.
Syrian, not an Arab.
Come on. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let's keep it civilized. We're having a good conversation. It's okay. We can have the shouting match, but don't follow that idiot that was in here. What was his name? Benny Olive. What was? Yeah. But just don't follow his path.
No, I'm just
good people here. No. We know Benny Olive for a while. It's okay. He's questioning the narrative.
No, here's Prince. Here's what you tell me about this. So, when you're doing a risk analysis and you're going to assume that the other side is going to kill more of your people.
Fire, please check your messages, please.
Now, as the you're doing your analysis, you are going to come to a point when you're going to say, okay, they will not go past this line, or we're not going to we're not thinking of genocide. We're not thinking of going to starve and say to the world, we're going to starve the Palestinians, take away their water, medicine, everything. Do the kinds of things that they have done, and the videos that have come out from Gaza of the IDF. I highly doubt that this was in Hamas's risk analysis. These are things that are outside of the scope of the risk analysis.
Everyone predicted a brutal response.
Right.
But nothing like we've seen. So anybody saying they saw this, I've known Benny Adam before October 7th, and he did not even foresee this. So he's full of shit, and he's lying.
Wasn't I the one talking about how Israel wants to instigate a world war in order to, under that guise, go in, slaughter Palestinians, millions? I used to say millions, and take the land, the West Bank and Gaza. I used to say that.
No.
Shut the fuck up. I did say it. Yes, I did say that.
No,
I said that several times. Yes, I have said that several times.
Bring other witnesses.
Okay, I'll bring other. Ask I don't know, baptize him. I used to say this to him all the time, and he used to agree with me. Go to him, ask him. I've been saying this for years. And this is not even like a difficult analysis to come to. You listen to them. You listen to Kahanists. What they say is we fucked up in 48. We left 20% of the population. We didn't take all the land. That's what they say.
Yeah, we know all that, but no.
Okay, so if you know that that's what they say, how are they going to rectify that mistake?
No one predicted that the Israelis would defy international law the way they did, defy the world in the way they did, not care about the population.
Oh, no one predicted that Israel would defy international law? Really?
No one did. No one predicted that they will.
No one predicted that the most extreme government in Israeli history, would follow in the trajectory of not following international law, not allowing the right of return, occupying land, taking land, right, colonizing land, killing people disproportionately, right, blockading Gaza, starving people, putting them on a caloric diet. No one predicted? Really? Why are you lying to yourself?
I'm not.
It wasn't
Nobody predicted. Neither you.
It was
planned. You never said the things you said. Stop.
Yes, actually, Jonah, I agree with you on that one.
Everybody was surprised with what the Israelis in October 7th. Stop that.
Honestly, I wasn't that surprised.
Yeah, okay,
I don't know why, man.
You're the smartest.
I know I'm not. I'm just an observer.
Exactly, that's the problem.
Like, if you can't understand what you're dealing with, then you shouldn't be in the resistance game. I'm sorry. If you don't know the Israelis until now, they've occupied you for 75 years. If you don't know what they're capable of until now, then you don't know what the fuck you're doing with your life. Then you're definitely lost.
Because you
really, you don't know that these guys are willing to slaughter on a mass scale. You don't know that these guys don't give a flying fuck about international law. Really?
Even if they did know, it's not their fault.
I'm not attributing fault.
You are.
Right? That's you jumping to conclusions. You jumping to a logical conclusion. I don't deny that. However, that isn't even my argument. That's not what we're arguing about. Right? What we're arguing about is whether or not they could have predicted this within their risk analysis or assumed this to be a possibility at the very least. And yes, you should have predicted this at the very least as a possibility within your risk analysis.
So Benjamin, this is the question for you. If this is true, if what you are saying is true, and they are such a devil people, was there any way to prove it to the international, to everybody that these are such a devil people?
Yes, just look at their actions.
It has been proven. Are you serious? I went to ICJ.
You are seeing that in this room, many Palestinians and many other nationalities are saying we were surprised that they did the genocide. So your claim, Jonah and Bani Adam, is that no, it was obvious from before. To us, it was not. So
that's because media has brainwashed people.
No, it's not about
it's propaganda. They just normalize dehumanizing Muslims and Arabs in general, which included Palestinians. It's as simple as that. It's propaganda from day one, from before any of us here were born.
Dehumanization is a political act every country does. Actually, you do genocide. That's an act only Nazis do. Happens once in a. That's a very random event that some politicians do not consider a possibility. For example, if I walk outside of my house, I do not expect sun come down on me and I melt. That's a very random event. You know what I mean?
You think dehumanization that's planned, projected, has been executed for many, many decades now. It's not something that randomly happens. And there are very few powers. There are very few powers over mainstream media which is why so many of Israel would be doing this. No, it was, but just people didn't know how bad it can be.
Again, you're not getting my hope. Yes, that everybody does it. Like most of this colonial system dehumanize. That's how they operate. But genocide is something that normal human beings are not capable of.
Anyone claiming
Animals.
that anybody can predict the genocide in 2023 is full of shit and a liar. Unless the entire globe is in chaos, then yeah, genocide can happen. But at times of global peace,
2023, did you say?
Doing a genocide on live television, on Facebook and Instagram is not predictable. And I don't believe anybody who claims they predicted it.
Look, whether it's called, okay, if you were put yourself in the position of Hamas, right, or an analyst in Hamas, a risk analysis, right, analyst, what do you think? Let's assume that you're going to kill and abduct 1,500 people. Under that assumption, what would you predict Israel's response to be? And the casualties of that response?
It wouldn't be linear.
As an analyst.
It wouldn't be linear.
Okay. Based on historical data, based on the fact that Israel is more right-wing today than ever before, based on the fact that the Kahanists are in power, based on the fact that you know Hebrew and can speak it and all that stuff, and you can read their media and you can, see what Ben Gvir is doing and you can see what Smotrich is doing and you can do all of these things. Based on the fact that you have a lot of information at your disposal. Based on all of these facts and knowing the ideological trajectory of Israel, what would you assume conservatively and liberally, because that's what an assumption. Hold on, Prince, I know I'm putting you in a corner here, but I want you to assume, give me a conservative estimate and give me a liberal estimate of the number of casualties, right? The number of deaths, the number of displacements, and the loss of infrastructure.
I will give you that.
It wouldn't be linear, Benny Adam.
Okay, what would it be, Edward?
I'm saying it wouldn't be like a linear.
Wait, fam, please stay out of this.
Okay,
Edward. So do it however you want.
No. Benny Adam, what I'm saying to you.
However you want to do it. However you want to do your risk analysis. Give me your liberal and conservative estimates.
Listen, I agree with you. The number would be large. Okay, and
what
the structure would be large.
Does that mean?
Hold on.
What does that mean?
Hold on. What I'm saying to you, though, where I disagree is, okay, if Israel killed 100 people to one Palestinian, one Israeli to 100 Palestinians, right? And if that has been the norm, let's say, then if we, October 7th, if we kill 1,000 of them, and
100,000.
There would be 100,000 people. Right.
Yes,
however,
right?
However, though, it is not a proportional or linear graphing. It's not 1 to 1 because
that depends on
let me just finish. You can answer. I'll be quick. As Israel plans their response out, as more Palestinians would be killed, there would be more resistance to such a thing in Israel, and more resistance from the outside community, from the international community. There'll be more resources taken up by Israel, more money spent. So this is what I'm saying. It's not like you can sit and say, okay, they would have killed 100,000 people. It's not that simple.
Correct. Okay. So again, I'll ask you the question one more time. If you
don't have to ask because it's not linear. Benny Adam.
I didn't say it has to be linear.
Oh, then if it's not linear,
I didn't say it has to be linear. I'm saying, put yourself in the position of someone in Hamas, right?
All the time.
Doing.
Because you want to win so badly.
Dude. You're unwilling to acknowledge. You know what? I understand the facts are hard. I understand that the facts are hard, right? And by the way, I'm not even making a value judgment. I'm not saying that this was a bad call. Not necessarily. Oh yes, I have no honor, no pride, no lineage. You're not a real Arab. You're really a Turk. You don't belong here. You're fucking Canadian. All that shit, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude. I know.
Hey, Benny
You're
Adam.
not one of us. As much
Yes,
as
I'm not one of you. Yeah.
Let's keep it calm. Come on, man. Let's not trigger Benyada. We know he starts shouting.
Yeah, I know.
He doesn't curse, but he starts shouting.
Let's not have a crash out.
Wait, I want to understand. What do you mean he's talking
Dude.
of you?
Yeah, I don't know. This
Are you
guy's stupid.
Palestinian?
No, hey, come on.
No, I'm Syrian.
He's just trolling.
I'm Syrian, but he says I'm not Arab.
You're not.
Why? Because I'm Canadian.
You're not Assyrian. You're not Assyrian.
Okay, guys.
I'm not Syrian? Okay, I'm not Syrian.
Today,
I have a question.
You wouldn't feel
Guys, I don't think
Dude,
I'm going to Syria next month.
Yes, you're as a tourist.
Stop it.
Oh my God! Let's attack the point. We're attacking his personally. Come on, man.
Yeah, let's not make him crash out.
Dude, Prince doesn't know how to talk the point. Prince doesn't do that.
How would you
That's
come
all
up
he
with the
fucking
number?
does.
No, my problem with you is you think you are right. You think you are intelligent. You think you know it all. You don't know shit, dude.
Okay, I don't know shit. Fantastic. I don't know shit. But you know what?
You know what it is?
Musk doesn't know shit either.
I think I know what the issue is. I think
you don't know
nobody knows. You're getting annoyed because they are reducing a genocide to statistics and numbers. Like, who the fuck cares about the numbers? Whether it's linear, whether it's, who cares? It's a genocide, period, and that's it.
Karnak, sorry, I'm using your old name, Davis. The argument really started where it was the claim was made that, and not by Benny Goy here, but by someone else, that Hamas should have predicted the genocide in their risk analysis. And I'm making the claim that would be what's considered what's called a black swan, something that you would not
No,
predict.
I understand the black swan, but I mean, do you think someone at Hamas is going to be sitting down on a drafting table, calculating the risk assessment?
Yeah, of course, yes, they would.
Yes,
they would do risk assessment.
Yes, they would. Absolutely.
Yes, but they would not count on a genocide because that would be outside the scope of the risk profile.
Whether it would be labeled a genocide or not is not the point.
They would count on going
How
after.
many? That's the point. Genocides are deemed genocides like decades later, Paul. The point is, how many casualties are we expecting? How many deaths are we expecting? How much infrastructure destroyed are we expecting? How many refugees
Benny
are
Adam,
we
you
expecting?
know.
These are the
What's Israel's characteristics?
I'm sure there's other factors as well, right? However, these are needed four basic factors.
Okay, what's Israel's risk tolerance? Benny Adam, what's Israel's risk tolerance for bad publicity? What was? Not now, but what was it before October 7th?
Did you know that?
High.
Did you know
No.
that?
Low.
Yeah, it actually is. No, it's actually quite
low.
high.
They would hide what they're doing.
Yeah, but
they don't want other people.
Yeah.
Hide when Trump wasn't around. Trump came, nothing was hidden. Things were.
Oh no. A lot was
Even before.
Even then.
You remember shit in
people in 2023 were killed.
Okay, so what Benny's basically saying, that using risk analysis, surely one could predict that Israel, especially with like the history and the freaking coming of Trump, who was this figure of flamboyance, this extreme openness with whatever the fuck he was doing, that they would surely they can predict such an outright, such as like a mass killing of people of Palestine. However, I think I don't think. I think it was not expected. I think we as a human community didn't think.
Nargis is Biden in power. It wasn't Trump.
Right. Prior to him.
Yeah, prior to, but this happened in 2023.
Right. So I think Trump did put the stepping stone of I can do whatever the fuck I want, and this kind of became this rolling stone that started to collect mass, such that at some point one could predict that a mass killing of a people is very much possible, right? I'm not saying Hamas or any other body should have predicted this, but prediction of such a thing is very much possible. We did not expect it go through with it.
Then you're contradicting. If you didn't expect and then you wouldn't predict it.
You can predict it.
No.
You cannot expect its reality.
No, but what you would expect and what a Hamas member would expect are not going to be the same thing.
That would be.
They're the ones living through it. You're looking at the outside.
But also we know.
They are living in the shit.
We know how the control that they had. They go to great lengths to have control over the media. They go to great lengths to spin things so that they don't seem as bad. Settlements are neighborhoods, not settlements. You know, they hide things.
But they commit atrocities in the process.
But they never have not committed atrocities, right?
But then they do a 180 after October 7th. They do a 180, and now they're not hiding anything at all.
They're still hiding a lot. No. If they weren't hiding anything at all, they would have allowed independent.
All right, I'll take that statement back. I'll take that statement back. I'll say
we don't know the level of atrocities yet, buddy.
No, true. But we also would not have expected that Israel would show us so much after October 7th.
Yeah.
So I don't believe, and I'm not trying to defend Hamas. I'm just simply saying that I cannot imagine Hamas or anyone in the world putting in the risk analysis if something like this were to happen, that Israel would commit a genocide, would talk about how they are going to starve Palestinians and do it on purpose and go after and kill fucking reporters and hospital workers and destroy most of the hospitals.
They've done all of these things before.
No, at a very small scale.
On a smaller scale. Okay, yeah, I understand, but they've done all of these things.
The larger the scale, the more dangerous it becomes for Israel.
Yes, but because of October 7th and the scale of that, they then justify that they can do all the things that they have been doing before, but on a bigger scale.
It's just like a game of poker. He's been bluffing. In the end, he's going to go all in, eventually. So they just played it like that, like a game.
Like Israel did not do a single thing, by the way, in the last 3 years. They did not do a single thing that they haven't done before. They just do it on a bigger scale.
And the scary thing is that they're just getting started, by the way. This is just a...
I mean, like in a game of poker, you are not allowed to kill the dealer. That's not...
You go all in, right?
They don't care about international law, man. They don't care about what you're allowed and not allowed to do. They're God's chosen.
But, I mean,
they are the dealer, they are the game, they are the cards. They've been just playing it all on their own.
I like what he said, though. Well, you're not allowed to kill the dealer. I mean, I know what Benny's trying to say. I understand this. I just don't think that it would be reasonable for anybody to predict Israel's response to this extent. We would predict a response, a heavy one.
Trump, though. No one addressed my comment on Trump, who started the freaking snowball and started collecting moss as it went down. I think he set the freaking standard for shameless, flamboyant.
He definitely contributed to it. That's true. Yeah. But listen, man, I've said this before. I'll say it again. When I found out about what happened on October 7th, my first reaction was, what the fuck is Israel going to do now? Because that's it. Cards have been lifted. Rules are off the table. They're going to do whatever the fuck they do.
I think that October 7th was premeditated. I mean, they knew about it beforehand.
I believe so.
Yeah, I believe so too, very much. Yeah.
I have a quick question. So, do you think Iran is the last stand between Israel
Turkey
and Greater Israel?
No, Turkey.
Turkey's next, but that's
Turkey is much harder than Iran.
Iran is a middle path.
Much harder.
If they could even get through with it.
Turkey and Iran in order to accomplish their Greater Israel. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Turkey would be the grand finale of them all.
And then if you got done with Turkey and Iran, then Egypt and Saudi Arabia will be like.
I mean, those are follow-ups. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They haven't even been able to handle Lebanon. I don't know. They haven't been able to even handle Lebanon yet. Forget about
Lebanon. What do you mean
handle? They've been involved with Lebanon.
Lebanon is destroyed, dude.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Hezbollah is still
effectively.
Yeah, sure.
Not giving up on their mountains, I'm sure.
Iran is not giving up on the his, bro. Look at him.
Guys, you are really
Hezbollah's been destroyed, bro. Come on.
No, I think Hezbollah is going to surprise us. To be honest with you, I have a feeling.
Guys, you really are really in La La Land. Like,
This is
seriously.
Edward's risk assessment right now, talking.
Well,
Actually, why not?
well, here's the thing, Davis, white guy Davis. Let me tell you.
Wait, let me tell you something about this. I changed my name. I wanted David.
Change it in the.
Fingers. That's my name is David.
You told us already. You told
I can't
us.
change it back to David or
Change it in the alias.
Yeah, people told him that. I don't know.
I told him
something.
I can't. It won't allow me.
So Hezbollah. The problem with Hezbollah is they have weapons that they have shown. They have huge caverns underground filled with missiles that are way more advanced than what
they have WMDs as well as WMDs.
No.
I just found out. This is only coming from me. I know it. That's how some of the Iranians speak. Only they know what's happening.
Well, factually though.
There was an Iranian that came in here a couple of days ago.
Factually, they I mean, everybody knows that, that Hezbollah has these weapons. I mean, we've seen videos of them driving trucks.
Oh, they have WMDs. What are you talking about?
They have hundreds of thousands of missiles.
Hey, Judy, how you doing today? Let's talk to Judy.
So I think they're
please,
sleeping.
please no cursing. Judy, please, Prince and other people, please, no cursing. Judy, you're welcome to come up. I do have some questions.
Buttercup is lying. I did not curse.
Yeah, I do not. I do have some questions for you if you want to come up, and I'll make sure nobody attacks you or nothing. We're just gonna have this conversation back and forth.
Don't worry, I will spread some love in the room.
Yeah, hope you're doing good, Judy, and it's a weekend. And I think Buttercup is going to follow you. She's going to come right in. As soon as you come up, Buttercup probably wants to come up as well. But I think I have to keep the Buttercup down in the audience because she keeps coming and, she wants to come in the middle and try to derail the topic.
So, Edward, do you really think his would have some sort of?
So
I don't know.
Hezbollah?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just have a feeling. I don't have any facts. What happened to all these weapons in these underground cities?
But hold on. Let's analyze it.
We don't know. That's the thing. And Hezbollah has gone along with this narrative very, a little too easily. In my
For it to
opinion.
react, you mean? Would you not?
We got defeated. We're weakened. We're severely weakened, and I don't know. I don't feel like Arabs.
Right, but do you not associate it with coming down of Nasrallah though?
No, Nasrallah was just a figurehead. That's all he was at this point.
No.
He wasn't anything more than that.
Nasrallah was the leader for
Are you kidding me?
I know, but he took over, from his previous predecessor that was assassinated.
The predecessor didn't last very long. I thought Nasrallah, dude, Hezbollah became a cult of personality around him.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Okay. When you talk about the brand, the image, that's a different story. I'm only talking about the military. I'm saying the military itself, all these weapons are still there. So that gives me pause. I'm not going to.
I
don't know where.
No, they're underground.
They're
underground.
Historically,
So I wouldn't say.
Last time they killed the Hezbollah leader before Nasrallah, that was much more logical leader. So next leader, this leader of Hezbollah for sure is much more leader.
I mean, rational.
Before Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah was much more rational and reasonable than Nasrallah. So when they killed that one,
the old leader, how long did he stick around? Like a year?
Yeah.
2 years max.
No.
Yeah.
No, Nasrallah did do a lot.
I do guys want to give you guys a heads up. Payman in the audience, he's an Iranian. He's a Reza Pahlavi supporter. He records my rooms. So if you guys need some sort of a clip, you can, approach him. He has a whole bunch of clips of my rooms. I live rent-free in his fucking head. He got moved down one time, and he's so sensitive. Some of the Iranians are very fucking sensitive. They get triggered, they don't want to come back up. Payman, come up. Otherwise, you're welcome to get lost out of the room.
And Judy, if you want to come up, is Judy still in here?
Judy, you're welcome to come up. Let's have that conversation.
No one attack you. Everybody was stay quiet.
She's not in the room anymore.
She leave?
No, she left. Okay. Buttercup is, I think, in the audience with the anonymous account. Is that you, Buttercup?
So,
Probably is.
so what do you like? What's your prediction though? Your risk analysis, Edward?
On Hezbollah, I don't know. I just feel like they're laying a feint. Like they're, there's something going on there that because they're in coordination with the other resistance groups. So I don't know, and they take orders from Iran too. So I don't know. I just know that all these very sophisticated weapons and drones have not been used, but they are, and they were underground. We know Israel cannot reach them that far deep underground. We know this from Gaza. So that's the big question. They have all these weapons, and what happened to all the people? How many people did Hezbollah have in Lebanon? Over 50,000, right?
How come they're muted now, though? There's no response.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it doesn't make sense.
Don't you think the Hezbollah might have experienced a kind of turning back on them from Iran in some sense, because Nasrallah's end didn't seem to be that much of a dramatic event, or even or they didn't achieve any responsiveness from Iran? Or do you think they're working behind the curtains with each other?
I still think they're working together. I think Iran is working with all these proxies.
There was a recent shipment of weapons. I don't know if you guys heard about it. I think Ghost told me about it about a month ago. 4,000 weapons came through Syria into the hands of Hezbollah, whatever. I don't know. Syrians, they're easy to bribe. Benigoy, it's easy to bribe, right?
Well, Syria is a large territory.
Yeah, there's a lot of corruption in the Levant. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but it's a large territory, and you can get from Iran to Lebanon fairly easily. Because of the terrain, because of the government doesn't have full control over the entirety of the country, from would it be north to south or east to west, from top to bottom, when it comes to the top of the Iranian border or Turkish border down. I don't know. It's not a I shouldn't say well. The Syrian government doesn't have the resources to control its borders completely.
Well, I'm asking.
Sorry, what was the question earlier?
Why does he think Hezbollah still, has it?
So Naga, see, the logic is this: we know that there are hundreds of thousands of missiles. I mean, these are Israeli facts. Second, we know that they are not giving them up. Third, I think we can assume they are not gonna sign a deal with Israel without Iranian permission. So put these three things together, and you know that they are as dangerous as ever. It's just that they are right now, for some reason, laying low.
Because the entire storyline will change with this.
But they also deal with the Lebanese politics. They also have to consider Lebanon too.
That doesn't matter if you're powerful and they'll handle that. They've done it for whatever years. Why I'm asking you this is because the entire storyline is going to change. Because you actually have a freaking very powerful, strong, hidden enemy who's going to combat if you're giving Hezbollah that kind of leverage.
Yeah,
it seems like
that's the whole point.
So I don't have answers to these questions.
Anywhere.
We find what?
None of these proxies have gone anywhere. They're just laying low.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Nothing.
The Iraqi one has what are they called? I forgot what they're called.
Houthis are full control, and Iraq.
I've always told you guys, don't underestimate the Houthis.
Well, the Houthis is one, but the Iraqi resistance has been building up forces and training and weaponry, and that's going straight across from the Iranian border to Iraq.
So if you really want to understand from a poker standpoint, Iran is just playing blind now. Just folding all their hands. I mean, I don't know why, but they are not playing. So they're just like, imagine.
They have internal issues with, and that's why. But when you have internal issues and you've caused enough,
they're waiting
and
for
you,
something else.
they're waiting for, yeah, they're waiting for a savior.
No, I mean, if you have
But they've always done this, Iran.
For people, no,
They've always been methodical.
No, think about poker.
It's not methodical anymore. It's blind hand.
You let everybody like kill each other, and then one opponent left, then you start playing. That's also a possibility.
They've resigned.
If you have enough cash in hand, you just play blind. Like every time is you just fold all of them.
They're like whatever.
I think an attack from Israel, Iran would see it as that would be the best thing for Iran and the government.
Yeah, Israel's not going to do that.
Israel, there was some leaks or some talk about Israel.
Iran, I'm telling you, Iran is waiting for this October 7.
Yeah, they're not going to do it.
So once Israel goes out of table, it's only Iran and US. Then they will play.
So either negotiation.
Don't forget China supporting Iran. They sent 16 cargo planes with military support.
No, see, everything is on hold for this drama in Middle East just shut down. So when Israel accept that it's over, they have lost the war, they have achieved nothing, and they become quiet. Whenever you hear nothing from this Bibi Netanyahu, you can see Bibi Netanyahu was not pardoned, so he's going to prison. So once he's in prison and everything is calmed down in that part of it, then Iran will start praying. Up to that time, I don't know when that will be, but it's probably close because Netanyahu is going to prison. You saw that.
He's not going to prison. He's not going to prison.
He was not pardoned, so.
No, but you're not getting so. In the Knesset, they're in the process of passing a law where he can get away with it and still resign or leave. So it's then the first stage. So there's I think it goes through 3 different stages. It has to be approved 3 times or something. There's some stupid bullshit policy they have. Once it gets approved, by these 2 other parties or whatever, they will have the bill where he can resign and he doesn't have to accept the guilt. But with Herzog, the president of Israel, he says he's gonna have to accept the guilt. Then I can pardon it. So he did promise to pardon. So if he pardons by him accepting the guilt, all that's going to do is he's just no longer going to be able to be a prime minister. That's about it.
He would be neutralized.
Yeah, but he's not going to go to jail. But they're all psychopaths. They're all genocidal.
He only steal one watch, right? The bribe that he got. So if you go to prison, it's probably for one day. Nobody cares about it. The point is that you would be neutralized. You would be out of Israel politics. He's the actual face of devil. He's the only person who can unite all this crazy maniac into one force. When he's out, then Israel will turn left because nobody can unite these crazy people.
That's not true, man. They're all psychopaths. Even the leftists are psychopaths.
I know, but somebody should unite psychopaths. And that's
they will unite because there's a coalition. I think they're working together. It's just a matter of time. If Netanyahu was to go out, I think then who was it? Was it Yaakov that was telling me it's up to the coalition or somebody to pick out the leader, and they're going to pick up people like Ben Gavir or Smotrich or something, some pieces of shit. If that happens, the West Bank is gone. West Bank is fully gone.
So that's again an analysis, but I don't think because whenever Netanyahu is not there, they cannot create coalition. He is really literally the asshole of the, but he doesn't have any moral value. The other ones have moral value. The people who have moral value, they cannot really unite with each other. You know that, right? I shouldn't say moral value, because those Ben Gavir, I don't consider their values as moral, but they do have some value. People who believe in something, normally they cannot, get united with other people who believe in something. So you need somebody which doesn't believe in anything to unite these people. And that is the role that this Bibi Netanyahu plays. And once he's out, once he's neutralized, so basically you will have Israel as a country which cannot form government. It goes to a cycle of like 2-3 prime ministers per year. Something that we are seeing in England. Right now, England is in that crisis. They just simply cannot have any government which lasts more than a year. And that is when your country is neutralized.
You don't have to neutralize a country. You need to neutralize a leader. Like, just because you neutralize a leader doesn't mean you're neutralizing the country. Some other puppet is placed in his place, right? So, is he going to prison? I don't think so, like Amir said. But will he be quiet? And yeah, perhaps.
I mean, really, I don't. Who cares he goes to prison? You know, when you have a crazy people like Hitler.
Joshua gets to the issue now. This is what I'm saying.
No, they cannot. That's the whole point.
Why?
They cannot.
Why?
You don't see how these things work. There is a talent that he has that he can unite, like the right wing of Israel. They don't have anybody else. This is why he has been there, and this is why this is happening. You are assuming there is a conspiracy theory that they are all like dark room people, that all these figureheads, they are just puppets. No, they are not. He has a talent.
He's very influential. I'm not even reducing that. I'm saying necessarily he gets neutralized because of the war crimes, or what they're calling war crimes.
No, those are international. It has to be internal. The only that it can get neutralized is from inside Israel, inside politics. If they find something that you are a criminal now, you cannot be prime minister anymore. If you promise that you don't become prime minister and get that fuck out of politics,
I'm saying that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think that seems that's what is happening.
Right.
And once that happens, then this Israel thing will calm down, right? Then nobody talks about Israel, and at that moment, then you will see Iran start playing. That was right now, everybody in the area is laying low for that to happen.
Iran has internal issues to deal with, Vefan. I think you're discounting that fully.
No, Iran really doesn't have an internal issue, I guess.
Yeah, man.
That's the hype.
No.
Trust me on that.
No, I don't trust you on that.
If Iran had an internal issue, they would not, at this moment, lift subsidies. So they have been waiting for 47 years to lift these subsidies. They did not dare. If they had internal issue, they would not. They knew exactly this would happen. The timing is completely sure. They're confident nothing happened. Otherwise, are they crazy? At this moment, they lift the subsidies to people. You know why this whole thing started, right?
I think the bazaar, it was the whole...
No, the Iranian government passed a law that the dollar, from now on, there is one price. Before that, dollar had different prices. For example, if you wanted to go buy food,
I know that.
the dollar was one price. If you wanted to go travel, dollar. So Iranian government said, fuck you all, dollar from now on is one price. And that is the market price. That was the cause of all these things. What it means is literally bunch of corrupt people in Iran. They were getting rich by dollar, different value. Because if dollar have different price, that means corruption, right? But for 47 years, they have been trying to make this happen. They didn't dare. Why should they do it now? It completely shows they're very confident they don't have an internal problem. They can handle it.
ولی چزوندن قبل از اینکه این کار کردن. This is the problem. This is why I find them to be evil.
What do you mean چزوندن?
They did manipulate it before they subsidized it.
Manipulate what?
Manipulated the currency before subsidizing it, right?
See, this is how it used to work. So they, like
Sorry,
the
it's on
central
record.
bank,
Go ahead.
Central Bank of Iran gets some dollars. Then that dollars, it will give it to some other people to do certain things in the country. Central bank and government doesn't manipulate. Those people manipulate. So now those people are out of picture. There is no middleman. Dollar directly goes from the central bank to the people of Iran. They're like cards.
They couldn't do this earlier, Wayfan?
No, they couldn't. They're scared because this means prices will go to the sky, and their prices are going to the sky in Iran right now. Like the gas goes from 5 cents per gallon to $3 per gallon. You know what that's?
I remember like my uncle would just fill up gas and just drive away.
I mean, there is an activity in Iran called Dordori. I haven't seen it in anywhere in the world. That this is a fun activity. Let's go Dordori. Like you just go drive around. Gas is literally free.
Dadari, yeah.
Dordori, you know, they go to
I know.
Jordan doing Dordori. Like for example, from 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's why Tehran is locked. People after work, this is their like hobby. They go drive in the street. I mean, what the fuck?
My grandmother calls it
Nowhere in the
Dadari.
world I have seen that.
Yeah, because of gas. Like I remember he would just fill gas and just drive away. And it was like the norm.
I mean, it's free.
No one was paying shit. It was free.
Per gallon.
Yeah,
free.
so
It's
petrol
5
was
cents per gallon.
petrol was free. Gas and all homes are still free.
Water is free. Electricity
Water is free.
This
Electricity is free.
payments,
Phones are free.
I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, everything was free. I remember the water was so crystal clear. Even the water in the tubes, so clean. Have you been there lately?
I mean, my uncle's wife, she literally, I saw it with my own eye. To save the dishwasher liquid, she would put hot water, just run on the dishes for 1 hour. So she saves money on the dishwasher liquid. This is what she did. I saw it with my own eye. This is, you know.
Well, your is food, so if that's normal for you.
No, this one's Kermanshah.
We got Mark here. What's up, Mark? Mark, what do you think the plan is? You think Israel is going to attack Iran? Because now Trump gave him the green light if the deal doesn't happen with Iran. What do you think about that? Mark?
Sorry, can you ask that one more time? I missed it.
I said Trump gave him a green light to Netanyahu. If the deal doesn't happen between Iran or America, that Israel can do the attack on Iran. Do you think it will actually do it?
Yeah, I do.
So it just wants to attack. That's about it. Okay. It just needs a new front to keep the people busy.
No, I'm saying that, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that if he gives them the right to do it, and then Trump, I'm sorry, let me start again. I got distracted. Trump has been consistent, rightly or wrongly, that he doesn't like to be shown up or proven a liar when it comes to international diplomacy. So if he's given someone the right to do it, if a deal isn't made and a deal isn't made, then yeah, I expect that it will happen. And it might even be, orchestrated by Trump, to be honest, because Trump doesn't like to be shown up. So if he kind of gives an ultimatum and the ultimatum doesn't meet, then he does it. I mean, that's what happened with Maduro, right? That seemed like a pretty drastic maneuver by all accounts, but Trump thought so as well. We gave him an ultimatum, so he should have seen it coming. I don't know why it would be any different in this situation.
Do you believe in the genocide? I don't think you believe in genocide, right? So do you believe in the genocide on Hamas?
Really, I do. And I know it's not a very popular position in this room, but I think if you look at
pictures of what was considered an open-air prison. You hear that referred to a lot, Palestine pre-October 7th. And you look at Palestine now and Gaza now, I would still argue the open-air prison was better than the situation where Gaza finds itself in now. And I would imagine that the difference there can be attributed directly to the Hamas attacks. So.
Hold on, though. Are you saying there is a genocide or there is not a genocide?
I'm not even commenting on it. I'm just looking at the photos. Look at the photos of Gaza on October 5th and Gaza on October 8th.
Yeah. Is there a genocide in your opinion or not?
No, I don't think there is. But that's not even, it's neither here nor there. It's just a question of photographic evidence.
It is here nor there. Like, we can't just be kind of numb to genocide. It's the year 2026, man. It's not the 1500s.
I understand, but I think, let's put it this way, if you take the position that Israel took, which obviously you're more than free and willing to disagree with, but they made it pretty clear that they targeted Hamas and not the Gaza people in the aftermath, they would probably still argue that that is what has happened. Now, you are free to disagree with that, of course, but I think that going back to an earlier discussion about, no one could have calculated for genocide, which was a long conversation that happened about an hour ago. I don't think that was in Israel's mindset either. I don't think Israel's mindset was genocide. Israel's mindset was self-defense. So when you're doing your risk analysis, self-defense, I think, is something you can anticipate. Whether it stretches into something like genocide, which I know is a Palestinian approach. I mean, obviously, if Israel thought it was genocide, then yeah, maybe it's a difficult thing to analyze, but they don't. So because they don't think it's genocide, then it should have been factored into the risk analysis that a targeted attack on Gaza would take place. And
actually, you said something earlier in your sentence, which I'm going to challenge you on. You said, Israel made it clear that it was an attack on Hamas. Why am I able to pull up so many quotes from senior Israeli officials, including the president, that actually imply there's things like no uninvolved civilians, like the general population is guilty, like they're comfortable with denying food, electricity, and water. Why are there various reports directly from Israeli officials saying that one of the ideas is to make Gaza uninhabitable so that the Palestinians don't return? Why was there public support by Netanyahu at one point to actually remove and relocate 2 million Gazans? So that's really unclear, actually, that it's about Hamas. It seems like it's, by Israel's own admission, it's about more than Hamas. How do I reconcile all of this in my head, and how do you reconcile that in your head?
I reconcile it pretty easily. I think that were they moving those people prior to October 7th? No. Were they moving it after October 7th? Yes. What happened on that day? Hamas came in and frankly did the Palestinians, a lot of them didn't know about this. So I don't understand, I've mentioned this in this room before, I don't understand why there's not a gigantic swathe of people within Palestine who are irate and pissed, because frankly, if this hadn't happened unilaterally by Hamas, their lives would be a lot better. So that's something that's confused me, but to reconcile it is pretty simple. If those things were happening on October 5th, and they were not mentioned as a direct response to what happened on October 7th, then I would think it'd be hard to reconcile. But I think that they are a direct response to October 7th, and, Gaza wasn't being bombed on October the 3rd, and so it's pretty obvious what you can attribute it to. That's how I reckon.
Two problems with your position. Number one, you're basically indirectly implying that Israel's response to October 7th was to genocide, because you didn't address any of the points that I made, which were about post-October 7th. That's the first really problematic issue with your position. The second is that, we can pull a long list of things that Israel has been doing, and we can look at the stats in terms of the death count, and we can look at the long list of things that Israel has been doing prior to October 7th. Now, albeit they've certainly ratcheted up their techniques, which include leveling an entire densely populated area of 2 million people. So, I'll give you that. I mean, they didn't level Gaza before October 7th, but you basically seem to be kind of implying that, Israel did a genocide after October 7th, but not before. So, again, how do I reconcile all the genocidal statements made by Israeli officials with your statement that says that Israel made it clear that they were just targeting Hamas? There seems to be basically diametrically opposed facts. So how do you reconcile that after October 7th?
Sure. So there's a couple of things. First of all, in a democracy, you're going to get a plethora of different people and with different, angles. You're going to have your Smotrich, you're going to have your Ben-Gvir. Just like in the U.S., you have AOC saying one thing and J.D. Vance saying something else. Netanyahu, who is in charge at the time as the PM during the time of October 7th, was dropping leaflets. He wasn't saying commit genocide. He was dropping leaflets telling people to leave, telling people to evacuate. We're going to come in here. We suspect there's Hamas presence here. We don't want to affect the civilians, so we're asking you to move north. That is not the actions of someone who has intent on committing genocide. Now, whether individual actors in Israeli politics said things which are untenable or not particularly pleasant is one thing or another, but unless they're the ones calling the shots, it's a little bit of an empty guise. It's like saying Bernie Sanders said this in the U.S. and so therefore U.S. believes this. That's not really the case. It's who's calling the shots. So that's the first thing I would say.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember what my other point of thought was. For the genocide aspect, this man, I don't exactly, sorry, I was being distracted by my kid when you said the first thing that you thought was irreconcilable. So
no problem.
You may need to repeat that so I can hear it. But going back to the, I don't know why this stuck in my brain, but it was a long conversation about the calculus and the strategy and what could have been anticipated in risk analysis. It just caught me that, and I posted this in the chat too, like, I agree with the people who are saying, why are you surprised? Now, whether it's a genocide or not, the response level, as soon as it happened, I told my wife, I said, watch out, this is going to get extremely ugly. And I don't think that made me Nostradamus to have anticipated that on October 8th. I don't think it would have taken a genius political strategist to see that it was about to get really, really ugly. And I think the key point here is that, again, a lot of Palestinians may disagree. Certainly, well, I don't know if Hamas disagrees or not, but to a lot of Jewish people, what happened on October 7th was an attempt at genocide itself by Hamas. And so you can agree with that, you can disagree with that. But when you have an outfit who at one point in time has stated it's their goal to destroy and to kick everyone out, and they act on it, I don't happen to believe it's genocide, but I do think a genocidal response needs to have been in the risk analysis, because if someone attempts genocide, then to not expect a genocidal attempt back, in theory, in terms of strength, is not very good calculus. That's what
I agree that Hamas intended to commit a genocide.
So then why wouldn't it have been within the risk analysis?
I want to address your other points. I want to go point by point because I'm enjoying this. Your point was basically summarized as, well, yes, those were genocidal statements, but they were made by like garden variety, low-level, non-influential members of government. Unfortunately, that's not correct. Those statements were made by the Prime Minister of Israel, the Minister of Defense, and the President. And there's more, but I don't want to bore the room with all the senior, influential, powerful Israeli leaders that made genocidal statements. And unfortunately, there's just so many, and I've lost track of how many and how often and how consistent the statements have been made. So, it's just not true that these were made by some random low-level terrorists like Ben-Gvir.
So then why were leaflets dropped? Why were leaflets dropped, if that's the case?
Well, we can get to the leaflets. It's a great question, so I'll answer that one as well. The second point you're making, I actually agree with you. Israel has a very predictable and long history of the use of excessive force. For example, in 2006, when Hezbollah, and I don't support Hezbollah and I don't agree with their actions since Israel left Lebanon. But in 2006, Hezbollah attacked 3 Israeli soldiers. I believe they kidnapped some. Again, it was something they shouldn't have done. And Israel leveled all of southern Lebanon, including huge sections of the capital. So Israel has a consistent and lengthy track record of using excessive force and basically intentionally killing civilians so that they could, quote, get to the bad guys. So I agree with you. Yeah, nobody should have been surprised. Everyone should have predicted it. In fact, Hamas was not the only terrorist group to make a statement like they were surprised by Israel's overreaction or excessive reaction. Hassan Nasrallah made that very same statement after the 2006 war. So we both seem to be in agreement that Israel does use excessive force and has no problem killing innocent civilians.
No, I actually don't think it was excessive.
The leaflets thing is a really good call out by you. You know, I think that the only reason that Israel used the leaflets is so that they could then justify their excessive force. You know, if I went to your neighborhood and there was a terrorist in your neighborhood, right? Let's just say there's 40 houses on your block, and there's a terrorist in like 2 of those houses. Yeah, sure. Me dropping leaflets on top of the houses doesn't protect people from the bombs that are about to rain over their heads. Doesn't make sure that water, food, and electricity flows in. So leaflets are just paper. But bombs are bombs, water is water, food is food, and electricity is electricity.
Shape, what did the leaflets say? What did the leaflets say? They said to leave. That's a protection.
Leave while you're under siege and you're surrounded with no food, no electricity, no water. So leaflets are paper. I'm not sure paper is going to protect anybody from a bunker buster.
It protects you from a bunker buster if you're not there, which is exactly what it was telling you to do, which was to leave, and it wasn't during the attack, it was before the attack. So it absolutely is an act of protection, and I'm not sure why, and thousands upon Palestinians did leave, so clearly it wasn't impossible for them to leave to another area because it happened. And so now you can argue about what took place once they got there and everything else, but the point is that it wasn't under siege, it wasn't being bunker busted during the time the leaflets were dropped. It was done during the course of time in which the Palestinians were able to leave, and thousands of them did. Now, that's a really, really bad genocide. Genocides from one of the most mighty military countries in the world don't tend to take 2 years. It just doesn't make sense. They could do that with a flick of a wrist if they wanted to, rightly or wrongly. You can argue the morals of that, but just the pure facts of the matter is, from a military standpoint, if the people that you're saying have declared their intent to commit genocide had wanted to, then it shouldn't have taken as long as it has. And they took military actions to prevent it. If they were worried about public perception, then they wouldn't have made those public comments to begin with. So that is how do you reconcile the fact that, they dropped leaflets just so they could save face, but meanwhile they've gone on record, according to you, saying they intend to commit genocide. That doesn't make sense. Those two, you wouldn't go on record saying I intend to commit genocide and then try and hide it with leaflets because you're already on record. So those two things don't make sense, Shape.
You would do that. You would do that. Because you want to kind of distract, and try and wrestle public opinion in your favor. And by the way, those genocidal statements, it took a while. To your point, they happened after October 7th, and if you start looking at the delta between October 8th and when those genocidal statements started coming out, they weren't all made in one day, so they took a while. So credit to the genocidal maniac Israeli officials. They were not immediately genocidal with their statements. They thought about it. First they dropped leaflets, then they leveled Gaza, then they surrounded it with food, electricity, and water. Then when they started seeing that actually public opinion was favoring them, they started amping up their anti-Palestine rhetoric, very similar to what Hitler did back in the day. He was testing the waters to see actually how much public support is there for my hate, And if there is enough public support, I'll crank up the hate. That's a very normal playbook.
Also, Mark, was what Hitler did, was that a bad genocide as well? You said the genocide that Israel carried out in these 18 months, because it took 18 months, was a bad genocide. So obviously, it got a time limit to define the genocide, basis of genocide. Was what Hitler did, was that a bad genocide as well?
I don't think the two are analogous, even though people try really hard on one side to make them analogous.
Just because you say they are not analogous, is that right?
Did Hitler drop leaflets in Austria saying, please leave? No.
Well, he asked Jews to leave. He did. Yeah, he definitely did do that.
Some Jews did get a chance to leave prior to World War II. That is absolutely true, but it wasn't.
He asked Jews to leave.
He actually asked them for years.
Yes, he asked. You're
I mean,
correct.
he gave them a lot of way. You know, he actually helped set up a home for them outside of Germany.
It'd be in Palestine.
And by the way, the rest of the world doesn't kind of use these colloquial definitions when we talk about something as serious as genocide. What the world did after the Holocaust was they decided, you know what, this shit's so bad that we should probably get together and define what it is. So there's something called Article 2 of the Genocide Convention. And, you know, the world took it seriously, right? They said, Jesus, we better define this very cleanly and clearly with 5 points. And none of the points talk about how many people you have to kill or how long you have to spend killing them. If you'd like, we can go through it, although I suspect that you may be gone through it and you see it doesn't kind of fit your narrative, so you probably don't want to go through it. But again, we're not going to use random definitions, loose definitions, like how many people you kill, the velocity of the murder.
No, I'm familiar with it, and one of the key ones is intent, and that's the one that stops it.
We're just going to use the basic accepted definition that happened after the Holocaust, which I hope you'd empathize with. And the definition, in short, can be summarized as you're killing a group of people. You don't even need to kill all of them. You don't even need to kill the majority of them. You don't need to kill 10% of them. But you're killing them with the intent to target the group.
Correct.
Really just, and in some cases, you just need to create harm. Mental harm. Now,
and that's it. That's honestly why it's not genocide, because the intent is not to destroy the Palestinians. The intent is to destroy Hamas. It's as simple as that.
I agreed with you to one point, until the flurry of unrelenting genocidal statements came out of the Prime Minister of Israel, the President of Israel, the Minister of Defense of Israel, and many, many other ministers and members of the Knesset. So they now have both conditions satisfied. The intent, you know, I've heard a lot of Jews say, hey, when we hear anti-Semitic things, we take them seriously. Well, when the Arabs hear anti-Arab things, we take them seriously. We believe those words matter. And, you know, clearly, by the, you know, accepted definition of genocide, not Mark's definition, there's a genocide.
I disagree with you. Just feel like the intent from day one was to go after Hamas, i.e. the perpetrators of October 7th, and there's been a distinction made between Hamas and the Palestinians from basically the second since it's happened. And again, you know, you can say that the leaflets were, you know, for distraction, but the reality is the leaflets didn't say Hamas go away. It said innocent Palestinians go away. So that is a distinction which you can say it's a distraction. You can talk about the political calculations as much as you like. The demonstrated intent of the reaction to October 7th, the reaction to what Israelis believe was an attempted genocide, is to get rid of the source. And the source was not the Palestinians. The source was Hamas. The trouble is Hamas was embedded in that community, and so they're doing everything they could in their power to kind of isolate the source, i.e. Hamas, away from the everyday Palestinians. Palestinian, and they were using what was at their disposal. But they also had a tough hand that they were dealt, because you had Palestinians hanging around in the, you know, in the same areas of Hamas. You had underground tunnels that were built in anticipation of this. You had hostages. You had all sorts of scenarios which are absolutely terrible. And I don't know what alternative there is to creep in. I mean, if you're sitting there, you've got 100 plus of your hundreds of hostages, your own people. What is the job of every single country in this world? What is its number one job? Is to provide for the common defense of its people. So in a scenario in which citizens have been unceremoniously rounded up, killed, shot, dragged out, and these aren't soldiers, these are kids, these are senior citizens, you can sit there and do nothing, or you can respond. I would argue that if you sit there and do nothing, you are being unfathomably derelict in your duty as the head of government. And that's not an Israeli statement. That would be the case if it was any other country in the world. And it is your moral obligation to try and do something to get those people back. And in a situation where you have a very difficult hand, you got to do what you can. You know, if Hamas was sitting in a military base somewhere isolated from the rest of the country or from the rest of the people, it would be very, very easy for the Israeli government to have targeted just Hamas. But that wasn't the case. They were sitting there in the middle of the area, and so they had to do what they...
The counter-argument here...
Yeah, one last point, and then I'll turn it over to you. Yeah, you know, unfortunately, it's just not true that... Israeli officials clarified or were consistent about their point being at war with Hamas. And this is evidenced by all the statements that I've made, and we can dig up many others. In Netanyahu's early speeches, you know, he said that they are, quote, at war with Gaza. Gaza will never return to what it was. You know, he eventually got some coaching, I think, potentially by some lawyers that told him, hey, I know your public support is going up because of your genocidal statements in Israel, and you're kind of leaning into what people want to hear because they want revenge, but like you might want to tone it down a little bit and maybe start sprinkling in some references to Hamas so that you don't get an arrest warrant, and so that the world doesn't convict Israel of genocide. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to avoid the arrest warrant. I'm actually relieved that it's out there, and I'm sure that you know, the international community will rally around the fact that there was and confirm that there was a genocide. And time will tell, just like it took some time for people to wrap their heads around the Holocaust. The world will wrap its head around the genocide that Israel has committed in response to a genocide. So the best you can say is you're fighting genocide with genocide, which is not great for the supposed leader of democracy in the Middle East.
Well, we can agree to disagree. I mean, all you have to do is Google quotes, you know, we are fighting Hamas, not Palestinians. That's a quote.
So basically, Mark is an apologist to Israel in general. I can engage you a little, but I think another person...
Before that, can I just make it...
Yeah, go ahead. I'll talk after.
So Mark, what you're saying is that what Israel did, I mean, you can easily like compare it to 9/11. What United States, when the attack on 9/11 happened, what United States did not do was go inside Saudi Arabia and kill everybody. What United States did was, okay, why this happened? So they created TSA. So this cannot never happen again. Israel could very simply say, why this October 7th happened? How is it possible that some people with a motorcycle can come inside our land and do this and leave? So probably we need to make our borders more secure. So there were many other options, logical options to handle this rather than going there and starving children to death.
But wait, fam, that action doesn't bring hostages home. As I said, they have a moral responsibility to bring back the citizens. That does. I'm all 100% agree with you that there's all sorts of self-defense that needs to be analyzed here, but that doesn't bring the hostage.
Again, you have to accept that when the hostages has been taken, it's your fault that your security is bad.
Okay,
and
let's say it is their fault. It's still their obligation to get them back, not to let them die. So they had an obligation.
So again, I can give you an example. If somebody comes and takes some hostages inside the building, you do not bring the building down to take your hostages back. You either let the hostages die, that's one option. Give the people who took hostages money to take them back, that's another option. But bringing the building down and killing everybody inside that building, that's not an option, Mark.
Letting the hostages die is not an option. I don't know why you would mention that as an option. I can't think of a single country in the world that would be an okay option for a government.
No, many governments actually just let their hostages die.
Is that what you would have done with them?
I would not starve kids to death.
That wasn't my question. What would you have done about the hostages?
If they don't give it back and I cannot satisfy them, I let the hostages die.
Okay, well,
that's my fault that they're hostages.
I appreciate that honesty, but I don't think that would be well appreciated by the majority of the moral world. So that is an option, but I don't think it's one that Israel considered within its moral frame of reference, and I don't think it would be unique in that regard.
Please don't extend it to the rest of the moral world. I think you've lost that battle, haven't you?
I think more importantly, I don't think those are your only two options. Israel has proved time and time again with their operations in Lebanon and Iran that they are capable of targeting specific elements, taking them out with minimal collateral damage.
Yeah,
so they could have done that.
They got some hostages.
They chose not to do that.
They got some hostages.
A lot of the hostages they got back, especially in the beginning, were actually as a result of diplomacy, not of military action. But if they really wanted to, they could have targeted specific elements. They knew everything about Gaza, everything about where a lot of these militants were. But they didn't. They chose instead to go for an indiscriminate warfare.
They didn't know where the hostages
that was a deliberate choice. Actually, they probably did. They know a lot more than anybody else about what's going on in Gaza. Having surveilled it for the last 30 years.
So they knew where the hostages were. That's what you're saying. That the entire time they knew where the hostages were.
They probably had a rough idea, yeah.
A rough idea, sure. A rough idea is enough to go in and start figuring out exactly where they are and undoing tunnels
they
and
didn't
doing
have to kill 70,000 people in the process and starve people to that. Like that was a decision that was not necessary, in my opinion, and in most of the moral world, huge worlds.
I go back to put yourself in their position, put yourself in any government's position. Mm-hmm. There's the United States, for example, as the United States for special ops. Absolutely, I'd be happy to utilize special ops.
Not indiscriminate warfare.
Understood. But you have to know where they're located in order to do that. Yeah. And frankly, Israel does use special ops. Look what happened for example, with Hezbollah that got brought up earlier with the beeper thing. You think that's not special ops? You think that was targeting civilians?
No, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Is that Israel has demonstrated through operations in Lebanon.
So they have the ability to do so.
Capable. Yeah.
They have the ability to do that when they have the intelligence which lets them do that. So I think it's pretty so you can use that as a perfect example.
More intelligence on Iran as opposed to Gaza?
Yeah,
really?
That's another great example. You saw what happened in Iran, where they had people basically sitting inside Iran helping during that bombing mission that happened. So
you're telling me that they have more information?
That proves to me that when they have the knowledge, they will do targeted, just like you said. But without it,
what that proves to me, actually, it's ridiculous to assume that they have more information on Iran, which is 2,000 miles away and huge, compared to Gaza, which is right on their border and tiny, right? And under their control, effectively speaking. So it's actually logical to deduce that they have more information about Gaza as opposed to Iran. Yet they were able to conduct special ops in Iran and target specific individuals with minimal civilian casualties. Whereas in Gaza, they chose not to do that. What that says to me and most of the world looking at this is, you guys don't care about the people in Gaza. And this is backed up further by the statements made from Israeli government officials that Shapeshifter pointed out.
I'm trying to understand your argument.
Ben-Gvir, Netanyahu made it very clear that the people of Gaza are the people of Hamas, and we have no problem
killing women and children.
So is your argument, I'm trying to get this straight, is your argument that the targeted nature of the Lebanon mission and the Iranian mission, and by the way, let me remind you that Iran is widely considered to be the main funder of Hamas, that they cared about the Iranian people and did a targeted mission, and they didn't care about the Palestinian people, even though it's the Iranians that are funding Hamas to begin with. That doesn't make any sense politically. They would cater to the Iranian people, but not the Palestinian people, and it's the Iranians funding Hamas.
So that's not what I'm trying to say. First of all, it's not the Iranian people that's funding Hamas. It's the Iranian government.
Correct.
Right? So, yeah. So to target the Iranian people would not really work in their benefit at all. Furthermore, I'm not trying to say that they care more about the Iranian people. What I am trying to say is they are more cautious of massive casualties amongst the Iranian civilian population because of international blowback, as opposed to casualties amongst the Palestinian population.
International blowback from whom? Because most of Israelis' allies are already, consider Iran to be an adversary. There aren't many allies of Israel that are simultaneously allies of Iran. Russia is probably the closest.
Even if there's no allies of Israel that are allies of Iran, that doesn't mean you can go and slaughter 100,000 people. There's still going to be a massive political and military blowback if they had went in and done massive and done operations which resulted in massive casualties amongst the civilian population in Iran. So it was a political analysis. Is it worth going in and slaughtering 100,000 people? In the case of Gaza, yeah, there's not enough blowback. It's fine, we can do it. Plus, there's the whole aspect of taking out killing people and whatever, but that's another element.
I would argue that if Iran had actually been the ones that had conducted October 7th, I realize this is like a fantasy world because of geography and everything like that. But if Iran had been the orchestrators of October 7th, then Israel would be formulating a similar plan to figure out what needs to be done to effect regime change in Iran. And if that involved some civilian casualties, that probably would not deter them much in the same way that it's not deterring in this instance, much in the way that there were civilian casualties in Germany during World War II, even though they weren't all guilty of what Hitler did. I think they were targeting the people that managed to break through what had previously been a seemingly impenetrable defense. And they needed to make sure that those people did not have the ability to do something again. I think that is not unique to Palestine. I think that could have happened in any country had they attacked them, had Turkey attacked them. Had it been any other country, frankly, in the Middle East or anywhere else, it would be an immediate, how do we get these people out of power?
So you're saying the proportion of the civilian population compared to the whole population would have been the same in terms of casualties?
No,
had it been Turkey, Iran, or Palestine?
No, because the geography of those situations is very different. They're vastly different.
Let's assume the geography is not an impediment. Let's assume that there's no
government of Iran had, if the government of Iran was embedded in its people and all of its military establishments are embedded with the people, then I think it would be similar. They need to take care.
So you honestly believe the fact that Turkey and Iran have a much more powerful military and are capable of a lot more military retaliation against Israel would not be taken into consideration in the calculus how to respond?
Well, look what happened when Israel did target Iran not too long ago. They clearly didn't, as to your point, they did not. Not many, right?
Exactly.
Not many.
Why? Because Iran is capable of a significant military response. The Palestinians, the Gazans are not.
Iran did a significant military response, and it was not very significant, to be completely honest with you. It should have been more significant.
They could have done more.
The Iron Dome took care of most of it.
Actually, no. But we can get into that if you like.
Actually, not? Are you kidding?
Not as much as you would.
The Israeli planes were flying around Tehran like they owned the place. It was pretty effective.
That's not Iron Dome, though.
No, that's not Iron Dome. But my point is that the geography of Palestine is what dictated a lot of these civilian deaths, not intent to kill the innocents. If there was not underground tunnels beneath hospitals, there wouldn't be as many civilian deaths. If Hamas wasn't embedded in the same areas of the Palestinian population, there wouldn't be as many civilians.
So a lot of the underground tunnel claims have not been substantiated. Actually,
they've shown pictures of the underground tunnels as they found them.
They've shown very little evidence of anything significant underground, let alone entire head.
Where was the hostages being kept? They weren't being kept above.
In various places. But more importantly,
places underground.
Yes, it not necessarily, but more importantly, Mark, if you think that the opponent's military is not taken into consideration when you're responding, you're in la la land. They would never respond to this extent when it comes to Turkey or Iran, as opposed to Palestine, with regards to the civilian casualties. They would take that into consideration.
They're not after the Palestinians. That's the bottom line.
They say that they are after the Palestinians. That's the bottom line.
Okay, quote, it is not a war against the Palestinians, it is a war against the murderers of Palestinians, the murderers of our people. Netanyahu. Hamas brings catastrophe to the Palestinians. Quote, Netanyahu. We are fighting Hamas, not the civilian population. Netanyahu. These are direct quotes. It took 2 seconds to find them.
Right, and it takes
so now you may be able to find alternate quotes.
Yeah.
But the point is that they're not saying we're out here to get you guys. It's not crystal clear the way that you're portraying it.
Look, man. You can't just sprinkle on nice quotes on top of genocidal quotes. I'm sorry. If you make a genocidal quote, you are a genocidal maniac. You can't just be nice the next day. It's like you're either genocidal or you're not. Okay? And when somebody's lawyer, when somebody's lawyer comes up to you and goes, "Hey, quiet down, man. I know you're winning public opinion with these statements, but you know, there's you might have an arrest warrant issued for you." You know, so he settled it down, but he showed us what his intent was, and he said it. When somebody's genocidal, you take him seriously. You know, not this window dressing stuff.
I can
so in other words, there's two sets of quotes. You've got one set, I've got another set, and your quote wins.
Yeah, because the nature of the argument is that once you say something genocidal, you're genocidal, dude. Like you know, like it's not one of those things that you can nuance out.
Okay,
you know, it's like a it's like an or,
the genocidal quote from Netanyahu, not from Smotrich, not from any of the other people. Give me the quote from Netanyahu, who is by all accounts leading the charge here, which says, "I'm out to get the Palestinians because I can't find it." As I said to you before, are there other actors from other wings of the political establishment? Yes, because that's democracy 101. You're going to have alternate opinions that get put into the public out. You know, I wish, frankly, there was an equivalent in Palestine so we could see what all the different viewpoints were out there. We're not seeing them other than in places like this in these rooms. What really is be interesting is what the Palestinian people think about Hamas right now, the ones living there. Hopefully they're anti-Hamas because they've led to the destruction of their area. If they're not anti-Hamas, then I have some questions. But the point is that you're going to have these quotes, these differences of opinion that get publicly put out because that's what happens in a democracy. It doesn't mean that it's an official governmental position. So if you find me the quote from Netanyahu, not from Smotrich, not from anyone else saying we're out to get the Palestinians, then I will stand down.
But Smotrich and Ben-Gvir are parts of the government.
I'm
They're
talking
actually key parts of the government.
Sure they are.
It's not a dictatorship, right? It's a democracy, and in democracy you have various ministries, you have various ministers who are key parts of the government. So you can't discount Ben-Gvir and Smotrich like that. It's not just Netanyahu, but there are genocidal statements from Netanyahu as well. There's the infamous one.
Find me that one.
Yeah.
Find me those
Shape,
ones.
can you do it because I'm doing laundry? Shape, I'm sure you know the one I'm talking about, the one from the closed door meeting.
And by the way, you can disregard it because
give me a sec. I'm just nuking some food.
People get fired from governmental positions all the time. It happens. People get left from cabinet.
You know what? That's a good point. They said those genocidal statements, and despite them saying genocidal statements, they did not get fired. That means the government doesn't have a problem.
Because it's a coalition, and if one person falls,
so the government doesn't have a problem. Yeah, so the government doesn't have a problem with the genocidal statements in order to maintain its authority.
Well, no.
So your government is comfortable with genocide so long as they maintain power.
No.
That's your argument.
Well, no, that's not my argument.
That's what you're saying, because these people are so key that if they are fired, the government will collapse. So in order to prevent the government from collapsing, they will keep genocidal maniacs in the government as opposed to collapsing the government.
Okay, so I got
That's
the
a
quote
terrible
here.
argument, Mark. Holy shit.
Do you have a recollection
here.
of the previous Israeli elections and how they had to happen like 38 times before a government could be formed?
Benny, I got the quote. Let me just get
That is my point, is that you've cobbled this thing together in the most patchwork of ways just to form a
and you're willing
government.
to allow genocidal maniacs within the government in order to...
No, but...
Is your government really worth keeping together?
Hey, Benny, do you want the quote or what, bro? I got people to see. Okay, we are, okay, so this is from Netanyahu. This is one, there's another couple of others we can go through, and obviously also what the president and the Minister of Defense said. But let's just start with this one. We are destroying more and more houses in Gaza, so the Palestinians will have nowhere to return. The only inevitable outcome will be Gazans choosing to migrate outside of the Strip. Okay, so we have that quote. All right, now we have a couple.
How is that genocidal?
When you're destroying the people's homes,
you want them to relocate it and not come back?
Well, no, that would be ethnic cleansing, not genocide.
Look, only. I've not really found.
Okay, wait, hold on. Are you comfortable with ethnic cleansing?
Well, hold on a second.
That wasn't your question.
Hold on. By the way, ethnic cleansing is a subclass of genocide. Like I don't know. Oh my God. And by the way, like I encourage you to find the nuance in love, the nuance in what a beautiful painting looks like, the nuance in color, the nuance in whether God exists or not. But please don't look for the nuance in genocide, man. That's disgusting. Seriously.
No, this isn't a nuance.
Yes, it is, man. Like, come on, you're not sitting here like, parsing out the difference between ethnic cleansing, and annihilating a total people. Come on.
Let me ask.
We also have, and I quote: "We are at war. We will strike Gaza with a force it has never known."
Right.
Okay. We are changing the face of Gaza. Gaza will never return to what it was.
Right.
We also have, you must remember what the Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we all know the inference there. Okay, so
like every man, woman, and child.
Was that Netanyahu?
Yes, it was Netanyahu. Yes, it was Netanyahu.
And that one was public, actually.
So
I don't understand how Gaza not being what it once was as a genocidal statement. That's just the reality.
Again, we once again are finding the nuance.
Well, no, there's no nuance there.
He said Hamas. He never said Gaza. I find you 3 quotes from Gaza. You said he never made a genocidal statement. I find you a statement where he says, let's keep bombing them so they can't come back to their homes. Then when you get presented with the uncomfortable facts, you start searching for the nuance in murder. No, dude, it's just murder. Just accept it.
Nowhere did he say Palestinians. He said Gaza, and that's
okay.
Gaza
we have Chinese in Gaza. You're right. We have Chinese in. We don't really know he meant the Palestinians.
Okay.
Because he said Gaza. Okay. It could be Jews, man. It could be Jews.
Maybe you expect Gaza.
Maybe he was a self-hating Jew. Who knows who's in Gaza? Who knows?
How do you expect Gaza?
We could have Saudis in Gaza. We could have people from Senegal. Don't really know what he was talking about. He just said Gaza. He could have had an issue with
If you can win a magic wand and make Gaza look like it did before, then I
maybe he was trying to exterminate the wild cats. Maybe there was a pest problem in Gaza. Too many cats.
He didn't use the word.
He could be talking about any. I mean, generally, some of them.
Gaza isn't going to be the same.
Are known to be the world's
reality.
The world's most invasive species, by the way.
Oh, really?
So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here. Mr. Mark is exploring the nuance in murder and genocide in the year 2026, man. There's a lot of other.
Who is Mark? Mark, are you UN?
What Jew? No, the Jew that said earlier it's called genocide. Then guess what? If that's the case, in the Holocaust, listen, the Jew who said it's not genocide, well, guess what? The Holocaust that you guys love to use
Don't
for.
say it.
Oh, come on.
I don't care. freedom of speech.
Come on, don't go down to their level. Don't go.
Come on,
Don't go
Every
down
time.
to this level. Don't do.
Rondo, you keep doing that every time. Come on.
I'm using
We have better
logic.
arguments.
I'm using logic. I'm using.
It's not even an argument. It's a deplorable
calm
statement.
down, bro. You do this all the time.
We don't think. Yeah.
She said Gaza.
Shape, I've heard your argument. Can I ask Shape a question? Can I
Yes,
ask Shape a
sir.
question?
Yes, sir. Fine.
Oh, Mark,
Shape, at the
I
beginning-
remember who you are now. Okay.
Yeah, Shape. I have a question for you. So you kind of acknowledged pretty early on, it was a while back, that you felt like Hamas had genocidal intent.
100%. I condemn
So
them
if
for
that's the case, I've got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question
Yes,
for you.
yes.
What is the Palestinian percentage of people that are in support of Hamas right now? I don't know the answer. This isn't a trap question. It's a legit question. And I'm curious if of that percentage, why does that percentage exist? Because by definition, if they are in favor, then they're also in favor of a genocidal regime. So everything that you're accusing me of, I could put back amongst that group of people that are in favor. I hope there's not many of them, and I hope they're being oppressed by Hamas, which is what I've suspected.
Hold on. We have not committed genocide. Palestinian people have not committed.
Shape made the statement, and I'm talking to Shape. Yeah, made the statement that their intent was to commit genocide.
Okay, but they
so I'm
haven't
talking
committed
to
genocide.
Shape, Edward. I'm talking to Shape. So he made that statement. He said 100%. He just validated that a second ago,
Yes,
and I re-asked him the
stand by-
question.
I stand by
So
my
my question is, anyone who is not a Hamas, anyone who is a Hamas supporter currently in Palestine would therefore be in the same boat that you're putting in right now, as someone who is okay with genocide and genocidal intent, because they still remain in support of Hamas even though October 7th happened. So my question is, what percentage of Palestinians is that? Is it 1%? Is it 99%? Is it somewhere in the middle?
It's a good question. So the last time I looked this up, then I'll have to research this again, because as you know, support for various people varies. Like, for example,
and it's not publicized.
Well, no, I mean, there's some Pew polls and such. Like, for example, I believe in 2016, 48% of Israelis were said to support, and I quote, expelling Arabs from Israel. But yeah, I don't know, that percentage could be lower today or it could be higher. So these things change. That was 2016. It's probably higher now.
Okay.
So the amount of people that support Hamas, I've heard is as high as maybe 40%.
Okay, so if it's
I
40%,
gotta look back. I gotta look at that. I don't have a direct source, but I could research.
Fair enough. And no one has a direct source because most of the time they've been afraid to speak up during the time that Hamas has been there because they're afraid they didn't get shot. And I sympathize with that. But here's the point. But for the 40%, are you ready to just, for the 40%, are you ready to disown those guys right now because they are in favor of genocide?
You can't make up your own narrative and then not even acknowledge the fact that somebody's saying no, you're wrong, and then move on. Your argument is
for the
valid.
1%. My point is that Shape just made the statement. I'm talking to Shape here. Shape made the statement.
We can make progress here. We're about to break through on something.
Shape made the statement pretty matter-of-factly that he didn't use the word disgusting, but that I'm a genocide supporter because I'm defending what's taken place here. Let me finish. He also made the statement that Hamas absolutely had genocidal intent on October 7th. So my question is, given those two things, are you prepared to say that anyone who is still pro-Hamas within Palestine is therefore in the same boat as me and a genocide supporter? And if not, why not? Because it's the exact same situation.
Okay. I'm potentially prepared to say that, provided you say the same.
Okay, I'll say the same.
Okay, then we agree.
Okay. So then, what do you say to the people who are pro-Hamas in Palestine in order to convince them to not have these views any?
It's a loaded question.
Well, they're clearly the wrong views.
You deserve better leadership. That's number one.
I agree.
Number two, I wish that Netanyahu didn't allow the flow of $1 billion+ to this leadership. Number three, unfortunately, let's look within your own societies, band together. Netanyahu and the Likud party's plan has always been, as stated in their charter, to prevent the formation of a Palestinian state.
Okay,
They do not support Palestinian state. So the Palestinians are responsible to a degree, of course, for the things that exist within their society. And Israel, the so-called beacon of democracy in the Middle East, is also responsible. And maybe if you live in a world where you hold the people with more power responsible, I just don't understand why Israel knowingly sent $1 billion to a terrorist group and a genocidal group.
That is a breakthrough. And let me ask you this: if that is a breakthrough, and I've said this in this room before,
yes.
That is a breakthrough. I don't know if 40% is right. I don't know if 70% is right. I don't know if 10% is right. So there's someone saying that hasn't been validated. I agree. But what I don't see and what I don't understand is if Shape's viewpoint is shared by others, and maybe it isn't. I like Shape's viewpoint, by the way. Where is the protest against Hamas? It doesn't exist from the Palestinian groups. It should exist.
Actually, there have been protests against
I'm not even
Hamas
against the protests against Israel. I'm fine with the protests against Israel, but there needs to be a sister movement saying, by the way, these guys have made our lives complete shit as well. Let's get these guys the fuck out.
Yeah,
it's nowhere.
It's a good point.
Nowhere.
It's a good point. There have been, by the way, protests against Hamas in Gaza.
No countries.
No.
Nowhere.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, you're making a statement without doing the research. So there have been protests against Hamas in Gaza, by the way, in a place where you get potentially killed. For disagreeing with Hamas. So that's one. Second is the Arabs aren't stupid, right? They know that Hamas was basically indirectly and to some degree directly funded by Netanyahu, right? They know that what Netanyahu is doing by policy, intentional, calculating, discerning policy, is to divide the Palestinians. And so when you're sitting there picking up the ashes of your burnt little girl and burnt little boy, when you're sitting there picking up 1 foot of your mother and 1 arm of your father, high on your list is not, protesting Hamas. High on your list is not reading the last paragraph of the leaflet. High on your list is figuring out how you're going to bury your family, how you're going to live to the next day, where you can get food, water, and electricity. Those are the things you worry about. You probably have never lived in a war. I have, not to the degree that we see in Gaza, but I have. When you're in a war, and you're innocent, like the overwhelming majority of the good Gazans, you're not figuring out what to put on your poster.
Yeah, I get it. And I think similarly, when you hear, stats sorted about how, a lot of people in Israel are against Palestinians or whatever the case may be, and that gets thrown around a lot by Amir. Oh, it's not just Hamas, it's the Palestinians. If you're the uncle or daughter or son of someone who was just kidnapped, you're not that concerned about, making a big distinction between, by the way, I disagree with this, but you're probably not too concerned about making a big distinction between Hamas and the people that voted for them. Now, they should make that distinction, but emotions run high, right? Just like you said, emotions run high when you're dealing with someone who's lost their leg. Emotions run high when your 90-year-old grandfather just got dragged, 50 miles down the road and stuck in a bunker. So these emotions tend to lead to pretty outlandish positions sometimes. But that's why you need people who have sort of the grounding to hopefully make more conscious decisions. And I think if you look at it dispassionately, which is very, very hard to do, then you can see that Israel is a culprit, but so the hell is Hamas, and Palestine should want to get both of them gone.
Right. And
I just don't see enough of the protests. It's just a one-way protest for the vast majority of the people.
Well, that's fair. But here's what I'll say, right? Like, the uncomfortable truth for all radical Zionists and for all supporters of the current regime in Israel is you have lots of Arabs like me acknowledging that, Hamas is a terrorist group and Hamas has genocidal intentions. But you can't bring yourself to acknowledge that Israel's leadership is basically doing the same. And it's a really, really troubling world we live in when the benchmark is a state comparing itself to a terroristic group. Like, that's like, what? Aim high, man. Like, don't try and clear the, well, they did it too, and where they is a terrorist group. You know, aim higher, man. Like, you could do better. Or if you don't want to aim high, then just don't say that you're the leader, beacon of democracy in the Middle East, which is the thing I keep hearing from Israelis and from Israeli leadership.
I get that. And by the way, I need to go in a second because my wife has called me 10 times and I need to make sure the emergency.
Yesterday was Valentine's Day. It's don't ruin the momentum.
But I go back to aim higher as well. I get what you're saying, and frankly, I did acknowledge something a second ago. That's why you called it a breakthrough, and you did too.
Okay, fair enough.
But the key thing is that I still go back to the point. You have hostages. So whether it's a country or a terrorist group or your grandmother up the road, it is your responsibility to do everything in your power to bring them home. And we can talk about scenarios. Can you imagine a scenario? Pick a country, any country in the world, doesn't have to be Israel, where something happened similar to October 7th, and the government's response was nothing. Or we're not going to try and get them back, or we'll pay off these guys, which, by the way, you can argue whether that was a legitimate option. I will say in the United States, which is where I'm based, it is an absolute fundamental of law that you do not negotiate or pay off terrorists. I don't know if that exists in other countries or not, but at least in the U.S., that was not a viable option.
But the U.S. does do that, though.
Maybe it does, but it's stated goal. They stated that do not negotiate with terrorists.
They directly talk to Hamas.
And that is true, because that's a back channel. But the point is that from a political position, you do not want to be the guys that said, they stole a shitload of our people and we let them do it. And I don't think that's unique to Israel.
No, it's not. No,
any
of
other
course.
country, any other government, that happened to them. And
I'll make this easy for you. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't one of those ones that was surprised how Israel responded.
I wouldn't either.
I was like you. I'm like, they are what they say they are, right? When it comes to military use, right? So, and it was, they were forced to, they were definitely forced to respond militarily, right? There's no debate there. Like, it'd be completely irrational to say, well, maybe they'll just hold peace talks. No. They're going to respond. They're going to respond with force. And they were baited into it. Now, what I was a little surprised at was how fast and loose Israeli officials were with genocidal statements. I mean, that was shocking to me, actually. What I was a little surprised at was the insistent, intentional starvation policy. I mean, they literally waited till people looked like skin and bones. I mean, that's just crazy to me. And it's a good reminder that even in 2026, we can go back to our savage ways, you know. That just shocked. And I was equally shocked at the savagery that Hamas conducted. Like, I was disgusted by it. I was shocked.
Hamas are a resistance group. I don't give a shit what Zionists have to say. Everybody is entitled to their own fucking opinion. Hamas are a resistant organization. If Hamas did not exist, you would have filth like Mark, who love fucking seeing.
Hi, my name's Amos, and I'm retarded.
I'm gonna dog you fucking wife, bitch. That shit on me, bro.
I gotta go call my wife.
I'm gonna go dog you. I'm gonna come dog you fucking wife, bro.
Shane, for what it's worth, I think it's been a constructive conversation.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
It's been constructive because you heard what you wanted.
I'm gonna dog you fucking wife.
I'll see you later, guys.
Okay,
All right, Mark, take care.
I'll dog you, bitch.
Okay. So here's the thing.
Uh-oh.
Every
Is it a thing or
aspect
two
of the law-
things?
Many things.
Multiple things.
Every aspect
Multiple
of the
things.
law.
Thousands of things.
Okay, guys want to get cussed out?
No.
It's okay. A little bit cursing. It's okay.
It's like
Curse
Edward, you know.
I'll use Edward as human shield.
A little tickling. That's all.
No, I'm with Prince here. Go ahead, Prince.
Okay, go on. Carry on.
Every asshole on the block wants to assess the situation from their own biases, paradigms, and flaws. Number one, and I've said this in the past, it is yet to be determined why October 7th happened. What was the thinking and what were the information obtained by Hamas to take such a decision? Number two, whether or not October 7th is a good or a bad thing for the Palestinian people. Things are measured by their outcomes, and these outcomes are yet to be determined. Pragmatically speaking, aside from emotions and everything that has occurred, it is not the case. We don't know if they knew what they were getting into. We don't know if they had to do despite what they're getting. But all of this will be uncovered with time. And nobody ever tells a person who is defending himself, why did you do it? You escalated the situation. It's called self-defense for a reason, and October 7th was an act of self-defense, not an act of aggression. Because there is an occupation, and there is a siege. But everybody
Mike is so clear. No, I'm just saying, Mike is so clear, like loud and crispy clear. Go on, go.
I'm done.
Shape if, and I think Edward would probably agree with this question, but if Mark is using that argument about wouldn't any country respond to having hostages with whatever kind of actions, same argument the other way around, because weren't there Palestinian law? What's the difference between the October 7th hostages and the Palestinian hostages that were before October 7th, right?
He's not here.
No, I know, but I'm just saying.
What, Shape left?
Why wouldn't you respond that way?
I'm here.
I think she was.
It's the roast of Shape. Yeah. But Prince, to finish, we were maniacking with you. Sorry. I'll respond to that.
In 1982, Israel invaded Lebanon and remains in Lebanon because a dumb bitch ambassador was assassinated in London. Does anybody believe that the assassination of a single individual warrants the invasion of an entire country and the slaughter of over 25,000 people in the year 1982 alone?
So this dumb person, she was Israeli ambassador, right, Prince?
Yeah. If I want to count the casualties post 1982, pretty sure we go up to the 70 and 80,000 Lebanese Palestinians and Syrians who were killed in Lebanon. Does the assassination of an individual warrant an invasion of an entire country? It doesn't. Which means one thing. Based on that scenario, if we run a comparative analysis of the behavior of Israel, we know that on October 7th, even if it was minimum, it would have exacted the same odds. Because these responses, the way Israel reacted on October 7th and the way Israel reacted in 1982 was not by sheer coincidence. It was premeditated. It was pre-planned. They didn't wake up on October 7th, saw the footages, and then decided to put up, wrap up a bunch of plans. No, they have a bank of targets. They know what they're going to target. They have plans of invasion. They have all this wrapped up. And between 1982 1980 and 1982, there weren't major clashes between the Palestinian and Lebanese resistance against the Israelis, aside from that assassination that happened in London. But Yasser Arafat back then said it when the Israelis signed a ceasefire for the first time, recognizing the PLO as a legitimate organization after the what was called then the Cannon War, Harb al-Madfa'iyya. He said the Israelis are going to invade Lebanon 2 years before the assassination of the ambassador, which they used as an excuse. But is that really an excuse that anybody would reasonably grasp? Killing one individual warrants an invasion of an entire country? No. And even if the ambassador was not killed, is it really difficult for them to cause a false flag attack? And if October 7th didn't happen, but we know that what we're seeing is what they wanted to happen, is it difficult for them to cause a false flag attack on Gaza and do it?
No, very easy.
Then everybody needs to shut the fuck up and not
especially after they gave them $1 billion.
About the brave men sacrificing not only themselves but also their families in the process for honor when you have no honor.
Look, I agree the time will tell, right? I agree.
But Faith,
sorry, what was your question?
Instead of sort of coming to that kind of agreeing that Hamas did something wrong, why wouldn't you use the argument that there were Palestinian hostages before October 7th? So to say that, wouldn't any country respond by this way if they had hostages? Like, can you use that same argument about the Palestinians?
No. Because I'd like to draw red lines. You know, there's certain lines that they cannot be crossed, and some of it has to do with my background. Like, for example, when Palestinian militia came up to my village in Lebanon and murdered my cousins and killed their parents and made the kids watch and then killed the kids and then burned the house on top of them. I wouldn't in any way, shape, or form want any Christian militia to extract the same kind of thing. There are red lines, okay? And the red line was crossed. And I'm not saying it was crossed by all members of Hamas. I mean, there were 1,200, 1,400 people that crossed that border, whatever the number was. But certainly, many red lines were crossed. If they conducted a strictly military operation, I would have still said it was a mistake. But unfortunately, or fortunately, I mean, I believe in drawing red lines on certain things. Because it's a very, very dark place you go when you kind of let everything be in a relative moral framing. It's very dark.
About you mentioned genocidal. How is Hamas October 7th genocidal? Or was that where you're referring to say that Hamas was genocidal or had genocidal intent?
Yeah, I mean, they've cleared their officials, like, you know. I need to be consistent in my position, so, you know, I don't want to take a weak position that says that, a group that's made genocidal statements hasn't. And the main reason I do that, number one, it's the honest truth. You know, if you want to counter and say that there are no genocidal statements made by Hamas, you know, we can dig into that. But that's the main reason. But the second reason is, I want the focus to be on this so-called nation that has so-called democracy and so-called rule of law and so-called most moral army in the world. I don't want the focus to be on Hamas. I want the focus to be on them.
Because Hamas isn't walking around saying they're the most moral militia in the world. They admit they're terrorist groups. In a sense, you actually appreciate. I have to be very careful here, but in a sense, that particular sentiment is actually more honest. To be honest, doesn't make it right, but it's more honest.
But they don't.
Sorry, Prince. Sheikh, with all due respect, this narrative that Israel has been put forward, through the Western mass media in the last 70 years or so, it's just pure and utter fake. Is false, and even acknowledging it is incorrect in my opinion. And that's just my.
Which narrative?
This narrative that they claim that they are the only democracy in Middle East, they are the most moral army in the.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. I'm not acknowledging it.
No, my point is, and I'll say this again with all due respect, to acknowledge it is to give them an advantage. I don't think we should even.
I didn't acknowledge it, Hassan. I'm mocking it.
No, I'm saying to actually base your debate and argument based on their narrative is wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Why?
Again,
Why?
With all due respect,
no, but why?
I understand what you're saying.
I think you misunderstood me, and I don't know if we have time to dive into the misunderstanding. I mean, we can.
شيخ عم تصوم؟
ليه بدي صوم؟
الله
بلا منيكي. ليك.
لا
I want to.
هلا الأسبوع الجاي بكرة رح نبلش.
طيب نلحق حالنا الليلة.
يلا لحق حالك اليوم كل اللحمة بالبراد. أنا خلص.
خيي بدنيك اختل بالراد. خيي بدنيك اختل بالراد.
يلا نيجي اختل لأنه 7
من بعد ما أنا بخلص بالبراد ما بعرفش رح يكون براد خيي. راح يكون والله شو مش
I want to know what are the genocidal statements made by Hamas.
I don't want to look them up, bro. Then you got the browser history. Next thing you know, I'm getting a knock on my door. don't do that to me.
No, but by the way, they don't call themselves.
Incognito mode.
Can the same?
I don't have NordVPN, bro.
Can the same be said about the rhetoric coming out of the PFLP during its height? At its height, can the same be said that they were genocidal?
I'd have to study what they said.
Look, if you're gonna look into the sentiments of these factions back then,
it's probably the case.
It's more extreme.
Yeah, it's probably the case.
And they were. I wouldn't categorize them as being genocidal, either one of those groups, because the rhetoric is geared towards the state as a structure and its compliances, such as the IDF.
I believe Hamas.
No. Hold on. No. The FLP targeted Jews in Europe, Zionist Jews in Europe that were not Israeli.
But you're kind of making the same.
But that doesn't mean they were genocide.
But Prince, هلا خلينا نبلش بالمانيكا a little bit, okay?
No.
No, بدك تفهم. How I was debating Mark. You have to pay attention.
No, I wasn't here for that. So
okay. So I knew he was going to try and take the position once I cornered him, that he was going to try and find quotes that suggest that the Prime Minister, Netanyahu, was just targeting Hamas.
Okay.
So I had to form my position that shows that one genocidal statement makes you a genocidal maniac. Right.
Okay.
So I wanted to neutralize the nuance and then call him out for being nuanced about something as murderous as a genocide. So anyway, that's why I did it. But there's a little prince in me in that moment, you know. I see you. What you do, you set the traps and you wait for them.
The problem, and not with you,
lurking in the bushes.
I feel like, and this is not directed to you, Shape, at all.
that the word genocide or genocidal as a adjective, it's being used in society now as a matter of fact term to describe a lot of things. It's I don't know. It's losing its potency a little bit because I'm even reading. I read science fiction, and like current science fiction has been written in late 2024 and in 2025. Characters are making comments like over something that doesn't taste very good, or this is a genocide, or this is a war crime, and things like this, and it's becoming a part of our vocabulary to say it. It's so now people are confused. What is a genocide?
Yeah, you're right.
Before.
I mean, you have Mark like using these random definitions. That's why, to be honest, at the beginning, I was very, very ignorant on what a genocide actually was. Like I was in the early days was like, well, no, there's not a genocide, because I was using this kind of, to your point, this ignorant colloquial definition. And then when I read the article too, I was like, oh fuck, man, we got a problem here. Obviously, there was a problem. I mean, the 70,000 dead innocent civilians was the problem, but like I was no longer conflicted about whether there was a genocide. All you have to do is read the Article 2 definition. By the way, like, when are these guys gonna fucking rule on the? Is that case still open?
Yeah, every couple of years.
Well, what's taking so long?
Because they have to gather a massive amount of evidence, because it's not just evidence in God. They have to gather evidence of policies and systems.
It's probably gonna turn into like the Armenian genocide, where fucking 100 years goes by and we're still not fully acknowledging it.
Why? I don't know. I should look that up. Why they haven't acknowledged that as a genocide? I think I remember looking that up, and there's a technicality or something.
I'm not sure. I think I heard that Israel was like also low key at trying to subdue the acknowledgement, which is crazy to me. But
no, they acknowledge it whenever they get mad at Turkey. They're mad at Turkey.
It's important because these people are, sort of past masters at debasing actual votes. And fortunately, genocide has a legal definition. And that's, when you, with intent, try to annihilate a group that shares a common, denominator, essentially. So each and every time, if somebody misunderstands or tries to debase the word itself, I think it's important for people who know to give the legal definition as quickly as possible, so that it is registered with them that it's not an ordinary word. It's a legal, expression essentially. And also, I believe when we are debating an issue with these people, we should call them out every time they try to debase certain expressions, certain words, and so on and so forth. Try to normalize, a horror behind debasing a word. You see,
I agree.
I think that's quite important.
By the way, according to ChatGPT, Israel still has not acknowledged the Armenian genocide, which is fucking crazy to me.
Okay, I have the answer for the Armenian genocide.
What's that?
It happened before 1948, before the UN even.
Oh, before the definition.
No, yes, but you can go back.
Came out after.
Yes, it happened in 1915 to 1917, and the Geneva Convention was 1948, and of course the UN was 1945. You can still go back, but you have to have another nation's. You have to have a nation that was a part of the League of Nations sue in order to go back to sue.
Well, the U.S. took a while, but apparently in 2021 they acknowledged it.
A lot of countries acknowledge it. But the U.S. was like a late bloomer. Sadly, wasn't until 2021, apparently.
But acknowledgement without enforcement is basically just words on paper.
I mean, they're not genociding the Armenians now.
No, in the sense of like, even with Palestine, if they acknowledge it without reparations, what good is the acknowledgement? Wouldn't you want some sort of substantive, like aid or
fair.
you know?
So the Geneva Conventions does have mechanisms for nations that have ratified. I mean, a lot of nations have ratified the Geneva Convention, and if a country is convicted of genocide, then they would have to, limit their, interaction with that nation to the most minimal amount possible.
But you see what's sinister with Israel's position on the Armenian genocide? It's like you would think of all nations that would be quick to say.
They didn't acknowledge it, by the way.
They did not, no. And they have this kind of low-key alliance with Azerbaijan.
They spoke about acknowledging it.
But they didn't, yeah.
Last year.
Yeah. Well, they get 80% of their gas from Azerbaijan and Turkey.
For all this talk about never again, and these guys stay neutral. What was it, 1 million Armenians with them? Wasn't it 1 million? Something like that?
Yeah. It goes into. I think it goes into the Knesset as they put it in as a bill, but it has to pass 3 times. It doesn't pass, so it doesn't become something that they would recognize officially. But they always do it when they're angry at Turkey. When Turkey does something they don't like, they use it for political gain.
But that's so disgusting, man. Like, why is it hard? Like, that shouldn't be something hard to do.
That's the real.
It's realpolitik, right? It's them trying to get gas, oil, and all that. So yeah, all the ethics and morals doesn't mean anything.
By the way, like how the Turks did some of the most cruel things ever.
Turks are very militant. They're very.
Like I read something where they took families and tied weights to them, like just enough to keep them kind of slowly drowning, and just let them kind of slowly drown. Just disgusting things like this.
Disgusting.
Can you eat on mute, Prince? We don't want to hear that shit.
You kept complimenting his high definition audio, and now he's
I'm sorry. Just I wanted to ask you something, Shape. Do you remember the February 14 room, right? What is it? Like yesterday's room? You were in Buttercup room?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. I was giving marriage advice, including the number one marriage advice is not to be on Clubhouse on Valentine's Day.
John Kitover got the clip of that room.
Okay.
All right. And all of a sudden, Bart comes on the stage and he's asking, "Are you Muslim? Are you this?" to Emra. Are you Muslim Israeli? Are you Mizrahi Muslim?
A Mizrahi Muslim?
Yeah, like such an idiot.
A Mizrahi Muslim.
Bart is such a fucking piece of shit. Oh my God.
First I found myself modded. I hate when I get modded, but I found myself modded. And you know what? I started having so much fun with it. You know how much fun it is to keep muting someone every time they talk?
Well, Freya knows. Talk to Freya about that. He loves it.
I kept muting the guy every single time. It was so... It's like you ever had an itch on your back?
Daniel?
Bart.
Oh my God.
You ever have an itch on your back and you finally scratch it? Like that's just sensation you get. That's what I was getting when he kept talking. I muted him over and over. Because you can't kind of hit it. Well, you got to like go 2 menus in. And I just kept doing it. It was just so satisfying.
I've never done it. What 2 menus? What's the menus?
To mute someone individually?
Yeah.
Oh, you just click on them and then you click on the dots the 3 dots, and then you mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a targeted attack. It's like you have a laser pointer on their mouth, and you just shoot a laser pointer, and out comes like a gag, and you just but the thing that makes it fun is you get to keep doing it. It's not just once.
Talk to Faya. Tell her exactly what you said. She figured out the mute button too a couple of weeks ago on Brett, and she was having the time of her life. It was
The targeted muting. I don't like the muting the whole room. Like that disrupts things. But you just keep muting one person over and over and over again. It's so good.
Amir does it to Norm.
Shape, they made it easy. By the way, Shape, Norm, the video is uploaded on my YouTube. He's defending Epstein.
Oh no.
Yep, I'll put the link in the chat. See, this is the red line is my religion. So you come for that. That's it. That's the red line. I'll put the link in the chat. This is already got 11 or 12 views. You're welcome to watch it.
Oh no, Amir. He must have really pissed you off.
I did you.
I mean, to be fair, you warned him 3 times. You said
watch, like, and comment, and subscribe to the channel.
Shape. The problem was the first time you did it, okay. Second time you did it, third time you did it, and we're talking about Epstein. Nothing to do with religion. You want to come in? I'll mock my religion. Had nothing to do with Epstein. I did not talk about Judaism, right? And that's the red line. And I said, okay. Yeah, let's play this, right? Last time I did him dirty as well with the clip that he's asking Danny for nude photos and videos. How I fucked him over.
Amir, I just clicked on it. You have a fucking production now. You have a fucking.
Yeah, you see, you like it?
Professional. That's so professional, man.
Very professional. So, guys, I put the link in the chat. This is Norman Green on this app. This is a fresh new room. He's welcome to come in and defend, and he can watch this show as well. I worked on it for a little bit, and you know how it is. We got to do it professional, man. You know?
I didn't realize that almost when I went to his room on Friday that he made me mod, and everybody was yelling at me, and I'm, doing my own thing.
And but Daniel wanted you to move that person down, but you didn't move the person down.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell? And then, no, he didn't say move. Like, he said, Edward, are you going to do something about this? What the fuck am I going to do? Like, it's none of my business, I didn't know that was, he almost made me mod and then just went to bed. And so I moved him down. No, but I did move him down, almost kept moving them up, almost like the content. So finally I threw him out the room. I threw him out the room, whoever that person was.
I don't know, bro. It's just Amo's rooms, it gets really crazy.
Yeah, but I cooked Daniel and Sergio really good.
I put the link in the chat, Edward. Check it out. And this is what I did with Norm. And there's another clip that's supposed to come out probably today or tomorrow. I actually used the AI technology, not gonna lie. Norm is running away from resistance. Resistance.
That's funny. That's funny.
Like actual Norm.
That's funny.
So I got the access to the AI, proper AI now channel. I'm gonna be fucking, doing some things on Norm. I'm coming for Norm. Because, you don't come and fuck with me, right? Especially with my religion, that's a red line for me. That's it.
So there's a link I dropped earlier when Benny Olive was in the room that you should put in your link tree, Amir. It's a timeline of U.S. Positions.
Edward, I looked into it. I think he was right on this. Let me read it out to you.
What I'm asking you is if you could take a look at this and put it in because it goes through from the 1980s. Early 80s all the way up to, I believe, current of executive orders and things like this that the U.S. has done against Palestinians.
So, when I looked into it, this is what my perplexity gave me, right? Because I like to fact check shit. Even this morning, we had that brother Yara. He made a claim that F-35 or something. America, did not want to sell it because of Israel, or didn't sell it to Saudi Arabia. because of Israel. I looked it up. It did sell to Saudi Arabia.
When did it sell? Must have been recent.
So he said that. So that's claim was. That's claim was that the America blocked the sale of F-35 to Saudi Arabia, this and that, because of Israel, and I looked it up. It did not.
When did they? Because it must have been after MBS's visit here to the U.S.
So it says, no, the U.S. did not block Saudi Arabia from buying F-35 jets under President Trump. It approved sales as part of a major 2025 defense deal despite past hurdles and Israeli objections. So he did approve it. No, it's just because, look, in this room, I hate the propaganda. You see what I'm saying? We have people, bro, I don't know, even yesterday, I respect the Yada, right? But yesterday he made some claims and I had to freaking fact check it, bro. And
maybe he was talking about
that brother is but that brother is a pro China taking over Taiwan. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm 100% against China taking over Taiwan.
No, I believe in the people, Edward. So the people, their survey is done. There's the things back and forth. The surveys are done. The surveys, a lot of people that live on that land, whether they're Chinese, Taiwanese, whatever you want to call them, they do not want to be part of China. So now, if they don't want to be part of China, then we go with the people, right? What the people want.
But if China owns that land,
it's disputed. That's what the online is saying.
Yeah. So Taiwan is not in the UN. The UN doesn't consider Taiwan a nation.
I know, but the U.S. I think U.S. is just like Golden Heights was recognized by the U.S. I think U.S. is sort of like trying to get in the way over there. U.S. should stay the fuck out of it, right? Let them deal with their own problems and let the people decide.
So you were going to say that this Olive character was right about the U.S. not knowing
I'll read it out to you. What Perplexity gave me. Okay, I'll read it out to you. When this bitch was here, a fucking cunt. And Prince, I got your back on this. You know what I said to him? I said, "Have you worked on the idea before?" He got triggered and he started cursing me out.
Olive pie.
No, I don't think he's a.
I think he's a drug dealer.
No, I said,
He is a drug dealer. He said it to us in a room with a bunch of introduced him. So he came to me. He apologized for cussing my family out. I introduced him to a bunch of 48ers.
Excuse me, Prince, brother.
أبو مهند ما يخليك والله ما يخليك.
اسمع هو من الرملة؟
English bro, English.
ما سألته أنا من الرملة بعرف
English.
So, we were talking about the situation of 48, and we were talking about the crimes. And then he said that he used to be a criminal belonging to a gang selling drugs. And he got jailed for it. I don't know how long he was jailed. And then crazy psychotic, I'm like, oh, he's doxing. How the fuck did I dox him?
Well, I mean, you could tell by the way he talks.
In general, Prince, be careful, almost those people who got educated from our brothers in 1948, the Palestinian who have the Israeli passport, always they are, I don't know, what do you call this? Mdala'in.
I don't know.
Spoiled.
That's why I told him.
No, their thing is dirty. They think themselves, above the others. They know more than the others. This is their weakness. I know them.
No, Amir, what you said.
Let me read it out to you. Let me read it out to you. I said, did America knew about Oslo? It says, no, the U.S. government was not aware of the secret Oslo Accords negotiations until shortly before their public reveal in late August 1993. Negotiation secrecy. The Oslo I Accord stemmed from clandestine talks between Israel and the PLO in Norway starting January 1993. brokered by Norwegian diplomats without U.S. involvement to bypass stalled public channels like Madrid. U.S. officials, including the Clinton administration, learned of the draft only after it was finalized in mid-August 1993, when Israeli and Palestinian reps flew to Washington seeking endorsement.
So So here's where I would say I would disagree.
America,
the U.S. not
was opposed.
Absolutely. The reason that the U.S. would deny it until it was signed is because Clinton was a brand new president in his first term in '92, so he couldn't risk a failure.
Not because of that. Not because of that.
It is because of that. That's how politics work. That's how politics work here in the U.S.
Listen, please, Edward, please. It was, a preparation after Madrid meeting. It was, the first thing they start talking after Intifada, the first Intifada. They start appearing in the West Bank some leaders. Al-Husseini, many leaders.
He's not talking about.
Listen, please.
We're not. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was talking about.
This is the real story.
But it's a story. It's a story
Chairman Arafat, when the things get serious, first of all, the beginning, he give them, a green light to talk.
But that's not what we were discussing.
This is a real story, brother.
No, that's not the story that we were. It's a real story, but it's not a story.
He's not involved. He alone is not involved direct with the negotiations.
We understand. It's understood. But the U.S. not knowing is impossible, especially Norway being a Western nation. It's of course they knew. And the U.S. had a stranglehold on U.S. Israeli-Palestinian.
Excuse me, I speak it in Arabic. Prince, القيادة البديلة لما بلشت تتشكل فيصل الحسيني والشباب لما بلشت تتشكل القيادة الحسيني
Keep it in English, bro. This English room. Come on, man.
يا برنس والله أنا بعرف التاريخ.
It's English room. English room.
He doesn't know how to express himself.
Yeah, it's okay. Just leave it and go to the Arabic room. Go mood. I don't like your fucking energy anyways. You like the booty clap for the Zionist scumbags. You were better booty clapping for Benny Olive earlier. Fucking giving him thumbs up, heart symbol, and this and that. I'm like, what in the fucking world this guy is?
From a room, very beautiful room.
Okay, scumbag.
Do you know what he told me a minute earlier? He told me I have people where he lives, where Benny Olive lives.
Yeah.
Bro, I wouldn't take, anything that comes out of movies. Just a bullshitter.
No.
One night he wants to sleep with Amos in his bed, and one night he wants me to come over there sleep in his bed. Fucking disgusting.
Come, you still have the opportunity, Amir.
No, I don't want that. I don't want it.
Come on.
I'm not gay.
I give you last. You have until 24 hours only.
Well, thank you. I'm not gay.
24 hours.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
He wants me to come in. He was telling Amos to come in. He's sleeping in his bed.
Stupid. Amir, you don't know. Like we Arab, men like each other.
يا مود حفوا عنانا روح حفوا عنانا يا حبيبي.
You don't understood. We always understood. Like we always understood.
يا مود روح جيب لك غصن نعناع حفوا عليه وروق شوي.
Prince, you love men.
What's he is I don't.
على عيني والله يا برنس.
I don't think he's saying that.
حبيبي والله.
What is why? I mean, I went to listen to the video. I come back to this. What is?
Did you like the video? Did you like it?
I mean, it's very.
Did you like the introduction? It was good with the disclaimer. Did you watch Norm's video?
I watched.
No. It's in the chat. Check it out. It's he's defending Epstein.
Listen. I just kicked out Eleanor. You know Eleanor?
Who?
Eleanor.
No. Who's Eleanor?
Amir. You know him. The Jew, the Zionist.
She's not Eleonora? Eleanor? She's not
Zionist. He have pictures with Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, Norm.
No, man, I kick him out from my room now.
Norm Sada,
I make him silly, you know.
I don't know, bro. This guy is something else. Anyways, so Shape, you like the introduction? I think I should add some more to it, huh?
It was high quality production. I mean,
I need to go up on the P, the 480p to 76720.
I mean,
brother, I just introduced myself. I am a Palestinian from Nablus.
But like you took it to a different level now. It looks like
I took it to a different level? More professional, right?
Huh?
Yeah, more professional, yeah.
I think I should add some of those emotions as well. Like every time they make a stupid claim or whatever, like a laughing.
You know what you could do? There are apps where you could do like a podcast.
Yeah.
And have like a fake news reporter.
So I have a question for you guys. Amir, I have a question for you, bro. You seem pretty knowledgeable.
You just cut somebody off.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, your question's gonna be good. I know. Go ahead.
I hope so. No, it's not gonna be good. It's just gonna be a very simple question.
Go ahead.
It's a simple question because I don't know what's going on. But like, is there really a genocide going on in Iran?
No, there's no genocide, but it's a massacre, you could say, but not genocide.
So like, I don't know because like I don't know what to believe because I don't believe Trump or Netanyahu, but then people also told me not to believe the pro-Iran news channels too. So like I'm just confused.
The problem is it's this matter in Iran. It's very complex. A lot of the things we can't freaking rely on, but certain things. We've seen some videos. We could say that yes, they did torch some of the mosques over there, and they're people that are protesting. They're really, truly protesters versus rioters. People that are like you have influence coming in from Mossad, you have influence coming in from CIA, you have influence coming from the Pahlavi supporters. So they, some of these people, they want this son of Shah to come back. The son of Shah lives here in America, and a couple of days ago, he asked Trump, he was begging Trump that there's a last chance to, bury the IRGC, right? And a lot of these people, you'll see them, they support Israel and they support Iran. They support Reza Pahlavi to come back. And this guy, the son of Shah, hasn't been to Iran in about 40 years, right? Doesn't have the credential, doesn't know how to fucking run the system. And he wrote a book on this recently, not too long ago. He wants to... he's going to be the transitioning body. He'll go in and he'll transition. So he's selling this fucking narrative to everybody, and I'm just going to be the transition body. Look, I don't support IRGC or Reza Pahlavi, but I do not want to go from one dictator to another, especially American puppet. Pahlavi is an Israeli and American puppet.
Obviously, I'm not for Israel. Fuck Israel for life, but like... What I've heard was that once the Islamic regime drops, there's going to be a lot of U.S. sanctions going to be removed. It's going to be better ties with the Middle East or something like that. Do you think, or it's going to be like Iraq?
It's going to open up a can of worms, like a different type of can of worms. They're going to set up military base like what they're doing in Iraq. Iraq is still under occupation, and they're going to chop that Iranian land into like 5-10 parts. Israel might take over some of the part, and they might even bomb the shit out of all the military bases, like what happened in Syria after they toppled Bashar al-Assad, which was a fucking genocide leader. Relate to the Reza Pahlavi will come around, and he'll be told to freaking put down everything. The hypersonic missile program, the nuclear program, the fucking the proxies, everything. All the defense, you got to put it down. So you can't attack back, you can't fight back. You pretty much bend over and get fucked and raped in the ass, which I'm against it.
Yeah, but what if they want to be fucked in the back? Why won't you let them? If that's what people want.
That's true. But the thing is, Tiger, my position is very strong, and I hate these people. So forget about that. The other thing that that bothers me is Islamophobia coming out of these disgusting people's mouth. You know what I'm saying? So much Islamophobia all over the internet. Just like you had that guy from your side, he was spewing a whole bunch of bullshit about Islam. I had to remove him out of the room. Lion, did you want to say something? I mean, he's from China. Go on, Lion. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, it's not from China.
Yeah, Lion wanted to say something. Go on.
A lot of the Iranian taxpayers' money is being used to attack Sunnis. The government of Iran, please let me finish. The government of Iran spends the Iranian people's money by giving it to the Houthis to attack Sunnis. So a new government in Iran will stop spending any taxpayer dollars on war on the Sunni. That means more money in the pocket of the Iranian people.
Okay.
Does anyone know
where did Lion go? I know Lion.
Does anyone know who the Sunnis are?
Yeah. So Lion, by the way, I think your information is incorrect. Respectfully, I think you need to get your facts straight. I don't know where do you get your facts. I know you buy into mainstream media bullshit, right? A lot of Americans have been indoctrinated. Some of the Americans, they're dumb retards. They're fucking dumbass motherfuckers. Don't have a clue what's happening in the Middle East. They just buy into mainstream media bullshit. They don't know the facts. When you actually look up the facts or you cross-check it with mainstream media and fucking even ChatGPT will tell you that what they're spewing on fucking TV is all bullshit. Even Trump said it is fake news, fake news. At least get your facts straight, man, instead of making up bullshit. You come up on the stage, and this is why I hate fucking bullshitters. And some of the Americans I came across, dumb retards, man. Fucking dumbass motherfuckers. Don't know shit about the Middle East.
I'm just confused. I just be confused. That's why I asked the question, because I'm so confused, right? Because I have Persian friends. They told me not to look at the pro-Iran news, but then they also told me not to listen to Trump. Then who are you looking? Then who are you listening to when it comes to the media? Then, like, where are you getting your information from?
Nowadays, MJ, you gotta look at the Twitter, but the Twitter thing is you have to make sure be careful because there's a lot of AI shit as well, and verified with the news sources. The way I look at, I'll give you one example. So when I'm talking about Israel or Palestine, so I look at Times of Israel, I look at Haaretz, and I even look at Jerusalem Post. And then I look at the Palestinian sources as well. Yeah. So I'll give you one example. This happened to me, I don't know, a few months ago. There was one kid that got arrested for throwing a rock at an IDF truck. Now, Times of Israel reports said that, yes, he threw a rock at the truck. That's why he got arrested. But coming from Palestinian sources, like his dad testimony, he said, no, that's not true. They're claiming this and that. Nothing happened. Blah, 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 and whatever. So then you got to find a common ground. The truth is hidden somewhere in the middle. Like you put this and this together, then you could probably say that, yeah, maybe there was something happened. That's why they arrested the kid.
So my Persian friends told me not to trust this girl named Bushra Sheikh, which is like probably, and they're talking so much shit about her. They're saying that she's a terrorist sympathizer. Who is she? She was like she's a broadcaster, right? Like a podcaster, and she went to Iran to report on it, and then.
Is she on this app?
She's on Twitter. She's very known for. She's very outspoken.
Is she Iranian?
She's Pakistani, but she's a very big reporter.
Let me pull up
from the UK.
Hold on.
Bushra Sheikh.
She's from the UK. Is she Shia or Sunni?
I have no idea, but she is Muslim.
Bushra Sheikh. I'm just trying to find her profile.
I'll send it. Oh, by the way, Amir, be careful. Yo, what you're doing is God's work. Amazing. I applaud you for that. But like, be careful because like I read an article or something. There's some Mossad agents or some shit in your room.
Oh, that was made up. So Bibi made it up. Did you see that post, Jake? Did you see it?
What the fuck? Yeah, bro. I got sent that in my DM saying, "Yo, be careful." I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, did you see the article, Jake?
Are you trolling?
No, did you see it?
No, but
you must be trolling.
I got sent the article.
He's trolling, bro. He's trolling.
No,
I actually got sent the article though.
Shape, I'm gonna back channel you the picture.
Can you? Actually, I've seen it. Can you imagine that the Mossad is fucking wasting their resources listening to our stupid banter, bro?
You honestly,
it'd actually be a good distraction. Like it's a good technique to have them.
I'm not gonna lie. Like maybe I'm paranoid. Maybe I'm doing this, but I feel like Rose, you're a good person. You spoke up for what was up. I feel like it's giving Mossad agent for some reason. I don't know why. Because like, how you live in Israel, but you still standing up for or being anti-Zionist?
You're getting Mossad vibes now.
It's Mossad agent vibes, bro. Honey pot vibes.
The term we use in this room is that's a little Mossadi.
That's a little Mossadi, you know what I mean? Because like, how you gonna like? I don't understand because if you're anti-Zionist, bro, the first step you should do is get the hell out of Israel.
But she was born and raised over there, so look, MJ. Prior to 48, there were Jews that lived with, that coexisted with Muslims and Christians on that land. Okay. And so there were Jews there were certain Jews that were against establishment of this state called Israel. Okay.
Yeah.
And some people they went along with the Zionist narrative. And at one point, slowly, there's a small movement inside Israel that has become anti-Zionist. They want to coexist with Palestinians. You see what I'm saying? Like they did prior to 1948. So she wants to coexist with the Palestinian. So she's half Arab, and she's half I don't know. I think maybe Mizrahi.
She's half Arab.
She's half Arab. You know what Mizrahis are, right?
Yeah, Mizrahis are
Arab. They're Arab. Yeah, Mizrahis are Arabs.
Oh, I mean, what's your background, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't share this because there's somebody that's streaming my room right now. You see that red flower at the bottom? You see he's just streaming it directly on YouTube. I live rent-free in a Zionist head. So he's a Zionist scomeback, right? His name is John Kitover. He was investigated by for the campaign fraud in one of the states. He was running for some mayor bullshit.
I'm blocked by Out Normal and Mr. Jeff from Clubhouse.
How did you get so lucky?
It's a badge of honor, I know. Because I posted this exact picture and they got offended.
Okay, but here, if you see a Norm in any of the rooms, just save this link and give it to him. Tell him, why were you defending Epstein?
Bro, someone told me that his wife is in the Epstein files. Our Normal's wife is in the Epstein files.
I don't know about that, but I put the link in the chat. You can save it and give it to Norm whenever you see him.
Honestly, Amir, my honest intention was to have him clarify and obviously state.
My evil intention was to expose him.
No, dude, I did not.
Oh, Amir, this is fire. This is amazing.
My honest intention, I literally, when you told me what he was doing, like basically defending directly and indirectly Epstein, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, no. I mean, he's not that kind of guy. And man, I was wrong, bro.
Yeah, but
like, I gave him so many chances to just simply clear the record.
I told you.
He refused.
Yeah.
I wasn't even trying to trap him. I was just trying to have an honest discussion where I'm like, of course, come on, let's move on. You're a father. Like, we all know this is bad. Like, let's not tarnish his name. And he refused. He started saying, well, she was one day before her 18th birthday. My God.
That was a lie. Anyways, Jindip is here. What's up, Jindip? Jindip, the shape is trying to protect the sewer rat, Norman Green. I put the video in the chat. Jindip, I would like you to check it out. I don't think you were in the room. He was defending Epstein, and it's coming from World Affairs Forum production team.
I wouldn't say protect.
No, he was protecting. He was defending that shit with his life.
Did you expect anything less from
Shape was protecting or defending?
I mean, maybe I'm an optimist, but I couldn't believe that there would be any man on this planet other than Epstein's lawyer.
There was another guy on Clubhouse in Mr. Jeff's room. If you know who Mr. Jeff is, he's in the Jeff Epstein of Clubhouse.
We know Mr. Jeff from Algeria. He's actually a Mizrahi Jew. We know him. He's a Zionist scumbag, and he's a Islamophobe. He ran out of content, so he likes to mock religion. It's a normal thing. He has been here multiple times, and he thinks that I'm beneath him. He only wants to talk to somebody with the American accent. That's what it is. So he's a disgusting animal. By the way, John Kitover, you could forward it to Jeff. All right, I know you're son of a whore. That likes to see on YouTube. Anyways, Jindip, what's up with you?
How do you know this? How do you know they're recording?
We know. We have intelligence. If you can kindly mute up, I want to talk to Jindip for a second. Yeah, we have a team, a whole full team behind the
Bro,
screen.
how many you?
Jitendra, are you there?
Are y'all hiring? Are y'all hiring?
Not right now. Not right
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
now. How you doing, Jitendra? You okay?
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing all right. What you been up to?
Not a whole lot. Why? Sounds something important. You gonna tell me something important? What's up?
Something important was about the Norm defending Epstein, and then we have.
Man, he's giving you so much content with that. Like it's been at least what 11 days you've been talking about that.
Listen, I think I watched Ellen Dershowitz talking about the same subject, and Ellen Dershowitz was making the same points, that he was not convicted of being a pedophile, but he was, basically having sexual affairs with a woman who was underage, a day shy of her 17th or 18th birthday, something to that effect. You know, the twisted logic of lawyery conversation. So, but I don't expect anything less from the sewer rat from New York, the so-called Il Normo. He's a sewer rat. He's the only person I blocked on this app. He's a sewer rat. He's disliked. He's despised. He's the kind of character who's
I got blocked by him. So
okay.
I got blocked by him, and it's a badge of honor. You know, it's a badge of honor because like he got so triggered with his photo that he actually blocked me.
He has no dog in the game. He's just he's just what he is. He's just a filthy piece of shit.
Jindab, who do you find more pervertedly problematic? El Normo or Amos?
No, Amos is actually Amos is crazy. He's an old, but he's a decent guy. Amos is.
You don't get perv vibes from Amos?
Well, he's a preview. He tells you up front that I'm a sick person. He tells you up front. Okay. He's always talking about that issue. But overall, I think he's a decent guy.
He's a simple guy. Other than the pervert part.
Yeah, he's other than he's okay. He's a decent person. He can get emotional.
He's a decent pervert.
Yeah, but he's okay.
Shake, why do you have a problem with perverts? I mean, oh my God.
I usually do have a problem with people like
we're not talking about Epstein level perversion here. We're talking about normal perversion.
This garden variety old man perversion.
Yeah, you'll be soon. You know.
Hey, no way, bro. Some of us have daughters. No way.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you had only sons. I don't know why I would have thought you had only sons.
Because I'm so manly?
No, that's not it at all. I'm trying to think of it. But Amos is not really the worst. The enemy. I think.
Okay, I haven't asked you this question in a while. Who are your top 3 Zionists on Clubhouse?
To me, Zionism is the enemy. So I don't know if I have a top 3 unless you.
Okay, let me widen it. Top 3 Jewish people on Clubhouse.
Buttercup, M. Rose.
Wait, M. Rose is an anti-Zionist. Why are you?
I widened it. I widened the criteria.
He said Jews.
Your least favorite?
Top 3.
No,
top 3.
Yeah.
Oh, top 3. Okay.
And then we'll do Iranians. Although I don't think I know more than you, Taco.
Taco is my number 3 Jew.
I'm gonna put Wayfan up there.
I'm joking.
Taco, Wayfan, and maybe another honorable mention.
Oh yeah, Taco, Wayfan, and
is Soren Iranian?
Nargis. Soren.
Nargis. Yeah, Nargis is up.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Please don't. Please don't group me with those 2 guys.
Soren he's got a personality on him. I like his personality.
I'm glad he's back.
I would say Mazi. Forget.
Mazi, of course.
Because Nargis is a shapeshifter, people pleaser. So I would say Mazi, Taco, and the top 3 Iranian. Which is the other one? I think Wayfed is okay. He's very controversial. Yesterday he tried to trigger, I think Tiger and other people because he lives in Taiwan. He came for the China.
Well, Wei Fang is also, I think, a scientist. So his thinking is, you know, a little different. It's, you know how some those people are. He's very, you know, involved in computer science and things like this. I think it was computer science, so it might have been chemistry. So he's different.
Okay.
But I know.
So your top three is Buttercup, Emrose, and Yigal. Yigal, Yaakov.
See, but they're Zionists. They're Zionists. I don't.
You can't do a Zionist.
No, I used to, but now my rule is, you know, we're at war with Zionism. We were at war with Israelis or Israel. You know, Palestinians. But now I believe that we are at war with Zionism. And if we can destroy Zionism, then, you know, that would bring us to a peaceful solution for Palestinians.
You don't like my extreme radical Zionism narrative?
What narrative?
I'm trying to make the case to create a term called radical Zionism.
Oh, I see. And separate the two?
Yeah.
My problem is the Zionism has already changed. The definition of it has changed to most people around the world. So Zionism is already radical. And people perceive it as a radical ideology.
There's something very kind of nuanced and tricky about adding radical X. Like it, I mean, obviously it's happened with people in Islam, but like you create a word association, right? If you repeat it enough, and you kind of say it's an emerging property of the X.
We could make it an ism, but it's already Zionism. It's already an ism.
No, but you see, when you say radical whatever, it kind of infers that the whatever's created it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like fighting fire with fire, you know?
True, but I think that only works really with like religion, you know, and I don't know if it would work with ideology, because ideology is either radical or it's not. I could be wrong about that, though.
But the problem that you have when you kind of take the position against Zionism is you have to like really go deep, because someone else will say, well, no, it's just the wish for a Jewish homeland.
Yeah, so that project has been completed, so there's no need for Zionism then. That's why I changed my position on this.
Oh, so you create a you mean it's an implied neo-Zionism?
That's a good one.
Like it's a new kind of Zionism.
Yeah, neo-Zionists. That's good. I like that.
You like that?
I like that.
It's more technically accurate.
It is, and it's also.
Can you two go get a room?
Good evening, guys.
Only if you join us.
You know, Zionism has not come to the idea, or the project of Zionism has not come to fruition yet, as of yet.
But the Jews or the Zionists say it has. If they say it is a creation of a Jewish homeland, then I would argue back. Oh, so the Zionism project is complete. So therefore, there's no need for a Zionist ideology. That's where That's why I say it that way. You see what I'm saying as a talking point? But I understand what you're saying. It hasn't, because their objective is not just Israel.
No, it's not that. Even within the boundaries of Palestine, Zionism is based. The idea of Zionism, and for it, I mean, Zionism is a project of settler colonialism. I mean, you can. And you can say the objective. It is a project of settler colonialism. Zionism is being used as a tool, as a justification, creating a story that justifies the project. The story is that this land is for the Jewish people, and we know that, right? Now, why do I say that it hasn't come to fruition yet? Because in order for Zionism to prevail, three things have to happen. Number one, they have to usurp the overwhelming majority of Palestine, and they have done that. They have managed successfully now to take de facto, like officially and unofficially, 90% of historic Palestine physically. This has succeeded, number one. Number two, declaring or changing the status quo for Jerusalem so it becomes the eternal capital of the Jews. And they have semi-succeeded in that. Number three is for Jews to be the overwhelming majority in the land between the river and the sea. And this has not taken place yet. And because of this, it has not come to fruition. Before October 7th, they were actually in a dilemma. That they were, and why do I say that? Because the idea of Zionism, this whole project is a criminal, genocidal project, and it was going to be a matter of time until the world will stop supporting them. Even Jews themselves will not want this idea of settler colonialism. So they were racing against time. They wanted to kick as many Palestinians as possible so they can complete the project, basically. And then you have Gaza. Until now, still, I mean, Palestinians are still in Gaza. Yes, a lot of them have been killed. Many are wanting to leave, but still it has not. I mean, we are like teetering, like the end of it. We don't know what will happen to the West Bank. Things now, I mean, they have the winning card in a way, but it's not over yet. Do you understand? I mean, you understand?
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
So in this sense, yeah, it has not come to fruition yet.
So when I'm talking to Zionists, though, you're right. And when I'm talking to Zionists, I would argue, if they tell me that, what Zionism is, they're not going to use what you're saying. They're going to say that it's the homeland of the Jewish people.
I'm exposing Zionists.
No, I know, but I'm saying, for me, when I talk to Zionists, I'd rather say, and it depends on the audience. If it's the homeland for the Jewish people, which is what they claim, and I'll say, well, the project is complete. You have a homeland for the Jewish people. So Zionism, is not needed anymore. And then they have to get into with me, why Zionism is still needed, and that gets into the nuances of what the real Zionist project is all about. But I use it as a strategy.
Yeah.
I don't. Zionism itself is to me, a radical ideology. But using the word neo-Zionist.
It's not radical, it is a criminal ideology. Not only, because radical is good, actually. A radical can be either way.
True, but the average person would say radical.
Genocidal ideology. The very idea of settler colonialism is genocidal. It's predicated on removing natives to make room for the settlers. It worked in the past, but now the world will frown upon this. Even a lot of young Jews now will not accept that. I guarantee it, if there is peace inside Israel, give it a year or two, you will find a lot of Israelis standing against that. A lot of humans will not accept something like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also,
separating the camps, Zionists and neo-Zionists, which I like that term because it's very negative here in the U.S. It's a very negative term. Also in Europe, like neo-Nazis, you know. I think if that narrative becomes prevalent, it would force Zionists to separate in terms of, okay, I'm not this kind of Zionist. I'm not a neo-Zionist. I'm, you know, only a peaceful Zionist. I'm only, you know, I believe in peaceful coexistence. It forces them into a box because they don't want to admit everything you just said. That's not something the Zionists are going to admit.
Of course they're not. Of course they will not. I mean, that's. I mean, at the end of the day.
So then give them choices: peaceful, or radical, or like neo-Zionists.
In my opinion, and this is my. In my opinion, now, the best way inside Palestine, you know, the whole land between the river and the sea, Palestinians should not use armed like in a organized manner, because if they do it, they will give a pretext to the Israelis to continue doing what they're doing. But if they stop doing that, you see, I mean, the whole idea of Israel is a big lie, but the world is unable to see it because the water is not clear.
Yeah.
You know, because of all of these, the noise. I mean, they like to create noise.
We have to clean up our, some of the traitors first, right, as well. Some of them are fucking traitors. Like today, that guy was here, and there's other ones out there as well. They really use Zionist talking point, claim to be Palestinian, and those I look at them as traitors.
Yeah, I mean, you have to separate between you have to, there are, I am talking about, I see what you're saying, I agree with you. I mean, I've met people like this. I focus on strategy, you know?
Yeah, there's a time
I
for
say that because we have, for us as a Palestinian people, we have the right to defend our land in any way possible. And this is only a matter of a strategy. In the 70s, when Palestinians had an organized army, now the people who you are talking about maybe will be against it. But in the 70s, it was a good strategy for Palestinians to fight using weapons, because it was more feasible. We had a sanctuary, a land, Lebanon, and we had the people of Lebanon. Majority of them supported, and not just supported, also were involved. You know, yeah. I mean, that's so. Now, I say that as a strategy for us to defeat Zionism, to defeat the idea of Israel. I think Israel now is hiding behind this noise that it's concocting, you know, that there is terror, this, violence, all of that, you know, and they're able to hide behind it. And therefore the world is unable to actually see Israel the way, the real Israel, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's a time for armed resistance. I think we needed armed resistance. And there's a time for allowing Israel to show, really show its true colors and making sure that the Palestinian narrative is one of a peaceful, what would be the word?
Yeah. So I'm not talking about peace. It's a matter of a strategy, you know?
No, I'm saying the narrative needs to, Palestinians need to be seen as ones that want to have a peaceful resolution. So there is a time for armed resistance. There's also a time for diplomatic
resistance and geopolitical resistance. And I think
it's not, basically, it is not, we are unable to use arms because we don't have the means. This is the only reason. If the minute we have the means, we have the right, the legal right, the human right. It's a right. Any oppressed people have the right to fight. To use weapons. I mean, it's not. This is a right. It's not like the minute it happened. Like, let's say, I don't know. Like, you have Jordan, for instance. I mean, just the minute that these means become available, then of course this option should be exercised, right?
But what, like now in Gaza, Israel is taking more of Gaza. What if they restart the genocide? I mean, when you agree that Hamas should fight back, the resistance should fight back?
They cannot fight back. I mean, how can they?
They fought back for 3 years.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you cannot. You don't. I would just. I mean, the whole time I talk to people in Gaza, I mean, you cannot imagine the depth of the agony, the destruction.
Well, yeah.
You can't. I mean.
So because I have to tell you that
it's so disproportionate. It's just unbelievable. It's almost like, I mean,
what doesn't answer the question. Yeah. Shouldn't we as Palestinians defend ourselves against violence from Israel?
Yes, of course.
So Hamas should fight back if Israel starts the genocide.
If Israel anytime starts go in and attacks, people have the right to defend themselves. Yes, of course. If I was there with my family, I will try to defend my family with all means, because I'm going to be dead anyway. And so it's a natural thing, of course. Yes. Yeah.
I think what's keeping Hamas from not attacking back per se. I think they've been conducting very clandestine operations in Gaza against Israeli soldiers who have been firing back. So it's a low-level escalation, but it's a very fine line or rope that you're walking at this stage. When is armed resistance over? When is diplomatic resistance start? And they kind of both overlap sometimes.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to. I mean, we have to be smart.
Yes,
PR matters a lot. How any story is perceived is very, very important. Perception is manufactured. It's not reality. There's a difference between perception and reality. Yes. Perception is something that is concocted. Let me give you an example. Back in 1982, when Israel was going to invade Lebanon.
Yeah.
At the time, Ehud Barak was an army general, and Sharon was the Minister of Defense.
Why is he? I thought he was a colonel.
No, Sharon was the Minister of Defense, and that's why they blamed him for the Sabra and Jatila, if you remember, right? This is why he was implicated, because he was the Minister of Defense.
I thought he was on the ground, wasn't he?
He visited. No, he wasn't on the ground. He was the Minister of Defense, but he would go, and he would visit after different times he would go and visit. And when Beirut, when the Israelis entered Beirut, he went there a day before the massacre of Sabra and Jatila, for instance. He was there on the ground, for instance. So what Ehud Barak does, he writes a letter to Sharon, encouraging him and is encouraged to attack Syria, to invade, to attack Syria. And in the letter, he is telling him, Like, this is an opportune time for us now to attack Syria. But of course, how are we going to do it? Okay, now they have to manufacture, a perception. They say, well, we can engage in like small shelling, like, missiles here and there, and then something happens, and then we show the world, or like the United States, like Israel has attacked us, and then this would, like, we will build excuses that will help us attack Syria. We should take that advantage of it. The point here is that they will not go into any war without creating a pretext, without setting up a perception, They will not do it, you see? And by the way, this letter was published in the Hamas magazine, newspaper. It's a well-known document, basically. A letter was written for real by Ehud Barak to Sharon, and it shows you basically. The point again. I'm sorry for keep reiterating that Israel will always try, and not just Israel, any country will always look for a pretext before it commits a crime. So what I'm saying, in reality, before engaging in any war, you want to see how are you going to put up, stand up to this monster, because the world is not going to look at you as weak. The world is going to look at you as the same, like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you better be prepared, basically, if you are going to go into war, or otherwise there will be consequences, deadly consequences, almost like, yeah.
What do you think of this Board of Peace meeting in D.C.? What do you think will come out of it? Anything?
To be honest with you, I don't watch daily news myself.
It's supposed to be on the 19th.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, you can tell me. I'm not aware of it.
All I know is the Board of Peace is supposed to have the first meeting on the 19th.
Is this the technocratic
well, the Board of Peace.
Oh, yeah. The one that Israel now became a member.
Yes.
Yeah. So they are meeting, yeah.
We're supposed to have more information about how things are going to be done, and just more details.
If you look at it on the ground, I was talking to some guys now from Gaza. Israel until now is not allowing anything to enter.
Yep.
And they're only allowing up to 60 people to enter Gaza. Only 60 people.
I have a question for you, Brother Samud. Do you believe the America knew about the Oslo Accord 1?
What is it again?
Did America know about the Oslo Accord, like the first one?
When it first started.
Didn't Bill Clinton find out later on?
About what? About Oslo? The whole Oslo Accord?
Yeah.
Well, the idea of the Oslo Accord, the idea of a two-state solution, different parties started preparing for it from the early 80s. The ones who actually set it up and everything are Palestinians here in America, like Edward Said, Hisham Sharabi, Rashid Khalidi, a lot of Palestinian intellectuals in America, and also many members from the PLO. This started actually in the late 70s, but in an overt, in secrecy. But then in the early 80s, it became almost known that they are preparing for it. Late 80s, and So no, I doubt that. Of course, the Americans knew about that. There is going to be a peaceful negotiation. Israel, right after 1967, it opened the ground, you can say, for a quote-unquote peaceful negotiation over the areas that occupied in 1967. And it did one part of it with Egypt, and now you have Syria and Palestinians, right? I don't know. Did I answer your question? I mean, I would be surprised that Bill Clinton wasn't aware of it.
Me here?
And I wasn't, and also I didn't know that.
But according to the idiot we had in here earlier, that idiot, he's a 48er. He claimed that Bill Clinton found out later, like down the path. No, America wasn't aware of it. It was a secret. And then I looked up on the AI. The AI agrees with his narrative.
No, I mean, you see, yeah, I mean, maybe part of it, okay, like the actual, how the Oslo Accord, like how it was written, like the ones who actually sat down for the Oslo Accord, how it is going to be written, yes, could be, it did take place behind closed doors. Even members from the PLO, a lot of members were not aware of it, and this is why some of them resigned, and some others became very angry at Yasser Arafat, like Edward Said and Rashid Khalidi in America. It's like, I mean, we were working on this, and then behind our backs, like Edward Said was like behind our backs, you were actually working with some Israelis and finalizing the whole thing without even taking our advice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it could be like maybe like how, like the actual shape, how it was shaped. But the idea of a two-state solution, the idea of negotiating, peaceful negotiation, no, I'm sure 100%. I mean, come on, George Shultz, for instance, in the late '80s. You remember George Shultz?
Yeah.
Edward with George Bush the first, the father.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of work with the Palestinians and the Israelis. He was like the mediator, right, between them in the late '80s.
Yeah. What was he?
Yeah. His role?
Yeah. Well, no, what was his title?
I don't know, something in the White House or no, not in the White House.
That was
Something with the foreign
department.
The state, yeah. Something head of the head of the State Department or something like that. Yeah. By the way, at that time, the White House chief of staff was a Palestinian guy.
Was he?
You know that? John Sununu?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know John Sununu?
No.
You've heard of him, right?
No.
Oh,
I was a teenager in the early 90s.
Yeah, so the White House chief of staff, John Sununu. But then they kicked him out. Yeah, they came out, yeah.
And then they kicked him out?
Yeah, something happened like right before the United States invaded Iraq. Yeah.
His father was the governor, right?
And we're talking about the father, the White House chief of staff. The son became the senator.
Yeah.
Senator of some New England, one of the states, Massachusetts. Oh no, New Hampshire maybe.
Yeah, New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Those are Palestinian stock too, right?
Who? What is that?
The Sununu family is of Palestinian origin. You know that, right?
Yeah, but that's
what I'm saying.
I'm saying a Palestinian guy, of course. He's from Jerusalem. Yeah. Sununu, yeah, from Jerusalem. Yeah.
Yeah, Palestinians creep up everywhere. It's crazy.
Yeah. But I mean, can you imagine, like, in Gaza, Israel only allows 60 people, at the most up to 60 people to enter a day. And there are about 25,000 people registered to return. So how long do you think it's going to take them? And it doesn't even, like, in actual numbers, about 40, sometimes 45 people enter Gaza every day. It's going to take people to enter 25,000 people,
Yeah. I mean, that has to change. That's something that we'll see after the 19th, if there's any change there. If they can't do that, then they can't do anything. The Board of Peace.
Yeah.
I should call it the Board of Politicians. Indonesia is set to bring some troops in, about 8,000 to Gaza. And we're supposed to find out soon the makeup of the International Stabilization Force, the ISF, that's supposed to be going into Gaza and taking charge.
The question is that who is going to force Israel from retreating back to the areas before October 7th, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Who is going to force Israel to do that? You know, that's the question.
Yeah, they're supposed to. I mean, if the ISF is there, you know, Israel's supposed to be leaving Gaza altogether. So
they're gonna do that.
Well, that's the thing. We're gonna see. We'll see how you know, how influential or how much authority this Board of Peace actually has on the ground.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
You know, Mark was talking today. Who is Mark? I mean, he got on my nerves. I wanted to engage him, but
he's been in here. He comes in every now and then. He's a history teacher, I believe.
Is he an Israeli?
No.
What are you talking about?
Mark.
Oh, Mark, yeah. He's a historian. King Raza Pahlavi. Raza Pahlavi is. Oh, you're the idiot. Doesn't he speak English? Okay, sit in the audience. Thank you. Anyways, for what do you think about Benny Olive, Brother Samutra? Do you think it's problematic?
I heard him once only. I met him once about, I don't know, a few months ago.
Former drug dealer and criminal.
Who is it? Okay, I'm not sure. Is he the guy from the who lives in Israel in 48? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I heard him one time talking here in this room. So I cannot really form.
He was in here today talking.
Yeah.
Hey folks, how's it going?
Hi, Benny Goy.
أنا اسمه. Hey Benny Goy. Naftali. What did you call me? Naftali. Hey. Isn't that your name? Yes, it is my name on here.
Were you confused?
A little bit, yes.
So Naftali, did you just enter the room, Naftali?
Yes, I was caught by the prompt.
Yeah. And so you are in support of Israel?
Yes, I support the great state of Israel.
And you're an American citizen?
I am Canadian.
You are Canadian. Are you? With all due respect, usually don't ask these questions. This is up to you. But I mean, are you of Jewish background or Christian?
Well, it's complicated.
No, it shouldn't be. I mean, what do you believe? It's not. I'm not asking about
Actually,
you.
Brother Samud, he changed his position after he got beat up by transgender.
Whoa, hey, Amir, let's not bring that. What are you talking about? Stop bringing up.
I just wanted to know what's your belief. Are you?
Yeah.
You know. I was trying to see. I was trying to know, like, are you a Christian Zionist or not? You. I mean, I'm not trying to.
He's Jewish. He's been to Israel by the Samud.
Oh, so okay.
Well,
my father basically you are a Zionist.
My father is Jewish.
Okay, so you are a Zionist.
So by the halakha, I'm not considered a Jew.
Yeah, you are a Jew.
But you have the right to go and live in my grandfather's house, right?
Well, I wouldn't say I'd be living in your house. More like a tower in Tel Aviv, or maybe.
No, Israel, Zionist Jews have physically taken over 60% of the West Bank.
But they're not.
I'm gonna tell you like what Jacob said. I mean, if you don't, you can do it, Naftali. If you don't, other people. If you don't steal it, other people will go and steal it. You can do it actually.
Oh, but it's not my responsibility. I don't think they're stealing it necessarily.
No, it is. No, you are responsible because you
I don't think we should simplify the process that is being undergone.
Naftali, you support the state of Israel. Therefore, you are responsible. Don't tell me it's not my responsibility.
Ultimately, I do believe that no matter your religion, you should be able to buy property in the territories.
What?
Well, then I believe no.
Check Fayad's picture. That's Jacob. That's the guy that was that said that. But if I don't steal it, somebody else will.
So maybe Naftali, can I assume, because you are hesitating in answering, can I assume that you are perhaps confused on the whole issue, and then you're just having to support Israel because your father is Jewish? Maybe your father is a Zionist? Is this where you stand?
What I said is I saw people, no matter their religion, being able to buy property in the territories.
What territories? What do you mean territories?
The territories.
Chinese territories? What territories?
So,
and Samaria.
Most Israelis call it the territories, or a word that translates to the territories. They don't call it Judea, Samaria. They don't call it the West Bank. They just call it the territories.
So you support, in this case, you support a Palestinian family that is languishing in a camp in the city of in Beirut for them to go and claim their house in Haifa, right?
No.
No. Why not?
No, not at all. No going back, only forward. And it's hopefully it.
Why no going back? You were able to go back, claim something. You might have created a story that you owned a stone somewhere in Palestine over 2,000 years ago. You were able to go back and claim it. We're talking about 76 years ago. Their houses still stand. Why? Based on what? I mean, are you a man of principles, or just arbitrary decisions that you are making?
Well, if they want to live in Haifa, the first step would be having to get Israeli citizenship. And I think the people that left are the people that decided not to take Israeli citizenship. And the Arabs of 1948 are the ones who stayed.
Okay. So that's why I said my assumption is correct, that you are confused on the issue. You don't know what happened in 1948?
Oh, I mean...
Have you ever read a book on what happened in 1948?
Pali, if you... sorry, brother, so just 1 second. If you were to come across a pro-Pali transgender and treats you pretty good, would you change your position, pro-Pali?
No. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but... It
has. You told us about it. You changed your position because you got your ass whooped by a transgender. So, anyways, continue.
No, first of all, it has nothing to do with her being trans, that her and her brother beat the shit out of me because I was a Jew.
Yeah.
So I have to bring up that every time.
No, because you change your position because of that experience. Naftali, you change your position because of that particular thing. That's what you told us.
Well, suffering a hate crime does help in shifting away from supporting a group that doesn't have your best
interest. Yeah, if you find another transgender that loves you a lot as a pro-Pali, would you change your position?
No. I don't know why you're getting all personal here, Amir. You're always getting personal with me, and I don't think it's very intellectually honest.
Sorry, Samud. He told us he changed his position because of what happened, the experience.
There are a lot of people in Toronto. Are you in Toronto, Naftali?
Benny Gay can hook you up. Benny Gay can hook you up.
Yeah, I'm Benny Gay. You know, I have a lot of hookups on Church Street.
Benny Gay can hook you up.
Are you in Toronto, Naftali?
Where do you stand? Where's your stand like a bus stop? Benny Gay. I can't believe I'm asking you.
I'm not going to dox myself, Benny Goy.
No, I mean, just tell me like the general. I'm not telling you to give me your address, right? Like Toronto, the big city, bro. I have 7 million people. Like GTA.
I live in Hamilton, Alberta.
Hamilton, there's no Hamilton, Alberta.
Hamilton, Alberta.
Okay, all right.
I've got a house in Hamilton, Ontario.
By the way, Naftali, I went to a school closer to Hamilton. By the way, Naftali.
North York.
You know the first apartment when we first migrated to Canada, we lived in North York. By the way.
Oh, North York.
Yeah, and then we moved over to a different place. What you just said, Hamilton. I'm not too far away. My brother actually lives in Mississauga.
So, what do you think of
Yeah, we're poor, you know. Benny Gay, we're poor, you're rich. You're the only rich person here, you know.
Yeah, I only became rich.
How many pills did you have to sell to pay your fucking rent, bitch?
When I was poor as well, but then I became gay, and the Canadian government gave me a lot of money.
Amir, what do you think of the attempts to bring Palestinians here to Canada?
Aren't they terrorists, according to you?
Well, I'm all for the vetting process that the Canadian government proposed. I don't think all Gazans are terrorists. Far from it, actually.
So actually, Naftali, you know, your story is interesting. Are your ancestors, some of the were included or contributed to the ethnic cleansing of the Indian native people of Canada?
What's that?
Your ancestors, you are Canadian, right?
Yes.
Are you your ancestors? Did they happen to be one of those who contributed to the ethnic cleansing of the native people of Canada?
No, actually, my family has worked very closely with Indigenous people in this country. I'm proud to say, and continues to do so.
When you say your family, I'm talking about like your 7th great grandfather, 8th great grandfather. I'm not talking about your father now.
Man, my 7th, 8th great grandfather, you know, my generations have been kicked out of so many places and moved to so many places. They've been running from place to place for like the last 7 generations. So my family doesn't have the privilege.
Can you give us what happened to your 7th great grandfather?
Oh, I don't know.
Or 9th?
Oh no, I don't know. I don't have that privilege.
No. Because if you don't know, then how do you say that? I mean, you gave me a story, right? For 7 generations.
Because my grandfather escaped from Ukraine.
Yeah, that's just
My father left the United States. My grandfather's father, my grandfather's grandfather, might have come from a different place. Since he certainly looks very Middle Eastern or very Persian. So I assume that he was in the Ottoman Empire at some point. His family lineage. You know, my family goes back to having, I guess, as far as you can trace back from DNA, Spanish roots.
Only speculations, though, right?
What do you mean speculation?
Speculations.
Yeah, because Jews don't have the privilege that a lot of ethnic groups and cultures have of being able to live somewhere and grow and advance because of the way Jews have been treated in so many different places.
Well,
And what's great is now we do. And I'm sorry that it came at the expense of you, but that's not changing.
No, I see. I mean, what you just said about Jews never had the privilege to live in peace. It's not true. I mean, the Arab Jews lived in peace for hundreds and thousands of years. You know.
Enough. First of all, being a dhimmi isn't peace, and the fact that at any point with any certain leader, they would undergo a pogrom, and pogroms were very common in the Middle East.
No, it's not.
It's not living in peace. No.
Okay,
when that's what Jews were put through.
What you are saying has no.
There's no going back to that, Samud.
No, we are going to go back to it.
Get it through your head.
Listen.
It'll be a better conversation if you can get that through your head.
I have to say that.
Moving back. There's no moving back, only forward.
Okay. Now I'm going to talk, and you have to be quiet. Okay. Do not interrupt me.
Because you're going to say some rhetoric that I've heard 1,000 times.
Stop it. Okay, do not interrupt me. The reason why I mentioned that, because you claimed that Jews all over the world have been continuously persecuted. And I wanted to show that you are actually wrong, because the Arab Jews were not persecuted, were not treated in the same manner non-Christians were treated in Europe, because non-Christians, also Muslims, were also genocided in Europe and were not allowed a space in Europe, not only Jews and Muslims together. This is just Europe. It happened to be Europe.
Yes,
listen, stop it.
Yes, in Europe and the Middle East. It happened in both places. I agree with you.
Stop it.
I agree with you that it happened in both places.
Stop it. Okay, in this room, I think, you have to be a little more civilized, right? I mean, I know you came and you took my land, but you cannot do this here in this room.
I haven't taken anything.
You're going to have to be quiet. Okay, when I finish, you talk, okay? And when you talk, I will talk my mouth.
And my ancestors...
Listen, stop it.
3 generations ago bought property in Israel. They bought land in Israel.
Okay.
In the 1930s.
You are going to have to stop now, okay? Because I'm going to tell you things that you probably either someone lied to you, or you probably were not exposed to the truth, or so I'm going to have to tell you. I'm going to tell you something new to you, and you can go and read about it. Okay, the Jews in the Arab world were not treated at all like the Jews of Europe. As a matter of fact, just to give you an example,
except for the Hebron massacre and the
shut your mouth. Okay, I'm sorry, Amir. What is this guy? What is that?
Natalie, you gotta calm down. Let the conversation happen by him. Let him speak, and then you can respond to what he's saying.
It's dishonest rhetoric that I've heard 1,000 times.
Hebron massacre. I have educated you on this. It happened on both sides. It was thanks to your rabbi. Your rabbi was spreading propaganda. Sure. Go on.
Yeah. Okay.
The Farhud, Amir?
I'll give you the name of the rabbi. Just give me. I'll give you the name of the rabbi.
Every once in a while,
he doesn't know how to shut his mouth. I mean, what is this?
In the Ottoman Empire, that would make things bad.
That's
let him finish.
He thinks he's in Palestine, that he has the privilege.
Let him finish, and then you can respond. Just mute up. Thank you.
Do you know how you are being restricted in this room, right? You know that you can't freely go and steal someone's voice or land or anything like this. You know that, right?
That's such a silly thing to say to someone online in a room like this.
Okay. No, I say to you. I mean what I say.
Absurd thing to say.
I mean what I say.
Such a dumb thing to say.
Okay. You are a dumb ass. Okay, and don't. Let me just contain myself and just finish, okay? So the Jews of the Arab world were never persecuted in the same manner that happened to them in Europe. As a matter of fact, the Jews, for instance, of Baghdad, and this predates 1929 of Hebron, and we will talk about Hebron when we get to it. And we will talk about the Farhud when we get to it, okay? I am talking about hundreds of years before that. I'm talking about the Jews of Baghdad, the Jews of Damascus, the Jews of Alexandria, the Jews of Beirut, of Yemen. All of these communities, Jewish communities, were part and parcel of their localities, of the people who lived there. They enjoyed a lavish bourgeois lifestyle. They lived like about 1/5 of Baghdad used to be constituted of Iraqi Jews. They were welcome. They didn't live in ghettos. They lived right in the heart of cities.
Did you
This
know
is
that
a fact.
there's a
Did you know? Okay, listen. Stop it. Just a second.
Hey,
So apparently, you are not aware of that. You just know
yes,
sound
I'm
bites.
aware of that.
No, you're
Yes,
not
I'm
aware of that. You're not aware. You weren't aware
Yes,
of that.
I'm
I just
aware.
taught you something new. Okay?
No,
weren't
you
aware of
didn't.
it.
I've
Okay.
spent many
Now-
years on this app. I've had these conversations many times.
This is how you learn from this app?
Yes.
Your source of education is from this app, yeah?
Well, I've been on this app for on and off about 4 or 5 years, and yes, I've had a lot of different conversations.
With this guy, Amir. Maybe you spoke to him before?
I spoke to him, but he claimed to be anti-Zionist before he got his ass whooped by a transgender.
Yeah, he's a confused person, so...
Yeah, he's very confused, and I want to help. I want to ask Benny Gay to find you another transgender, and maybe he or she can appreciate you, or whatever you are.
First of all, I don't think we should.
And then become pro-Pally again.
I don't think you should call them a transgender. That's very, a very bigoted way to refer to them. And listen, I believe that trans women are women, and I'm attracted to women. So what point are you trying to prove? That I'm more progressive than you? Because if so, point proven, Amir.
You told us you were pro-Pally before, and you
well, I wasn't very educated in the in it all, to be honest.
Yeah, but you found somebody on Tinder or something, and you found out that there was a transgender. You went with it. You did whatever you did, and then you got your ass whooped by that person, and that person apparently was a pro-Pally or whatever. You told him that you were a Jew, and you got your ass whooped by the brother. I'm saying if you found another one that's pro-Pally, but doesn't they don't whoop your ass, they do respect you as a Jew, would you change your position?
Well, that's a really odd question, but I don't think so, no, because my position went to where it was because I also did the birthright program and really saw the reality of the country. I went to Jerusalem and I saw Muslims and Jews holding hands, singing peace songs and dancing in the streets.
That's not true. So you saw it's an isolated incident, right? You saw what, 50 Muslims, 20 Muslims?
I don't know. One picked a fig for me and gave me a fig. It was a really nice moment.
What?
There was a Muslim woman walking with her child on, I don't know if it was Shabbat or what, but she picked a fig for me off a tree and gave me this fig.
Okay, so she did it out of respect.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But it has nothing to do. Look, from the Muslim perspective, we don't have a problem with the Jews. They did coexist prior to 1948. The problem came around when you had the Zionist scumbags coming around. They wanted to establish a state by ethnically cleansing Palestinians. That was the problem. Now, that problem, it needs to go away. People can coexist all day long. But the state, down the road, it's going to have to dismantle. I mean, the state cannot run like this. And right now, Netanyahu wants to attack Iran.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think ultimately they're gonna try to use economic means first. They're trying to avoid another war, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm sure Netanyahu does want to attack Iran.
So, you did your birthright. You saw people holding hands. Just because people were holding hands, you decided to pick the other side.
Well, it wasn't pick the other side. It's more that I decided to take the time to learn
Did you go to the West Bank? Did you ask Palestinians how they're getting treated? Did you see the 920 checkpoints on the West Bank? Did you see how they cannot collect the rainwater in the West Bank? Did you see any of this?
No,
How they're occupied?
we're not allowed.
You can go in the West Bank.
I mean, I wouldn't feel safe in parts of the West Bank. I went to Area C where I do feel safe.
Area C is occupied by Israel. Area B is occupied by Israel, and and some control. The PA controls it. That area is controlled by the PA. But if you were to go into those areas,
although hold on, when I was in Jerusalem in 2022, I did dab up a Lions Den member.
That's fine. What I'm saying to you, you should go into.
I was in Jerusalem, and I was all like, "What's up? Nice shirt." And
so you're flirting with the guy.
What's that?
You were flirting with the guy.
Oh, I wasn't flirting with him. I was complimenting his shirt. He was a Lions Den member.
And then there's IDF members all around the world. IDF are fucking terrorists.
No, but like the Lions Den is actually a terrorist.
IDF is literally a terrorist. It was established out of three Jewish Zionist terrorist gangs.
No, I mean,
Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi. You didn't know this?
I mean, they're military. You can see them as like.
You can be militarized and be a terrorist. It's a terrorist entity.
You can see them as having like fascist leanings or whatever you want to paint it as.
I'm telling you that
they're a military. They don't meet the definition of a terrorist because
IDF was formed out of Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi, three Jewish militia gangs. These were terrorist gangs according to the British and the U.S.
Well, no, the Haganah wasn't viewed in the same way. The Irgun and the Lehi were.
Okay, so Haganah in 1940, after the white papers were issued, they planted a bomb on a ship full of 600 Jews or something, 700 Jews. Actually, it was 1,800 Jews. Sorry.
Listen, I don't
bomb went off. Guess what? Bomb went off. Yeah, the Lehi Jewish military approached Hitler in 1940 to 41. Who approached fucking Hitler?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't fuck with the Lehi because of that history. But
Haganah did atrocities.
You gotta respect the Irgun, and it's debated whether or not the Irgun.
They're all terrorists, bro. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
If you listen to the telling from their perspective of the King David bombing,
what was their perspective? Do you believe they were terrorists?
Well, their intention was to get all the civilians out, like evacuate it. They were just going after the property, but then something moved up, like the timeline, so to speak. But someone still did make a call to try to get people to evacuate the building. More people would have died if he didn't like go through very risky circumstances, risking getting caught in the act to warn people to get out of the hotel.
So it's not a terrorist attack. So if you have a Zionist Jewish militia, so it was a terrorist attack. So do you know how many Arabs were killed?
In the King David bombing?
Yeah.
Like 4?
41.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, 41. Look it up. And how many Jews were killed? 17. You see what I'm saying? And the total, and then the rest of them were they were the British mandate, authorities or whatever. So 91
mostly politicians. I thought it was mostly politicians.
No, 41 plus 70. These are civilians.
So okay, there were 91 deaths. Yeah, that's significant.
Yeah, 91. Take away 41 and 17. 41 plus 17. How much is that? That's like 51, 58. Take away minus 91. Yeah, the majority of them were civilians. It was less than like 30 or 25, the British mandate.
Mistakes were made, obviously.
But it was a terrorist attack.
Sure.
Yeah, so if these, and this is how IDF was formed in 1948, with these three Jewish militia gangs, Lehi and Haganah, and even Stern gang played a role.
The narrative is more that the Haganah's way of doing things defeated or won out against the Irgun. So that's how the narrative spins it.
Narrative can be whatever. It doesn't matter, Naftali. But if you look into the history, how was IDF formed? It was formed out of 3 Jewish Zionist terrorist militia gangs.
Listen, the point is that you are sharing the anti-Israel narrative, and I'm sharing the Israel narrative, which
that's
I
fine.
happen.
You can share pro-Israeli, but do you agree?
But
do you
I happen
concede
to
to that?
believe it. I have.
Okay, if King Hotel David bombing attack was a terrorist attack, and it was done by which gang was it done by? Let me make sure.
Irgun.
Okay, Irgun. And let's say Irgun transforms into IDF in 1948. 46 was the terrorist attack. 1948 becomes IDF. Would you still call them terrorists?
Well, the Haganah absorbed them and formed the IDF out of that because the Haganah's
and you still call them terrorists?
Values and way of doing things went out.
Even Haganah was a terrorist gang.
No, they were not. Well, okay,
I gave you example, Naftali, 1940. They planted a bomb on a ship full of Jews, and it sunk the ship. It killed about 250 Jews. I gave you that one example, 1940. And did a whole bunch of terrorist attacks as well. Not just it wasn't just Irgun. It was Haganah and Lehi. Lehi literally approached Hitler, 1940 to 41. So these are all terrorist gangs. Whether you agree or disagree, you can look it up. These were terrorists according to the British.
I must say it's been a long time since I've heard these talking points.
You know, it's been such a long time since I heard your talking point, and you're denying it. You're suffering from cognitive dissonance, right? You don't want to agree to any of this.
No, I mean I'm agreeing to parts of it.
I was asking Benny Gay, can you find him a transgender Naftali, and that will actually respect Naftali in Canada? Benny Gay. I think he wants me to call him Benny Goy.
Yeah, send them down to Hamilton, Alberta for me.
Well, you're in Alberta or you're in Ontario?
Hamilton.
Hamilton, yeah, that's in Ontario, isn't it?
You've never heard of Hamilton, Alberta?
Hamilton, I haven't been to Alberta. I lived in Ontario.
Oh, you should come down to Alberta, Amir.
So are you in Alberta right now?
I mean, for all intents and purposes, yes.
Okay, so you've never been to Ontario?
Oh, I've been to Ontario.
Okay, I didn't know you live in Alberta. Okay, I haven't been to Alberta.
So you think I'm from Ontario?
I thought you were talking about Hamilton, Ontario.
I mean,
the place that I went to school, it wasn't that far away from Hamilton.
I mean, I
went to school in Canada, by the way.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, I'm proud to call you my fellow Canadian, Amir.
Yeah, I'm a Canadian and American.
That's awesome. And would you give it all up for Palestinian citizenship?
Give it all up? Like in what sense? I don't get it. Are they gonna get are all of them gonna get the citizenship?
No, hypothetical. Everyone has an opportunity to take Israeli citizenship, but they have to give up whatever other citizenship they have.
Yeah, but I'm not Palestinian, Naftali. I am an outsider.
Okay.
But I just know a lot more because I'm always looking into the history of Palestine, Israel. I'm trying to look at it from different angles.
But you wouldn't give up your American and Canadian citizenship for Palestine?
If I have to, yeah. If they're gonna get it, right? But I'm not Palestinian. That's what I just told you. So where am I gonna go?
No, I'm saying say the only requirement to get Israeli citizenship was to give up your all your other citizenships.
So you're talking about me? I'm the only person that has to give up my passport, my citizenship, and all the Palestinians will receive Israeli passport. Is that what you're saying?
Oh no! Say we lived in a reality where every Palestinian could take Israeli citizenship, but they would have to give up they would have to first pass the checks, and then they would have to give up whatever other citizenship they had. Gain through their refugee status.
Yeah, I think some of the people would give it up. They want to live inside where they are from.
I've met 2 so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of them out there. Some of them are living in the West just because they can't go back. They do want to go back. There's a pretty big population that want to go back.
Well, they want both.
Not only Muslims, even the Christians want to go back. But who's stopping them? Israel.
Wait,
I mean,
hold
I've
on.
talked
Why
to a
are
lot
you
of
making this a
Palestinians
requirement, though? Like, Jews
Yeah,
don't
I
have
don't
to give
know.
up their citizenship.
That's what I'm saying.
No, say it was a new rule for both populations.
I mean, listen, if a state wants, there are states that do have this rule that you're not allowed to hold any other citizenship, right? So it's not completely out of the question. But you would have to apply it to Jews, as well. And I don't think a lot of Jews are going to be happy with that.
I think to make it really fair, you would have to offer Israelis opportunities to get citizenships in other countries as well.
The Israelis do have opportunities to get citizenships in other countries.
Of Israelis of certain economic statuses and backgrounds.
No, actually, no, not necessarily. Portugal passed a law that people who were expelled like 500 years ago, Jews who were expelled like 500 years ago, could get citizenship. Yeah, and I think Germans have that as well. Like, there are countries that have this kind of law that if you can prove lineage, you can get citizenship. Yeah, it comes down to the nation state, and a lot of Israelis did, take that opportunity.
I know a Jewish woman who moved to, where did she move? Somewhere in Europe. She chose Europe over Israel. But she's like a physicist, so she has the ability to do that, and a lot of Israelis really don't.
Okay, I mean, yeah, sure. I don't see what you're trying to say. Like, if Israeli or a Jewish person, is American or Canadian, it's really good. You don't have to give up this.
I'm saying that a lot of people would really wish to have the citizenships that Palestinians now have.
Sure. And a lot of Palestinians as well would like to have other citizenships and, migrate, but they can't get. I mean, it goes both ways. I just don't see where you're getting this idea from.
Oh, it's just it's an idea that I'm always curious of what people say. Because I actually know a lot of Israelis that I think would prefer to be like in North America or Europe right now.
I mean, you would concede that it is easier for a Jewish Israeli to migrate to North America or Europe as opposed to a Palestinian living in the West Bank or Gaza, right?
Well, no, I think the West Bank, it's because of the high education rates. It's very easy. It's like the point systems in places like North America are all related to education and career, a bit like prospectability and things like that. So the same thing that benefits Palestinians in the West Bank benefits some Israelis. But as you know, Palestinians in the West Bank are some of the highest educated population per capita. So it gives them an advantage in those point races.
Well, I mean, if you take out the Haredim, right, who just choose to not get educated and just, sit and read the Torah all day, I think the rates are going to be pretty similar.
No, actually, a lot of people can't really afford, like, especially on the outskirts, in the north, in parts of the south, that aren't Haredim can't afford education.
Isn't education very cheap in Israel?
Well, it's
especially if you do civil service or the army.
Well, it's not paid for. It's not free.
Yeah, but it's pretty cheap. I'm assuming. I haven't looked into it.
No, you can take out student loans and stuff. They make it accessible, but it's not cheap.
Okay. How much does it cost?
I don't really know. I know someone who has had to take loans out to do a healthcare admin role. I know that one of the big proposals of Naftali Bennett, who's a politician I really like, is to give everybody who serves in the military a free bachelor's degree. It's a great proposal.
I'm just looking this up.
Yeah, it's called the
Between
Naftali.
$3,000 and $15,000 a year. Oh, shit, that's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Not sure what you can. I mean, on the lower end, 3,000 is not much. So you're talking about like $12,000, let's say $15,000 for a bachelor's degree for a 4 year. That's not too much.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it's hard to afford to go to school because the cost of living. A lot of people have to travel long distances to go to schools.
Ali, is that you in your picture, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah.
You like watermelon, huh?
Yeah, watermelon's great.
I used to like watermelon a lot. It's good. It's good for your body. I think there's even a watermelon diet.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that a very healthy diet?
It is. It's all watery. But you have to be careful if you you have to be careful because it's all water. You just drinking and eating water.
Yeah, that sounds good. Good for you. Flushing out your toxins.
I did that a long time ago. It was good. But anyways, I think Naftali, we need to bring you to the Propali side, right? I have this wishful thinking. One day, you'll realize that yes, Israel has done a genocide. Do you believe it's a genocide, Naftali?
I don't know.
So let's say ICJ comes out with a ruling it's a genocide. Would you then concede that Israel did do the genocide?
No, I don't. I think it's a biased court. What I would say is, by certain scholar standards. So I say possibly. It depends on what lens you look at it through.
So what is your standard for calling it a genocide?
Well, you have to separate intent from actually what's happening, and whether or not you're using intent as one of the measuring sticks to determine whether or not it's a genocide. Because if you don't use intent, then you could consider both October 7th and what's happened since October 7th as genocides. But I think
you say 7th of October was a genocide?
Yeah, because in that matter, it doesn't matter the scale. It matters the acts that were carried out. So that would be that you have to concede that both is a genocide. Now, if you don't consider October 7th a genocide, then you can't consider what happened since October 7th to be genocide.
So 7th of October, you're saying was a genocide, correct?
No, I'm saying under certain definitions.
I don't have a single scholar that says it's a genocide. I don't have the ICJ saying it's a genocide.
I'll send you the podcast. It was an Ezra Klein podcast. It was actually very good.
So the no, but I need like a scholar, though, Naftali. The problem is there's no scholar.
There's a scholar. The guy that Ezra Klein is speaking to is a scholar.
So if you could provide the opinion from the scholar, I would really appreciate it. Because look, I need
I need. I'll give you an example. Just one scholar, right? He's an Israeli Jew, Omer Bartol, right? I have a lot of them, but I'm just going to focus on one. He wrote a beautiful opinion piece in New York Times. We have Emrose, right? She actually interviewed Omer Bartol.
Oh, wow.
A couple of times as well. And he's a genocide studies scholar. He actually came on Mahdi Hassan show. You know Mahdi Hassan, Naftali?
Mahdi Hassan. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so Mahdi Hassan is pretty famous, right? He came on. So Omar Bartol even came on his show and said it's a genocide what's happening in Gaza. And the opinion piece that he wrote in New York Times, that's and he doesn't have any biases though. He actually brings out the statements coming from the government officials. You know?
Yeah,
and
like
the government officials,
like the Amalek statement and the crazy guy that said we should do Gaza.
Yoav Galan said this, but the thing is, look, these are government officials. So Yoav Galan,
leave Yoav Gallant alone. He is an angel.
He said it. He said it.
He's an angel of hell.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So he was the top commander of IDF. IDF, would report back to him, and he was the one that was the controlling force above IDF.
Hey, I think
so. Look,
Yoav Gallant is a very, very brave man in the way that he stood up to
I'll give you an example.
And the government.
If he says no water,
I don't have you won't hear me say a bad thing about Yoav Gallant.
That's fine. If he says no water, no electricity, nothing in Gaza, right? And and you see the actions, and the actions align with what he says. So then you have to take that at face value. That's just
a war tactic. In fact, it's a war tactic that most militaries do follow through on.
It's a war crime.
No, it's a war tactic.
According to the Geneva Convention, it's a war crime. According to international law, it's a war crime.
You don't have to provide your enemy with electricity and water.
No. Do you know that according to international law, you even have to provide food to your to Hamas, like to your enemy?
I know. Israel is the first country that's actually followed it then.
No, it didn't. They stopped the food. They did a blockade.
So they stooped to everybody else's level because they were.
No. They didn't stoop to it. The problem with
Do you
Israel.
think Russia is providing the food to Ukraine?
Oh, Russia, yeah, for sure. Russia, look, it's not Russia providing the aid. It's Israel providing the aid to Ukraine, and America providing aid to Ukraine. It's nothing to do with Russia. But the problem with Ukraine and the Gaza situation. So Gaza is under occupation. It's not a sovereign nation. You see what I'm saying? But the Ukraine is a sovereign nation. Now, if Palestine was a sovereign nation, then they would control their water, electricity. They can collect rainwater. There would be no checkpoints. They will be ruling over the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. But since it's not a sovereign nation, it's under occupation. Hey, welcome, Velvet and Muda.
Amir, why do you talk like this? Like this is a possible reality.
It is reality. So if it's under occupation, Naftali, according to all majority of the organizations out there, they all say that it's under occupation. Then we have to take that at face value, correct?
So, Amir, if it is an occupation, then they will annex it officially, and it'll no longer be an occupation.
But they don't want to annex
by international definition.
Yeah, but Naftali, they don't want to annex it. They just want to keep it occupied because if they annex it, they would have to give them Israeli passport, and it will kill the demographics. It would no longer be a Jewish state.
The current government is moving towards annexation with expulsion for violent members of the Palestinian population.
So you're talking about annexation of the West Bank. The West Bank, Area C, yes, they want to divide that into two parts, right?
Yeah. Why do you think they're taking military control over Area A?
They've been taking the control over Area A. You didn't know this? There's more than 920 checkpoints in the West Bank, all over, from Area A to all the way to Area C. On paper, they only say Area C, but it's all the way from Area A to Area C.
They don't do the they're not the military in Area A, Amir. You need to check your facts.
Okay. Area C.
But they now are going to become the military area.
Area C is 60% of the West Bank. Okay. Area B, it's about 22% of the West Bank. Area A is about 18% of the West Bank. Okay. So now when we go back and forth, so Area C is controlled by Israel, fully controlled, right? That's 60%. Area B is 22%. Half of it on paper is supposed to be controlled by Israel, half of it controlled by Palestinian Authority. Area A is supposed to be fully controlled by the Palestinian Authority. But what ended up happening is they violated the accord and whatnot, whatever deal they had. All of the agreements were violated by Israel, but one side only. And that one side decided to go up on the settlements up to 800,000, more than 800,000 settlements, right? And not to mention, release those terrorist settlers that are terrorizing the fuck out of the Palestinians and installing 920 checkpoints. And not to mention, they have flying checkpoints on the chopper. So they would fly anywhere they decide, they'll prop up a fucking checkpoint in the middle of a road. You see what I'm saying? So you should, and these checkpoints are troubling, are the problem for the Palestinians. So if you have Israeli license plate and you have Israeli passport or whatever, you won't have a hard time at these checkpoints. You can get past it, no problem. But as soon as you get, you have a car with a Palestinian license plate, and you're driving with the Palestinian identity, whatever, you will definitely get harassed. Like if you're driving 20 kilometers, minimum you're looking at about hour to 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to drive 50 kilometers, you're looking at, usually in America and Canada, 50 kilometers is what, it takes us less than an hour to drive, right?
You missed what I know. I think the checkpoints are quite unjust, but
hey, Amir, real quick to cut you off, brother. But hey,
Yes.
It's another room, right, that I just lingered in by mistake just a minute ago, and they recording our conversation, and this room is called.
It's John Kitover.
Huh?
It's the idiot all the way at the bottom. You see with the flower emoji?
Yeah, him. Yeah.
It's the anonymous account. That son of a bitch. He's wanted for campaign fraud for one of the states. He was begging for money on this app, and he got it. He's being investigated by the feds.
Yeah,
but this retard, he's got about 77 phones. All he does is records all the rooms and then streams it. Right now, he's got about 5 phones pointing at my phone. I heard him on the other side. He thinks I don't know what he does on this fucking app. By the way, John Kitover, I'm your fucking dad when it comes down to the investigation and whatever, right? I could actually look into your fucking credentials, bitch.
Yeah. His page is called Jewish Complaint Department.
I know.
Report.
It's not only that. There's other ones. If you search it, Amir the terrorist. Just search it. There's about 5 rooms. They're streaming the same content. A fucking idiot.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he's a retard. He served in the military. But anyways, going back to you, Naftali, what is your take on this whole West Bank?
What do you mean? I mean, checkpoints are unjust. But if you want them to be occupying it, sure, they're occupying it, and then they're going to annex it.
No, but but they're not going to annex it. If they annex it, it means that they will have to give them the passport, right? Israeli passport. Now, if they give them Israeli passport, that would kill the demographics of a Jewish state.
Maybe if you have the right government in, but the government that is is in right now is going to expel a bunch of them, I think.
I don't know, man. Because let's say if they annex the West Bank,
Amir, the government right now that's in doesn't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They're weaning themselves off American military support. They don't want American oversight. It's going to be Israel and the regional powers running the Middle East. And that's not my position, Amir.
So what is your position? Do you believe in two state, one state?
I believe in one state, and integrating the people that it's possible to integrate in, but not integrating everybody in. And I would have liked to see, part of.
So how many Palestinians can be integrated?
What?
How many millions of Palestinians can become part of Israel?
Well, I think 400,000 for sure.
Only 400,000. What do we do about
the ones in Area C for sure are pretty well integrated already.
No, but they don't have the passport.
That's true. You're right.
Yeah, and they're suffering. Do you know how even when they're walking, they get terrorized the fuck out of the settlers?
And then
by the settlers, I mean.
I don't think Gaza is going to be part of whatever the future Israel looks like. That's like a technocracy.
So Gaza is going to be technocratic. You want only Area C to be annexed, not the whole West Bank.
Yeah.
But the Palestinians in the West Bank, they live on less than 40% of the land, anyways. Like 30% of the land.
Because
70% is occupied by Israel.
Well, my position is more of like a, hopefully what I would say is like a position where I don't see people expelled.
Yeah, but why not allow everybody?
Because I just don't think that's going to happen.
Just become anti-Zionist, Naftali. You can believe in a Jewish state, but become anti-Zionist. Anti-Zionist would be a good position to hold because you believe in everybody can coexist with each other. That's a good position.
I don't believe everybody can coexist with each other. I believe
Why not? Like they did before 1948?
I believe a lot of people can't coexist with each other, unfortunately.
No, they can.
No. People on both sides, there are people that can't coexist with each other.
No. Let's say Emrose has a pretty good plan on this, right? So let's say they go with two-state in the beginning, and then at one point when there's no threats coming into Israel, eventually it's probably going to erode from within, just like Ehud Olmert said. Ehud Olmert was a former Israeli prime minister. He said Hamas is an enemy, not an enemy.
You mean Ehud Olmert, who's in the Epstein files?
No, that's Ehud Barak. I'm talking about Ehud Olmert. He said on TV, right? He said that everybody's an enemy, like Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran, Yemen, but the biggest enemy is enemy within. And then I watched about 20 documentaries about, I would say probably, I'm stretching it up, probably about 10 to 15 documentaries of culture inside Israel. And the Haredim Jewish community, they don't like the secular Jewish community. The secular Jewish community don't like the Haredim Jewish community. You have
you're right, and they should all get along. And
the Orthodox community doesn't like the secular community.
And Naftali Bennett's new proposal will reward Haredim who choose to serve in the military. We will take the money that has been going to the Haredim and give it back to the citizens that serve this country. That's what I think. And I think he's the man that we want in charge if we are going to try to integrate Palestinians into Israeli society.
So you actually like Naftali Bennett, huh?
Yeah.
But then Naftali Bennett was actually a terrorist as well, by the way.
Naftali Bennett is not a terrorist. Take that back.
Okay, all right. I'll read it out to you. Controversial statements, okay? In 2013, amid prisoner swap debates, Bennett reportedly said, I already killed lots of Arabs in my life. There's no problem with that. Defending targeted killings of terrorists over arrest, he clarified, referred to combatants during service the quote fueled racism charges from Palestinians and leftists. The military operation, like as a
Listen,
commando.
he's a little bit rough around the edges. He's a military man. He's well-meaning. He's polished himself since then.
Okay. Let's go over the second claim now. Military operation as a commando in Operation Grapes for Worth 1996. Bennett led a Maglan unit in South Lebanon under a mortar fire. He called for artillery support that accidentally shelled a UN compound in Qana, killing 106 Lebanese civilians, mostly Shia Muslims, and 4 peacekeepers. A massacre drawing global outrage. He denies altering plans independently, calls accusations a smear. Killing 106 Lebanese, it's okay?
Well, it did say it was an accident.
Yeah, but he knew about it.
But it was an accident.
No. That supported that accidentally. He could have said, no, don't attack. Don't, because IDF is like the most small army in the world, right?
Read that again, Amir. Read that.
Okay. As a commando in Operation Grapes of War, 1996, Bennett led a Maglan unit in South Lebanon under a mortar fire. He called for artillery support that accidentally shelled a UN compound.
There you go. Accidentally.
But how do you accidentally shoot bullets at buildings, at the UN building?
He needed military support.
So it's okay to kill 106, whether accidentally or not?
Listen, there were obviously terrorists using that UN building.
No, they were not. There were no terrorists in the UN building.
Or there were terrorists that were
There were
close to the UN
106
building.
civilians were killed. And guess what? There's 2 peacekeepers. The UN peacekeepers are inside Lebanon. There's about 10,000 of them.
This was a time before they had the precision missiles that they can now use.
Okay. And then let's move over to the, as a public security minister in 2019 to 2021, Bennett oversaw Yamam unit recapturing escaped Palestinian militants from Islamic Jihad without major civilian deaths. Critics tie him to hardline West Bank policy like settlement expansion, seen by some as state-backed creeping annexation. And no formal terrorism charges exist. Actions were official IDF ops, though opponents framed them as. So here's the deal. He supported the expansion, the settlement expansion.
So
do you believe in that?
What you're saying that in Area C, feel like there's creeping annexation, and it would be better if they just got it all over with.
Yeah, so if he believes in expansion of settlements, you're occupying more of the land that doesn't belong to you.
Guys, it's Teddy Swims.
That's fine.
Do you know who this guy is?
Yeah, I know he's a celebrity.
Teddy Swims comes to your rooms?
Yeah, he does every day.
Well, that's crazy. Yo, Teddy Swims.
What's up, Teddy? How you doing today? Teddy's cool like that, He's he doesn't speak much. He's very when he speaks, he's very careful what he says because he's in a room full of terrorists, And sometimes he calls me a terrorist as well, and then sometimes he calls Fire a terrorist. He calls Naftali, you're definitely a terrorist. Shape is a terrorist. Mazi, for sure. He always needs therapy from Raza Pahlavi. He's definitely a terrorist.
I am not a terrorist.
Velvet, she is a terrorist when she crashes out. Right, Velvet? We're all terrorists. Fawad is a terrorist. You, Naftali, but terrorist title over your head, it's just too much, man. You're like way above. You're promoting Naftali Bennett. I mean, he's a terrorist, man. He believed in settlement expansion. That's terrorism right there.
So, no, that is not terrorism.
He believed in expansion.
Yes,
settlement.
Expansion is healthy.
No, it's not healthy because that land doesn't belong to you. According to Israeli Supreme Court, it's under occupation.
Well, some people.
The whole West Bank, not just Area C. The whole West Bank is under occupation. So are you going to say the Israeli Supreme Court is biased?
Listen, parts of Area C are fully settled. full communities.
No, but he promoted more settlements.
Yes, he does that.
Okay. So if he did that, does that make him a terrorist?
No.
Okay. Why would you? So I live in California, right? I live in Los Angeles. Now, if he comes in and he becomes like a leader of the city that I live in, and all of a sudden he said, "Look, you guys are God chosen people. You can go and expand your settlements on Amir's property," right? So would that be a terrorist act?
Well, wait, what?
Yeah. Let's say the city that I live in, I'm in Los Angeles, right? All of a sudden, Naftali Bennett becomes a mayor of the city, right? He approves some resolution. He says, "You guys," he talks to his people. He goes, "You guys are the God-chosen people, and go and colonize, and you could build settlements on Amir's property." Is that like terrorizing me? They're gonna be terrorizing me, right? By building settlements on my property.
It's empty land.
No, but it's my land. At the end, I have the deeds. I own the land.
Oh yeah, where are the deeds?
I have the deed.
Show us the Israeli deed.
Yeah, that's the
You're
deed.
not
They
even
don't go
Palestinian, Amir.
It does. I don't have to be. I'm giving you example in America. If this was to happen, that would be terrorist, right? Terrorism.
I don't think it would be. I think
And mayor, saying
real estate.
No, mayor saying to his people that you guys are God-chosen people. Go take over Amir's property. You could build settlements on his property. You can expand. And they would come in here and they would start building settlements on my property without my consent, without my authorization, and I have the deed to the property. And if I try to stop them, they have like this force, this city force that will come in, kick me out of my own property. So that is terrorist act. This is what's happening in the West Bank, Naftali.
Listen, Naftali Bennett is not a terrorist. Don't be upset.
He's a terrorist. I just told you he's a terrorist.
He's not a terrorist.
I just read it out to you. Literally, he killed 106 Lebanese and killed like 2 or 3 UN peacekeepers.
An accident. It was an accident.
Yes, it does. Okay. So how do you bring 106 Lebanese back into to the land? How do you bring them back?
What do you mean?
The lives that are lost, 106, right? Mother, sister, father. How do you bring them back? What's going to happen to their families? If you accidentally go around and you kill people, about 100 people, right? What will happen to their families? How will they? Let's say if those people, some of those were fathers, right? They were the breadwinner of the family, right? How are they going to survive now?
It was a military operation. Innocent people die in wars.
Again, that Lebanon does not belong to you. Why would you go in there and fucking do your shit? See, this is the thing, Naftali. I don't understand. How do I tell you? How do I make you understand it's something that doesn't belong to you? Why would you go there in the first place? Same thing in Lebanon. Same thing in the West Bank. West Bank doesn't belong to these.
Because there were terrorist groups that threatened the safety of Israel.
Okay. Safety of Israel. Let's go with West Bank. Safety of Israel. How? Why can't the settlements go back to Israel? Why can't they just move all 800,000 back to Israel?
That's ridiculous. That why do you insist on it being a Judenrein in the West Bank?
Okay, you want me to be? You're telling me I'm a couple?
Why do you insist on it being Judenrein in the West Bank?
Okay. The reason why, according to Israeli Supreme Court, it's under occupation. Okay? According to international law, it's under occupation. ICJ came out with a ruling, said it's under occupation. And they said, Gaza is under occupation.
Answer the question.
Yes. I want you to
No, you're dodging.
Because it's under occupation. Okay. Why can't the Israelis that live in the West Bank go and live inside Israel? Why are they living in the West Bank?
No, Judenrein is wrong. You shouldn't want to kick all people out of a region, even
so
if
it's okay to occupy Palestinians' land.
It's not Palestinians' land.
It is. The West Bank belongs to the Palestinians. It doesn't belong to Israel.
It's contested. You think it belongs?
No, it's not contested. No.
It is.
Israeli Supreme Court says it's under occupation. Are you denying the Israeli Supreme Court ruling?
It's literally contested. It's being
Israeli
contested right
Supreme.
now.
Are you denying the Israeli, Supreme Court ruling on this?
No, I'm just saying that's what's happening, and it's
No.
contested.
If the court comes, okay, if somebody, kills somebody, and the court comes out and says, yes, he's a terrorist, he's a criminal, he's the one that murdered this person, right? So you would take that statement that, whatever, the judgment is coming from the court, you would take that at face value. Same thing, according.
As you are talking on this app, it is being taken by the current government.
That's fine. I don't mind. If they can take it, whatever. My question again to you, if
they can take areas A and B, it's fine.
Okay, why do you support? Why are you pro occupation? I don't get it.
Okay, so what? Like, I want them to annex Area C.
Why do you want them to annex the West Bank, Area C, Area B, whatever? It doesn't matter. Why do you want them to annex any part of the West Bank?
If they annex Area C, it's going to be possible to integrate those Palestinians into the state of Israel.
According to Israeli Supreme Court, it's under occupation. The whole West Bank. Not just Area C, the whole West Bank.
You know who doesn't give a shit that it's under occupation?
Who?
The Israelis and government.
So you're saying in Alberta, Canada, right? I can come in and start building settlements on your property, right?
I don't care. I don't live in Alberta.
Okay, you live in Ontario?
I live in Hamilton.
Yeah. Hamilton, right? If I were to come to Hamilton and take over your, start building settlements on your property and start living in it, it would be okay, right?
I mean, like, it depends. If someone had a bunch of property and for the public good you needed to build on it, I guess you should build on it.
Oh, so it's okay for me to come over to your property in Hamilton and start building settlements, and you wouldn't mind it?
Well, are we developing green space? Are we developing?
No, we're not developing. I'm just coming over and building settlements, meaning I'm going to build my house on your property, on whatever piece of land you have.
But what kind of development project are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. I'm just going to come in, take over your piece of land. I'm going to start building my property.
No, it does. It does matter.
Guys, can you just be real with him and just say we'll build on his property and we'll rape all the women that live there?
Yeah, but that's down the road. First, we need to build settlements, right? Because the whole thing is about occupation. So I can come to your land.
Whoa, Em, that was some crazy. Hold on.
Yes.
This woman
it's
was
okay,
like.
It's okay, Naftali. Please hang on.
Just be real. Like, we need to be real.
Focus on M. I would have to move you down because I was trying to have this conversation. I'm going somewhere with it. Please, stop. Oh, my God. Okay, all right. All right, I told you, I warned you multiple times. Please don't do that, okay? My question again to you, Naftali, is, I can come to your property and occupy it, correct? It would be okay with you, right?
Guys, it's Teddy Swims.
That's fine. Can I come to your property and occupy it in Hamilton, Naftali?
Hold on. Yo, Teddy Swims, you support Israel, right?
Nah, he doesn't support Israel.
He totally supports Israel.
Teddy Swim is pro-Pali.
Nah, he supports Israel.
No, he's pro-Pali.
He's definitely pro-Pali.
Let him answer for himself. If he doesn't answer, it means he supports Israel.
No, he supports Palestine. He's their friend.
His silence proves that he supports Israel. See?
No, he supports pro-Pali. Can you wave a Palestinian flag, Teddy? Okay, let's go with this, right? Just wave a Palestinian flag if you support Palestinian, right? Go to GIF and wave a Palestinian flag. If you support Israel, wave a Israeli flag.
Come on, Teddy, you know the right answer. See?
He supports the Jewish community. He doesn't support Israel or Palestine. He supports the Jewish community.
No, that's Palestinian. Dabke.
No, that's the Jewish. That's a Jewish answer.
Okay, let me see. Let me check it out.
That's a Dabke.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is Dabke. He supports Palestinians. Bro, why don't you just put a Palestinian flag? That's a Palestinian cultural dance, by the way, Naftali.
It looks like the can.
Can you put a Palestinian flag, Teddy?
You didn't even.
Can you make it, because Naftali's still having this second thoughts about this.
Yeah.
I know that's not the real Teddy Swims, because the real Teddy Swims is
the real
a
Teddy
Zionist.
Swims. No, he's not.
The real Teddy Swims is a Zionist.
There we go. He's a Palestinian. See, pro-Pali. Look. So the question for you was, I can come and occupy your land, correct?
Yo, what up, Black
You
Rabbi?
wouldn't have a problem, right? You wouldn't have a problem, Naftali?
Stop like thinking about moving backwards. You're not going to expel
No.
800,000 Jews
You know
from the
this for a
land.
fact. I was trying to get somewhere with this, right? You know this, that you're going to get stuck. If I come and occupy your land, which is illegal because you have the deeds to your property, right? Which means that it's going to piss you off, right? And at the same time, you want Palestinians to give up the land because because you're not a Palestinian. You want them to give up the land for your Jewish people, brothers or sisters, but you're not going to give up your land to me if I were to come and occupy your land in Hamilton.
Oh, now you're doxing me, bro? You find out that I live in Hamilton, and now you're saying...
My God. You're the one that said Hamilton like 5 minutes ago. I didn't say that.
First you're saying I live in Alberta, and I live in Alberta.
You're the one that told me you're living in Alberta, Hamilton.
Now you're saying that I live in Hamilton? Yes, so what? I have a...
Stop trolling, Naftali. Stop trolling.
I have 2 houses. What's your point?
Okay, now he's got 2 houses, okay? All right. Anyways, we have Black Rabbi here. Okay, I think the conversation is over. Now I can bring you up, MS.
She doesn't even have any followers.
It doesn't matter. We do have Black Rabbi here. We have Teddy. We have M here. Welcome, M.
Hi, guys. Listen, I don't have any followers, but I don't want to beat around the bush, right? When we're talking to each other, let's get straight to the point.
Let's get straight to the point. The point is a genocide.
Yeah, it's a genocide, but let's get to the details of it. Don't.
Yeah, Naftali, can you tell us the details about the transgender? Can you tell us the details?
About what? The transgender?
Yeah, he became pro-Israel right after transgender beat his ass, After the transgender found out that he's a Jew.
Okay, but what does that have to do with...
He was anti-Zionist, that's what I'm saying. He was anti-Israel. Naftali, can you please tell us what actually happened? I know it's very problematic to repeat.
I just want you to know I love you.
Stop attaching...
I don't love you, Rabbi. I don't love you, Rabbi.
Stop attaching what happened to me becoming a Zionist.
You told me this yourself, Naftali.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
become
you did.
I didn't become a Zionist after it happened.
No, you became Zionist after you got your ass whooped by a pro-Pali tranny.
No, that's not what happened.
Oh, okay. When did you become a Zionist?
When I went to Israel.
What year was this?
2020.
And what year was the tranny experience?
2018.
There we go. You were terrorized. You were you were traumatized by, this experience. And then you slowly decided to join the other side. You're like, I'm going to go to Israel. I'm going to do Aliyah, get a citizenship, and that's what happened to you, bro. Respectfully, I'm being respectful. No offense to you.
So you're saying I was traumatized and terrorized?
Yeah, you were traumatized. I mean, you were terrorized by this tranny that beat the shit out of you, right? After you did what you did. I mean, her brother did it, right? Yeah, and you were terrorized, and you're like, fuck this, I'm not going to be pro-Pali. You said to yourself, this was a pro-Pali tranny, or Palestinian tranny, or whatever, right? And anti-Semitic tranny, and you decided to, go to Israel. You're like, fuck this, I'm going to, get back at her or something by joining the other side. And I think this is what happened. You went to Israel, and you became pro-Israel.
They usually go to Israel when they rape little kids. So they run to Israel.
Man, you are fucking crazy. You are deranged.
No, I'm not deranged. It's the truth.
You're deranged
You're
in your brain.
all fucked in the head. Listen.
You're deranged in your brain.
Fucked you guys up. Hitler fucked every fucking Jew up. We were so
No,
fucking
it's
wrong.
not. It's not. And
We
it's
were
not all
so
of the
wrong
Jews.
with Hitler, bruv.
It was not. Hold on, stop spreading the Hitler bullshit, bro. Not in this space.
Listen,
This is a Pro Valley space. Don't stop doing that.
She's
It
a
has nothing to do
council
with Hitler. Hold on a
housing.
second. We have
She's
some
a
Jewish people
council
that are. Hold
housing
on,
bomb.
Natali, bro. Hang on.
She
We have,
belongs in
can you stop?
London.
Stop.
She's a
Stop.
council
Stop. Stop. So we do have Jewish people that support the other side as well. Respectfully, right? It's not the you know when you say the Hitler thing, you're actually attacking all the Jews. And the Hitler thing, it's hold on a second, hold on, oh my God, this woman. Okay, I'll move you down. Okay, all right, I don't support that. Get lost. Get the fuck out of here. Anyways,
That's where you support Amir. That's the type of hate you support.
I moved her down. Anyways, going back to what is it? Black Rabbi is here. Naftali, what do you think about Black Rabbi? You think he's real Jewish?
Yo, I don't think Black Rabbi is black. He's a Hebrew now.
I don't know. He said he has Christian background, that he was born as a Muslim, went to Mecca, and then he became Jewish. And I think there's some trauma involved here. You know.
He's a fellow Hebrew.
Do you think he had some transgender training experience as well?
Probably not. He probably doesn't get down with that.
I think I think it was done by Ariel. There's another guy that used to be on here, right?
Ariel? Who's? Oh, Ariel. I know Ariel. Dude, what happened? Amir just disappeared.
No, I'm here.
Dude.
Man, I can't believe Teddy Swims is on Clubhouse.
He is. Has been here for years now with us. And he supports Palestine.
Yo,
I'm here to tell you just I was doing something. My whole thing is, do you think Black Rabbi is Jewish? Just an honest question, Naftali.
Yeah.
He attacks.
Yeah, he's a Jew.
So you know what he said about Ashkenazi Jewish people?
He's a Jew soul brother.
Do you know what he said? He said that they were all scattered, right? Then they went to Ukraine or whatever. They were originally black, and then they came out of Russia and Ukraine. They became white.
Why do you just lie on my name? Why do
You said it multiple times. You told me multiple times.
Black Rabbi, I
They're
didn't
from the
see
Middle
you.
East. They're from the Middle East.
Black
Ashkenazi
Rabbi.
Jews are no different.
Yeah, but you said they were black before. You said they were black.
No such thing as black. It's a white construct in America.
You said they were black before.
They're from the Middle East. They're melanated. They went in and they intermixed. It's like if I have a child with a European woman, the child is going to be much whiter than me. If that
But
child
you said they were black. You literally told me that they were black before.
Okay,
I said
Black
melanated.
Rabbi.
Melanated.
Black Rabbi.
It's a lie, man.
Black Rabbi.
You told me this yourself. You're gonna, I'm gonna have to look for your clip now. I'm gonna have to find your clip when you said this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask my sources around, and I'll have to find a fucking clip. You lie too much. It's like so hard to fucking track you, or catch you in your lies. You're just a fucking lying scumbag.
Okay, so that you want to create a lie. I say you lied, and now you could go into your rage thing. But that's okay. You guys are upset people. It's fine.
Hey, Black Rabbi.
Hey, Naftali.
What did you think of the Bad Bunny halftime show?
I'm in Israel. I didn't see it.
That's fair. Amir, what about you? This is what you do.
What'd you say, Naftali? What'd you say? What'd you say, Naftali?
Amir, I asked you what you thought of the Bad Bunny halftime show.
What is a bad bunny?
Oh, these people are fucking retarded with this.
Yeah,
I don't know what bad bunny.
I mean, he asked Black Rabbi. He says to Black Rabbi, "Did you see the Bad Bunny halftime show?" Black Rabbi's retarded response was, "No, I'm in Israel. I didn't see it." Does YouTube not fucking exist in Israel?
No, it doesn't. So Al Jazeera is blocked by Israel, by the way. So do you can watch it? Maybe you can watch it on a different network. On YouTube.
No, listen.
Actually, I think I remember Black Rabbis. The history is like full of you porn. Is your phone history full of you porn, Black Rabbi? Or porn something?
Amir, Israeli.
Because Rabbi Shimoni's, the shop is. You said you're buddy with Rabbi Shimoni.
Yeah. Amir.
He probably tests all the products out first.
Iran's going to have a serious wake-up call very soon. Very soon.
You see your running shoes on, Black Rabbi?
What I've done, I put into the chat, by 2032 foreign policy, obviously there's going to be advances as we get closer to that date. But I put it inside the chat. You can see my American expansionism model. I use Somaliland and Israel as a basis to explain how we're going to empower fragment groups in different parts of the world who want justice, who want to get away from tyranny. We're going to help them build their own nation state with American support, backing financially, militaristically, and through trade and commerce. And we're going to create a better American world that's going to spread around planet Earth.
Dude, you broke. You broke. America's broke. How are you going to financialize any other? Financialize your homeless.
In the same way that we're funding the Gaza peace plan.
The dollar is broke. The petrodollar is broke.
Gaza peace plan.
Finance all of that.
The Gaza peace plan. Yes.
There is no Gaza peace plan.
There are $4 billion. Countries have given $4 billion to the Gaza peace plan.
You guys are fucking broke. You guys are $1 trillion of debt. In case you haven't fucking noticed. Maybe you should go back and read up on stuff.
I feel like I'm listening to Dumber and Dumber on this phone, bro.
It's because you are dumb, Black Rabbi. There's nothing smart about you.
I don't need to call names. My foreign policy.
There's nothing smart about you at all, my friend.
Wrap it up, please.
You are not even black, you're not even Jew, you're not even a Muslim, and you have an opinion about every fucking thing in the entire planet.
You're right.
That makes you an absolute fucking cunt of a human being. I can't even say that you're a human being.
Well, anyway, the key point is I don't really care enough to really respond to your point.
Whatever you say is an utter splat of bullshit. You just mix words up and just link up with broad generalizations and pretend it to make sense.
Assalamu alaikum, my beautiful people. How are you?
Alaikum salam, Zee. I have
Alhamdulillah, I'm sick. That's why I didn't get here in time.
My 2032 foreign policy outlook on American expansionism.
Shove it up. What foreign policy?
I think you would appreciate it.
Idiot person.
It helps. It's okay.
Especially giving the example on Somaliland. Somaliland and Israel, dude, be realistic.
Why is Em a horrible person?
It's about time.
Give peace a chance. Give Black Rabbis.
Go fuck yourself, Neftali.
Give Black Rabbis proposal a chance. Why won't you consider his proposal?
The word peace for you people is capitulation, and we are not a people to capitulate to the demon that produced Epstein. No, not us.
What's your background? Where are you from?
I'm your master grade.
No, where are you from, though?
That's what I said. I'm your master. Who's your master in this life is the Egyptians. That's who we are.
Oh, you're Egyptian.
Yeah.
But you live in America,
Masters.
right? But you live in America.
Just another North African country.
And you're British, Teddy?
No, I'm Chinese.
Okay.
Bengali.
Dude, fuck's sake. See, I knew you were that dumb. Actually.
That's not very nice to say.
Yeah, I know. I'm just tired of people, and it's fucking 5:30 in the morning now.
I think we have to like start really teaching the Arab world what peace is, because you guys have.
No, maybe you start to learn what is humanity.
Teach yourself to shut the fuck up.
You tell me, like, who are you to teach anybody
So the
anything?
big question is, so
fuck up for once.
hold on a second, hold on, please, hang on a second. The big question for you, Rabbi, is it the West that needs to teach the Arabs the manners, or should we teach the people in America the manners, because how the black folks were treated in America, how they were enslaved, how they were kicked around, how they were butchered and slaughtered, how they were hanged, how they were raped, how they were, allowed to, they were told not to sit in the front of the bus or something. Can you please tell us what else did and the women, hold on, please. And women couldn't even vote until 1920s. Can you please tell us what? Let's dive into the American history. A scumbag like you fucking makes up bullshit as he goes. He doesn't know anything about American history.
I don't know anything. So
I love this guy.
He lacks his identity, that's why.
Just to answer your question, Amir.
Use that more for gators.
I can't even talk American, bro. The point is just saying because of what you just described, which is 100% true, and advancements that our society has had over the last couple hundred years is the reason why I believe in American democracy.
How is the prison system?
A couple hundred years? It's only been a year. What are you talking about, a couple hundred years? It's only been about 100 years. Couple hundred? Where the fuck did you get this, couple hundred?
Yeah, a couple hundred in terms of social.
Women couldn't even vote until 1920s. 1920 to 2020. How many years is that?
Amir. God.
Fucking dumbass, man. You're just a dumb fuck.
Why are you cussing? What are you upset about?
Because you don't know shit about history and you want to come up here and argue.
But why are you upset then if I don't know?
And we even have your Jewish brother that's a historian. His name is Mark. I don't know if he's a historian or not, but he could probably teach you on history.
I agree with you, so you say yes.
Amir, he doesn't know about anything about his own black history, his own American history, Arab history, or any geopolitical. Or you don't have any idea on jack shit, buddy. It shows. It actually shows by the level of conversation you have, by the abrupt.
There's no need to attack each other. You guys.
No.
It's about
No.
you guys.
No. It's exactly, but nothing about you says.
Show it in the room. Show it in the room.
Nothing about you says peace. Nothing about you saying.
Well, I'll say like this.
Expresses peace.
On Clubhouse last night, I was in a room full of African Americans, mostly liberal, and I explained to them that the education that my ancestors gave white Americans from Europe about what peace, justice, love, inclusion, and the pursuit of happiness, that education, which was very difficult to teach them, is the basis of U.S. American foreign policy, right? And so when we see American expansionism, we can't just see a white face. We have to see our ancestors' dreams. We have to see our ancestors' dreams that were slaves, that were abused. And we have to see that inside the expansion of the United States and America.
Black. You contributed jack shit, or your ancestors might have contributed, but they weren't your ancestors. So stop linking up or stop taking their credit.
No, my ancestors.
Because you have contributed nothing.
Made civil rights world famous.
Brother, if you would have contributed anything to the cause, if you would have made peace, or if you would have made something that would have been so that you would.
Israel is the manifestation of my ancestors' dreams.
The manifestation of cancer. Manifestation of cancer. The ultimate client state.
When you see
to preserve Western civilization, and then it failed to do that, so every freaking Western country came to its aid. Bullshit. Stop pulling shit yourself. Dude, it's a loose cause. Stop defending.
That is the strength of the
Loose cause. Stop defending. It's the ultimate client state that's alive, and it failed to even achieve its goals. That's why they're coming to their aid now. Stop talking shit.
I'm way above it. I'm way above what you're saying.
Dude, you are below anything that you can consider as human. You are below anything. You are the ultimate Uncle Tom that even blind to see where he's heading with this client state.
I'm an extension of Martin Luther King.
Stop talking.
I'm an extension of Malcolm X.
You are an extension of Stephen.
Wait, do you know what Malcolm X? Hold on, guys. Hold on. What did Malcolm X say about Israel and Palestine? What did Nelson Mandela say about it?
Nelson Mandela is not a part
Come
of
on.
this history.
Hold on. He was the ultimate. He was one of the most. He was known to be a freedom. Yes. Wait, hold on. He was a Nobel Peace Prize winner. No, he wasn't part of liberation. What did Malcolm X say about what did Malcolm X say about Israel and Palestine?
Malcolm is a Muslim.
What do you say?
You never, ever mention Malcolm X on your freaking tongue ever again. Malcolm X is your superior. Is your superior. No. He came from the prison. He became Muslim. He's ultimately the hero of Black America, the righteous ones. So never mention Malcolm X. You can mention your Martin Luther. Take that. He's a Zionist fuck. Malcolm totally against anything Israel, and he pro-Palestinian since existence.
Okay, come on for a second. 1 second. Hold on. Black Rabbi, I think you guys, hold on. Can I please educate him? Okay, he brought up Malcolm X. Did you know that Malcolm X, when he went to visit Gaza, what was it, 1960s? He went and saw local leaders, right? And he talked about the displacement. Do you know what he said about it? He said that Israel is inherently an injustice. Okay? He talked about liberation and struggles of oppressed people in the third world. He talked about bringing awareness of Palestinian. Hold on. He talked about bringing awareness of Palestinian struggle, and he argued that Zionism is dangerous and it's a new form of colonialism. It's everything you fought against. So don't bring up Malcolm X as you don't bring up Malcolm X. Don't make him roll in his fucking grave, piece of shit. He was against Israel entirely. Please know your history. Learn your history. You are very embarrassing. Listen, hold on. Black Rabbi, this is embarrassing. Don't listen. This is embarrassing.
I am an extension of
I am your master.
You never an extension of
Martin Luther King.
Oh, Martin Luther King. Okay, so hold on. So we dropped. Wait, hold on. Wait, do you know what Martin Luther King said about Palestine? He had a speech. Do you know about that or no?
He supports Israel.
Oh no, he did not, my friend. Oh no, he did not.
Anyway,
do you know? Hold on.
The point is the thing. We share the same DNA, right? And that DNA you're talking about.
You know what? If you share the DNA, the ideology, and the ethics and morals missed.
There's no if.
Not if. No.
Big F.
Specifically, what DNA is it? The DNA of.
What DNA is it? Specifically, what DNA is it?
The DNA of the righteousness of America.
Wait. Do you share the DNA with the? Wait. Do you? What's that? Do you share the DNA with the people that are indigenous to Israel? But you're over there freaking cosplaying. Don't talk about DNA. Don't be sitting on the Black American struggle DNA and then try to relate to yourself with the. This is my right to this land. This is my right to this land. You don't even have an ethnic claim.
Battle with Martin Luther King.
You don't even have an ethnic claim.
No. Israelis are fighting
Should I ping in some Black Americans so they can fucking destroy you?
No. I mean, you can bring in a leftist all you want. It doesn't change the reality that God is with Israel. God is with America.
Never.
God is not with Israel.
Still the angels of America.
You cannot speak for God. You dumb fucking cunt.
Over Tyron.
Okay, we don't need to do swear words. I know it's annoying.
Sorry, it's funny.
That was funny.
Sorry, it's like here.
So I ran your paper. I ran it through GPT, and it said it was a philosophical manifesto of Zionism.
Yeah. No, it's not. No, it's not.
That's what it said. Philosophical manifesto of Zionism.
Did your AI was made in Iran? Like, where did they get that from?
They got it from reading the article, and I asked it for its unbiased opinion, and it gave me like the premise, the logical fallacies. For example, when you claim like the notion of like Somaliland breaking away and then from Somalia and being having liberty, but at the same time them having American technology, like Iron Dome or whatever, you said American technology, like Iron Dome, protecting Somaliland, that's interventionism, not liberty. So you're using liberty, but liberty and self-determination are separate concepts in the article. So you don't mention self-determination, and you mention liberty. And liberty generally is aligned with self-determination, but in your article you separate them. That's one thing. Jerusalem, the indigenous people, the Jews, being indigenous and coming back and whatever, totally neglects the indigenous people that were there to begin with. So Jews were there too, but Palestinians were also there. So, and then comparing, the Jerusalem project, so to speak, with how this would the same project should happen elsewhere in the world, and calling it freedom, and GPT made a good point and said, well, would this author also agree with any U.S. state that would secede from the United States and become its own nation? If not, then it's hypocritical. So do you agree that the U.S. nation?
That's a good argument. I like that argument.
Okay, as long as you're
so tying it up. The point is just saying it's a 21st century way of expanding the American culture without having to.
Oh, that's another one. How do you know which the article GPT brought up? The author assumes that Western values and Western culture would be welcome by these people that are supposed to be freed and have their own enclave within that nation, and ignoring the fact that that nation that you would help, or America would help free that specific enclave, in this case, for example, Somaliland, would not come with its own problems of war and displacement between the two peoples if they start a rivaling relationship with each other.
That's not a strong argument, but
that is a strong argument. If you secede, and somebody secedes from a country, you don't think there would be war between the one that's seceding and the country itself?
But those are the righteous people. That's the basis of what America did. They fought against King George, right? So it's just saying that the idea is to say that when people call out for help, we want to empower them to create their own house, right? And we want to create fences around that house, and we want to give protection for that house. So that's all we're talking about. We're not talking about imposing.
What if somebody cries out for help, like let's say California cries out for help, Can some other nation, can China come in and impose fencing around California and protect California?
That's the only good argument you guys make, and absolutely.
It's a really important. It's the premise of your whole argument.
Yeah, but it's like weird to like reverse it back on us. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not.
You have to do that if you want to stress test your arguments.
No, because if someone like China came and somehow had some type of scheme of corruption to do such a thing, then you're putting American national security at risk, right?
What would America do?
That's a different. What would America do with what?
If China did this?
I can't even think about such a ridiculous idea.
No, I'm asking what would be the logical step? You just said national security.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, you know, because if you said it, then it would invalidate your other argument. That's why you're not saying it.
The point is the same. We're talking about freedom, okay? And we're saying that there's people around the world that want to break away from tyranny, and we want to empower them, and we want to have them have the same dream that we have.
What if China wants to empower others to break away from tyranny?
Why do you keep bringing up China?
I'm testing your hypothesis.
No, I don't. I mean, they think they're doing that now. I mean,
I'm asking you, can they? Are they allowed to do exactly what you're proposing, America?
Whatever they want, as long as they don't interfere with American expansionism.
So it's American expansionism. So it has nothing to do with freedom and liberty and.
Of course it is.
Okay.
Is freedom. American expansionism is freedom. That's what
it is. To who?
To the people who work in collaboration with the United States.
And if they don't want to collaborate?
If they don't have to, we won't be there.
You won't be there.
No, it's the people of Iran.
So Venezuela, Iran,
the people of Iran, the people
Syria, Iraq, Libya, Nigeria, Chile, Argentina, what else? Cambodia, Vietnam, Korea. I mean, the list goes on and on. Panama.
Yeah, and look at the surrounding countries of the places you stated. For example, Iraq is the best example, right? Iraq wasn't just a threat to Iraqi people. He was a threat to all of our allies, right? And his behavior was so unpredictable and so violent that the idea of him being in power would just be catastrophic.
Bullshit. Saddam was a freaking CIA in the first term. He just got out of whack a little bit. And then a strike. He got the green light to go ahead and do his own thing with an alliance with the Gulf to weaken freaking Iran. And then once his job is done, he had to be annexed. That's it. Don't tell me unpredictable, all kind of shit. That was the whole power play.
I explained to Edward, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, that the issue with Saddam was the fact that there's a UN resolution that was created. I think it was 680 something, whatever. And that UN resolution said that they were not allowed to have any missile capabilities past 130 kilometers, sorry. He tweaked Scud missiles that went all the way up to 180. The United States asked him to destroy them and allow us to have inspectors there. Those are weapons of mass destruction. And he did that twice, and he refused to do it. He refused to allow us to have inspectors. He wouldn't have his own inspectors. And then when the United States said enough is enough, we declared war. And then he said he was going to destroy his stockpile. And you know what the United States response was? Too late. Right? So it's the reality is
why would it be too late?
Because it at this point you can only push your father so far.
Right? The U.S. isn't the father of anybody.
Yes,
what are you talking about?
Yes, we are. Accept that, Edward. That's who we are.
No.
In reality, you have to accept that.
No, nobody calls Israel. I mean, Israel calls America daddy. You know, daddy. Yeah. No one else does.
Yeah. And that's why they're
Iraq. Iraq.
You don't have to accept it.
Iraq did not have weapons of mass destruction. It didn't have weapons of mass destruction.
Yes, they did.
No, it did not.
Those Scud missiles were weapons of mass destruction.
No, they were not.
Yeah, just like the Kalashnikov for Netanyahu became a mass destruction.
There were weapons of
You
mass destruction.
you are so fragile to the point that guns makes you paranoid.
No, I'm not thinking nuclear. I'm
Little
thinking.
tiny guns while you have an arsenal of everything on the planet, and you still so fragile that you're scared of a gun. A handheld gun.
Daddy said you're
So
not allowed to
fragile.
have
Fuck
it.
your daddy. What you mean?
No, Daddy said you're not allowed to have it. So
Fuck
you throw it
fuck
away.
you
this is getting,
and fuck
crazy.
daddy that you say it's daddy.
It's
Don't
not
have to accept that
it's not
ever.
crazy. I'm just making it. I'm trying to bring it in simplistic terms for her to understand.
Ever. Daddy's your daddy. If you accept it.
Okay, guys, can we get back on? Yeah, this is like.
Look, real quick. Who's daddy?
You submissive. We saw that with our own eyes. It's not everybody like you, Black Rabbi.
Well, either way, the angels of America, those wings, will be heard over Tehran very soon.
Let's see. You've been
You
saying
know
that for
what?
the
You know what's
past
weird?
2 months.
Hold on. Anybody that lives in Israel, regardless of where they are, what side they're on, they don't want this to happen because they know that there's going to be
We want it. We want
no,
it.
but then you're going to be hit back. It's just,
And that's okay. And that's okay.
why would you want the death? Why would you want the?
We want the.
Huh?
We want the.
Okay, so you lasted 12 days last time. Then why did you continue last time? Hold on. Why did you want water? Last time lasted 12 days because why? Then keep going. Why'd you stop? Oh yeah, the Iron Dome was running out of, defense mechanisms. They only have 4 days left. You begged the U.S. No, you're not. There's articles that show the mechanisms to which the way that the Iron Dome works. You can't just reload it. You can't reload it.
Where is
your golden dome? What if your Iron Dome? What the fuck you want to call it? I think Trump wants a golden dome.
Don't worry about it.
What?
Ace, don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just letting you know you should be worried.
This is God's mission.
And last time you weren't allowed in the bunker, so you're under your fucking.
Okay, fair enough. Whatever you want to tell yourself.
That's pretty bad.
We will topple the regime, and we're going to establish an American-style democracy in Iran.
Establish very, very, very profound.
You couldn't convert I don't know, he said took it. Well, I don't know, he said took it one time. Took it. Yeah, this is just fucking education. Took it, I fucking died.
That's the future president of the United States, right here.
We're going to establish.
Go ahead. You could chime in.
Establish democracy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you hold on? What's the other to say? Go ahead, Yada.
Yeah, I just want to chime in. I want to ask Black Rabbi just a simple question, right? Say the rapper complex. Real quick, Black Rabbi, please. While I am no fan of the IRGC, I think they need to be toppled as well. I think the IRGC.
Good job.
Okay.
That's your American soul speaking right now.
Okay.
Fight the communism that you've been injected with.
Black Rabbi, can I finish, please? So, I think the IRGC needs to be toppled. Not because that they are anti-Israeli, and that's the reason I think they need to be toppled. I think most Iranians are anti-Israeli, whether they're pro-IRGC or not, right? I think if the IRGC falls and a democratic government is elected inside of Iran, and they are anti-Israel, what the fuck is Israel going to do about that?
Well, the Iranian people, believe it or not, they are definitely in unification with the Israelis.
They're anti-Israeli. We saw them burn an effigy of your God recently.
Yeah, I agree with you. The point is saying Reza, the great Reza, who's not declared as the leader yet, one of his initiatives, which is widely accepted by all of his supporters,
the great Reza. What has he done that makes him great? What makes him so great?
He's going to normalize relationships with Israel, and he's going to join the Abraham Accord. He's going to call it the Cyrus Accord. And we're going to remove sanctions, and the people of Iran will be prosperous.
Wait, hold on. Lindsey Graham was that?
No, real quick, Black Rabbi. How much support does Reza have within Iran?
3 people.
Percentage-wise. Just like a rough estimate, is there any empirical data you have to say this is how many Iranians support Reza?
Well, I will say this: what we do know unanimously that the Iranian people love Trump, they love America, and they want us to come to their rescue.
No,
Part of that rescue is going to be Reza.
there's literally no data to support that. But go ahead.
No, they're screaming his name. They're screaming Trump's name all throughout the streets of Iran.
When?
We have video footage of it.
Video footage of what?
The people who rioted. Over 50,000 people died.
You have video footage of 50,000 people screaming for Trump?
That does not correlate.
It literally doesn't exist. Like you're making that up. I know it's a Zionist. I know it's a Zionist thing to like just make shit up. But I've never ever seen that. It doesn't exist. And please, Black Rabbi, I want you to make a fool out of me, right? I want you to make a complete fucking
I don't want to do that.
I want you to go online and find that video of Iranians screaming, please, Trump and Israel, come save us. In the tens of thousands, like you just said, the claim you just made. I want you to make a complete fool of me.
No, I don't need to. You're not, no offense, brother, you're not that important to me. I'm just saying, at the end of the day,
like, if you want to make a complete fool of me,
I don't. It does not benefit me. What I want to do is, I want to see the Iranian regime. Well, you know what? The thing is like this.
Yeah, because logic and reason are on my side. As long as logic and reason are on my side.
You're right. Let's do this.
There is no parallel dimension where Israel has logic and reason on its side. It does not exist.
Okay,
there is no scenario or dimension where logic and reason are on your side.
All right, let's do this. Let's accept that you're right and I'm wrong.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Sure. So let's move past that. The second point that's more important to address is that the angels of America will be flying over Tehran very soon with precise missile strikes that's going to topple this regime.
Really?
We have.
Wait, Tehran? What? So what's Tehran? What's Tehran?
He means Tehran. He means Tehran. I know what he means. Look.
Yeah.
So as an American, and I love my country. 100%.
Okay, I like that.
We sent our B-2 bombers over Iran a year ago, right?
Yeah.
Did it topple the IRGC? Did it topple?
No, that was symbolic. That was giving them a warning.
Oh,
that was a warning.
It was symbolic. So that 600.
No, they just gave them the GPU to reverse engineer it.
No, real quick, Z. I'm an American, right? I pay taxes. I work 70 hours every single week, right?
Yes.
So I pay these taxes, and these taxes pay for these sci-fi weapons. And these sci-fi weapons, my president, right now, Donald Trump, he told me a year ago that I use these weapons to bomb the IRGC, and Iran's nuclear threat is completely gone. Is it gone?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. So there's no need for anyone to rebuild it. That was the sticking point.
But they want to rebuild it. That's the issue that happened today.
Okay, so what was the point of saying? What was the point of the bombing if we're just going to rebuild it?
At that time, their current nuclear infrastructure was destroyed. The issue is that they immediately started rebuilding, right?
Okay, so my government.
I want to appeal to your American side. The issue
please appeal to my American side as an American taxpayer. I'm concerned. Like, I'm genuinely concerned because my government is telling me that we used billions of dollars of your collective taxpayers' money, all right? As a blue-collar worker, we used billions of dollars of your taxpayer money in order to eliminate a threat. And my president stood before us and said, this threat has been eliminated. Now they rebuilt it?
No, they didn't rebuild it yet, but they're trying to rebuild it. That's the issue. The issue is not they rebuild it.
And this was never thought of before. My president didn't think that this would be a thing.
We were hoping, as being an intelligent man as you sound right now, we thought common sense would set in. And that
what's the common sense? What's the common sense you were hoping for? Common sense from the Iranian people. What?
No. The common sense from the regime, right? When we did our B-2 bomber strikes, at that time, we controlled more.
We 2 bomber strikes? Are you an American or Israeli?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a political representative in America. The point is like this.
Are you an Israeli as well, or you're an Israeli national?
Well, I mean, I'm not Israeli.
Well, that's completely fine if you're a Jew. I mean, you're religious. Okay, that's completely fine. I'm saying, are you an Israeli national or an American national?
I don't know what that means.
I'm saying, are you national?
I'm an American. I'm an American.
With the American.
Yeah, that's what I have a book. I have a book.
The Israeli government. Do you align with one?
No, I don't believe that. So this is I have a book. I have a book
I can fight for the Taliban and I can fight for the American government, right?
If you see the relationship between the Taliban and America is the same.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. So just the other day, Lindsey Graham was asked if he supported Reza Pahlavi. He said no. So what do you sit here and say that America is Reza blah blah? He literally said no. Can you stay up to date with your bullshit? It's really embarrassing.
You really thought that made sense. But anyways,
it did. You said that this was great bad. America. Lindsey Graham was asked point blank period, and he said no. I don't support it.
He's a senator. He's allowed to have his opinion.
Oh, right.
He's not our Secretary of State. So the point is like this.
So Trump isn't also pushing him into this position either. By the way, Trump said we're coming. Steve, we're coming. Did the U.S. show up? Nope.
Yeah, we have the greatest naval arsenal ever in human history right now.
So what are they waiting for? So what are we waiting for then?
You had it before since the beginning of the war.
So what are we waiting for? Hold on for a second. What are we waiting for?
You know you're Canadian.
The U.S. say, no, I'm a dual citizen. I pay taxes in both countries. So yes, it does matter. I pay taxes in both countries. So yes, it does matter. Okay. Anyways, you are. Hold on. No. I pay taxes in both countries. So yes, where my fucking money goes matters. It doesn't matter. Okay. So be quiet.
No,
moving on. Go ahead.
Okay. So all I want to ask. Real quick.
I want to answer your question. I got cut off.
Okay.
So I have a book coming out called The Hijacking
Don't
of America First.
Fucking push your.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, The Hijacking of America. And it's really because of some of our conversations that me and you've had in the mayor's room, right? You inspired this thought in me. And so the book shows how we have to have dominance over currency distribution. In order for us to maintain our value of our dollar, so you could go and buy groceries, we have to control the seaports, right? The maritime, the oceans, because if we don't, 90% of all commerce comes through shipping. And we also have to have military bases in various places to influence and protect our allies from disaster, in essence.
Well, that's beautifully put. Like, as an American, I would agree with you 100%. But I'll be honest with you. The vast majority of shipping is controlled by Chinese. It is. And we have our government, at least. I wouldn't say we, because I like the Chinese people. I like their culture. I like their government. I like the way they don't like us, but we're the ones sailing our aircraft carriers like 50 nautical miles off their coast. Like, China isn't sending aircraft carriers with full be honest with ourselves, the Chinese control the shipping lanes in Asia, which is the most important market on the planet. The vast majority of the human race lives in Asia. 45% of all people who are alive are either Indian or Chinese. So let's just be real with ourselves. Let's be real with ourselves for a millisecond.
China does not control the shipping.
Okay, so 80% of all ships created, where are they built?
90. No, I'm not talking about ships. I'm talking about
No, I'm saying, okay, shipping lanes or not, what's the use of the shipping lane if there are no ships? 80% of the shipbuilding capacity on the planet, where is it? It's in China. It's in China. Let's be real. 80% of all ships that will be built this year are going to be built in China. Let's be real.
No, listen. No, we're going to be objectively honest. I know I'm an American, right? But I'm also I'm a realist. I'm a realist, bro. Look, listen. I'm a realist. I don't like to sit here and bullshit myself. I don't like my government bullshitting me. I don't like my fucking media bullshitting me. I damn sure won't let you bullshit me. So let's be real with ourselves. You're saying we as Americans, we need to keep the currency within our control. How the fuck does that happen? Historically, we've done it through resources and manipulation, through the highest levels of government. Through the petrodollar and the gold standard, that's how we used to do it, but it was gone. The gold standard, we eliminated that under Nixon. The petrodollar is slowly eroding away. South America slipped away from us through economic deals with China. Africa slipped away from us through China. We lost Russia 100% thanks to our NATO encroachment. Like, it's over for us as far as the economic deal. Either we make peace with these so-called adversaries, right? Either we make peace or we don't. But the reality has nothing to do with any of that. The reality is there is a cabal of these sick, fucking, pedophilic motherfuckers in power. The truth is, there's a cabal of your masters, right, in Israel and in other places, these Zionists that do control the central banking in America, and their power is slipping away. And they need a distraction. And right now, it's not as easy as 2001, where you can just invade wherever you want. It's over now. But please continue and explain to me why it's necessary for the United States of America and the United States taxpayer to fund a war in Iran on behalf of Israel.
Yeah, so you put that asterisk. Sure. I'm not going to address that because it's a form of political anti-Semitism. Yeah. But the point is...
Sure it is. Yep. But keep going.
Yeah. The point is to say the issue here is controlling the oceans, right? Meaning that having American military presence, not to take away from anyone else's commerce, but to ensure that ours are, that it works.
That's
right?
why America pulled away from the Bab el-Mandeb corridor, just because of Yemen. And next will be Hormuz. And the Egyptian is putting a whole bunch of missiles out there, the Suez Canal. Thank you very much.
Why can I have a back and forth with this gentleman? Why do you have to...
You don't have to. You are, because you're a loser.
Okay, that's cool. I don't need to call you names.
Z, please let Black Rabbi go. Please, Black Rabbi, articulate to me the necessity. Like, why is it beneficial to me as a U.S. taxpayer for Iran to be blown to pieces on behalf of Israel?
Yeah, so
you articulate, this is how you will benefit as a... you'll say us, but I don't think you're a U.S. citizen. Because you're not really advocating for things that U.S. citizens will... Like I make 70 to in a good year I'll make 90 grand, but 70 grand to 90 grand a year, and I still can't afford a house because of how many family members I have. But that's beyond the point. In the wealthiest, richest nation on earth, that's what I'm dealing with as a U.S. taxpayer. So why is bombing Iraq something that I should be rooting for, dude? Seriously, please articulate it to me as a U.S. taxpayer.
Yeah. So Iran is a strategic partner with China and Russia, right?
We're a strategic partner with China.
Not ideologically, we're not, right?
Fuck the ideology. Economically, we are. We need China.
We
economically.
I don't know how much we need
China. The world needs China economically.
Okay,
please, I'm sorry. I'm not going to interrupt. I feel like I'm interrupting every 5 seconds. I'm not going to do that.
Okay, I mean, it's not good for dialogue, but I get it. So the point is just saying, we want to remove the axis of evil that is between Iran, Russia, and China. That's number one. By doing that, we ensure the future of democracy, We ensure that the idea of totalitarianship, the reason why you said you're against the IRGC is because of totalitarianship. They have, was it 70,000 people died in Gaza in the last 3 years? 50,000 have died in Iran in the last couple weeks, right? So we're talking about totalitarianships, right? They do not believe in the idea of presidency. They do not believe in the idea of democracy. They do not believe in a free market system. They believe in control, right? And so what they tried to do is that they wanted to create this plot to replace the U.S. currency with this idea of Brexit, which means is the natural resources, the natural gas and oils and minerals would not be traded in U.S. dollars. It'll be traded in other currencies, which means the 90 hours or the $90,000 that you make a year won't mean anything, right? When we talk about controlling the waters, we're ensuring that the price of goods and services maintain a certain price that allow you to be able to go and buy gas, to buy bread at the store, all these things. When we talk about having military bases around the world, it ensures that democratic ideas that are connected to free trade, open markets, and just human decency are expressed like around the world. So we have to be there, and we have to seek American dominance. We have to seek the fact that our currency is involved with all natural resources traded on planet Earth. We have to have dominance inside the sea because it ensures
the logic of the bully to extort everybody for the benefit of themselves. That's the way you're looking at it. And we're not going to take it anymore. The economic of extraction, we're not going to take that shit.
With all due respect, Z brings up a beautiful point, right? So you're saying us, the United States of America, which is 5% of the globe's population, right? 5%, right? China is 25% of the globe's population, right? As of 2026, probably like 18%. Right? So you're saying us, the 5%, we need to exploit the resources of 18% of the world's population, and that is a good thing. That is morally good because we don't like their governments. Now listen, real quick. Like, I don't like the IRGC, just like I said. I think they should be toppled, but toppled by the Iranian people, mind you, not by my government or my tax dollars or the Israelis. I think the IRGC should be toppled by the Iranian government. I think that you and me can find some common ground in that. However, why on God's green earth are you not advocating for the same thing for certain allies the United States has, like Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia is totalitarian. Saudi Arabia is just as brutal and dictatorial as Iran is, 100%.
No, it's not. It's a monarchy.
The only clear difference that I can see between the two is we haven't sanctioned Saudi Arabia to hell. And the only reason we can't do that is because they have the third world's largest oil reserves on the planet, only next to Venezuela, which clearly we just kidnapped their fucking president, whether we liked it or not.
We did not kidnap
under the
politics of the mafia.
20-year-old. No, listen, real quick, Black Rabbi. I'm saying if you're advocating for these never-ending wars that literally historically have gone nowhere except killed millions of people and caused terrorist groups that didn't exist before to spring out of the woodwork, right? You're advocating for these things in Iran. However, like, there's no backdrop to any of this. Again, I'm not seeing any benefit to me. Like, I know it's fun and cool to say, oh, if we do this, then it'll be cheaper for you at the gas pump. What the fuck evidence do you have for that? I've only seen the contrary. Historically, were this to be put in place, I doubt very much it would help me as a U.S. citizen.
100% it will. I mean, if you understand the
you're saying 100%, but it won't.
If you understand the dollar,
there is no plan in place post the IRGC. What's the plan?
Of course there is. The plan is twofold. It's threefold, right?
Onefold. Who should it be?
Who should what be the leader?
No, I'm saying who should be the leader? The IRGC falls tomorrow. Who is the leader that all Iranians will back unanimously? Go ahead.
I don't know. I don't know if all Iranians
Okay,
unanimously.
you don't fucking know. Thank you. So that's exactly what happened in Iran. I mean, Iraq. That's
No,
exactly
Iraq-
what happened in Libya. No, if we take out Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, then there will be democracy
longer a threat.
in North
They're no longer a
Africa.
threat.
There will be a key ally right there in the
No, I don't think- I don't
Mediterranean.
think-
That's
I
what
don't think
Hillary
you should
Clinton
be-
said. Hillary Clinton said the same exact thing. And she said that most famous quote where she said, "We came, we saw, he died." As Libyans were literally starving to death in the streets, and open sewers and open fucking slave markets became a thing in Libya for the first time. And before the war in Libya, Libya had the highest standard of living in the entire continent. It had the highest standard of living of Africa. It had free education, free health care. Once you got married, the government gave you $5,000 stipend so you can get a home, so you can get a vehicle. If you wanted to buy land, the government would pay for your tractor. It would pay for you to be able to get chickens if you wanted to be a chicken farmer. If you wanted to grow, like, these are things under Muammar Gaddafi that was possible. The second that we're bringing freedom to Libya flag, as you were advocating for Iran happened, Libya became a failed state with open slave markets and 650,000 dead. Like, why am I going to go to pay for that as a U.S. citizen? And I'm not seeing anything for it. Like, seriously, I'm not seeing any benefit to this. I'm just talking completely objectively, politics aside, like, man to man. Why are we wanting these things as Americans? I know you're not really America first, bro. You're Israel first. And that's completely okay. Just say I'm Israel first. You're Israel 100%. Don't bullshit me again.
Okay, again.
Okay.
Let's stay focused and not do that.
Okay, let's stay focused. What the fuck is the benefit for me as a U.S. citizen? Again, bro, what is the benefit for
You said it like 8 times. You said it 8 times. Do you want to talk? Or, I heard it over and over again. Like the last 6 minutes.
Don't bullshit me this time.
Okay, but say I need to say it again.
So you're just gonna give me the same talking points.
I'm just saying to you, it's not talking points. I literally wrote a book about it.
They are talking points. What is the benefit?
What else do you want? What else do you want? You don't want talking points.
I want honesty, bro.
Okay, the point is, again, we have to control the resources in the world via U.S. currency as they're traded. That's fact. Now, if you don't want
That's gone. It's already
That's
gone.
That's dead. It's already done.
Wait. Okay, again. If you're saying it's done, you got a problem, bro. You're in the working class.
But I've already seen it, bro. It's
okay,
over.
But all your labor doesn't.
Brazil, for the first time, we used the Monroe Doctrine, right? But Brazil, for the first time, have agreed to trade resources with China in the yuan, in their currency. For the very first time in our hemisphere, the quote-unquote our backyard, right? Brazil has chosen to do that. What the fuck are we going to do about that? Fuck all. We can do nothing about it. Do you know why people want to trade with China rather than us? Do you know why Africa would rather trade with China rather than us? Because we come with drone bases and they come with briefcases. They come with contracts. We come with M4s. We take
your democracy and your human rights. You destroy it with your own hands.
We're not innovators anymore. We're not
the enforcer is done.
And it's thanks to your filthy rat fucking Zionist buddies, right? Real shit. If we're being honest with ourselves, your filthy rat Zionist buddies, they're not builders. They don't create anything. They don't build anything. The Chinese do.
Okay, cool. You should move to China. But this is the point. I just posted an article I wrote about the Monroe Doctrine, right? And it's the evolution of the Monroe Doctrine. And
the Abraham Accord is done as well. Who is your your partner in the Abraham Accord, sir. You were trying to get Saudis now is literally encircling you in your own zone. Economically, militarily, you are done. What you are talking about, you are delusional. You don't see what's coming. You don't see what's coming. You don't think strategically. It's bullshit. It's delusion. And you're just holding on the past. Thank you for destroying Oslo because we didn't need that shit. We want it all. Thank you very much.
Look,
Good job.
let's
So
be
I'll
honest.
say like this.
Let's be honest.
I'll just say this point. I'll go mute. One of the key things to keep in mind about the Saudi dynamic. First of all, Saudi is arguably maybe even a closer ally to America than Israel.
Never gonna happen.
Right. Number two is
gonna happen.
No, he's right about that. He's right about that. See, let him finish. Let him finish. It's Black Rock.
She just like her husband doesn't give her attention. But the point is like this. So what Saudi's doing is what we call economic diplomacy, right? So there's countries like Turkey.
Don't bring my husband up in the talk before I bomb your ass. Okay? Never. He's superior to you. Okay? He's a black dude, but he's superior to you.
He's a black
So
dude.
never mention my husband ever again, you asshole.
Could you please be quiet? So the point is, so we have people that have been very hostile with the United States and Israel, right? And so what Saudi is doing is what we call economic diplomacy, where they're working with countries like Pakistan, they're working with countries like Turkey, and even India on certain levels. And what they're doing is we're making them, what you call in Somalia now, they're becoming financially dependent on Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, these countries have massive economic issues, have been bankrupt 18 times over.
Oh, wait,
So
wasn't that a defense kind of union? It was economic.
I can explain it to you if you want to learn, okay?
Your word.
So the point is saying that with Saudi Arabia's relationship in the defense pact with Pakistan and Turkey and even Somalia is that they offer financial assistance, they invest in their economies, they help them build infrastructures. That allows us, along with NATO as it relates to Turkey, to be able to have a stronghold over their behavior, right? So it seems like Saudi is pivoting and doing that. We need Saudi to be the voice of the Muslim world. They're going to promote a moderate Islam that you see in the Gulf states.
Why not Turkey, though? Turkey's a NATO member. Why Saudi? Why not Turkey?
Well, because, Saudis are
Turkey's closer to Europe. It's more integrated with Western ideals. It's more integrated with the Western system. Why not Turkey? Why Saudi Arabia specifically?
It's a great question. The difference between, and I wrote an article about this too, by the way, I could post it as well. The thing is, Turkey, China, and Russia, their ideological approaches is reclaiming the past. Russia wants to reclaim, Putin wants to reclaim the USSR. Turkey wants to
zero evidence for that.
But what about Judea and Samaria? Is that in
No, real quick. Like, let's be real. No, that's a fair point, though. See, if you're gonna shit on Putin, which there is no evidence for Putin wanting to recreate the Soviet Union. He said as much himself. He said
we have the evidence for Judea and Samaria.
Listen, verbatim, Putin has said there is no chance of the Soviet Union ever coming back, so there's no chance of that. So how do you really reconcile that with Israel wanting to reclaim Judea and Samaria on a historical basis if you're going to shit on Putin for wanting to do the same for an empire that existed far more recently than the ancient Israel? Let's be real with ourselves. You're digging a hole here, Black Rabbi. Be very.
So let's stick to calling the West Bank because that name, those names are almost 2,200 years old.
No. I want him.
Let's stick to West Bank.
I want him to hear the words that he's going to accept.
Yeah, he's going to love it.
Yeah. So let's be real.
So wait, really quick. I just put an article that talks about how we have Turkey under control. So the thing is, Turkey, China, and Iran, right? Wait, no, Turkey, China, and Russia.
When you say we, who has Turkey under control?
The United States.
The United States of America has Turkey under control.
Through NATO and now this financial reliance with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they have Turkey so much under control that they
and they're going to join the Board of Peace with Trump.
Yeah, sure. Has it happened?
So I don't know if did Turkey come on yet. I'm not sure.
No, it didn't.
Well, they will eventually, but the point is, what's his name? Erdogan.
There is no point of what you're saying. You just delusional.
No, I'm saying you're just saying shit. You're literally just saying shit without any basis in fact and reality. Turkey will never be a part of the Board of Peace. It never can be. And it never will.
Part of NATO.
Erdogan, its leadership, literally refused it outright and called it a joke. What are you talking about?
It's a joke in itself, and they know it. This is not going to extend anywhere after freaking Trump.
No, in reality, this little weak-ass Board of Peace, right, this so-called Trump initiative to replace the UN, has it worked? Let's be real. Who actually joined the Board of Peace? Can you list the members of the Board of Peace?
It's not clear. We don't know who signed and who's not. The only one who signed is Netanyahu.
Black Rabbi, I challenge you. Name all of the national members, all of the countries who have signed on to the Board of Peace, please.
I'm just looking over the Turkey article really quick.
Yeah, sure. Okay. But in the meantime, please list the national members of the Board of Peace. The United States, Israel, and who the fuck else?
A lot of people, I just don't have it in front of me. You can just look it up. Take
And
10 seconds.
and also keep in mind for a long-term
Who else, though?
commitment, it's $1 billion.
Yes,
So who wants to pay that? It's a joke.
Bro. Who else is on the Board of Peace besides Israel and the United States?
Literally, Rubio said today.
Here, let's look it up. No, he's right. It takes 5 seconds. All nations on the.
And see the ones that have accepted, because there was one invite statement. The ones that have accepted, signed on.
Yeah. Okay. Out of 250 nations, there are 25 that have signed to the quote-unquote Board of Peace. And we can be honest with ourselves, that's a lot, right? So that's Argentina.
Okay, so.
Albania, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Belarus. That's great.
So small players.
Cambodia,
Small
Egypt,
players. Small players.
El Salvador, Hungary, Indonesia, Israel, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kosovo, Kuwait, Mongolia, Morocco, Pakistan, Paraguay, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, Uzbekistan, Vietnam. Those are the most financially relevant members. Now, let's be real. The most powerful on this list, besides the United States and Israel, of course, Saudi Arabia, Turkey. That's the relevant list.
But they have a vested interest, though. They're in the region, right?
Yeah, they're in the region. Yeah.
Egypt, too, is on that list, right? So what does Cambodia, Kosovo, oh my God, these are very small nations. And are they paying $1 billion? Are they paying $1 billion to be permanent?
I don't think Cambodia in the slightest, 100%. I mean, it's like when Ukraine wanted to be a member of NATO. I don't blame Ukraine for that. Is it a bad idea? Yes. However, I mean, who wouldn't want their military subsidized by the most powerful governments on the planet, right? So that's why Ukraine wanted to be a part of NATO. Now, again, I completely understand why Russia invaded Ukraine. I would invade Ukraine were I America. If
security threat
to be a part of a military alliance with China, I would be all in favor of my government invading Mexico to prevent that to happen. 100%. We don't want Chinese military exercises a stone's throw away from El Paso, all right? No government would want their rival military on their doorstep. So I completely agree why Russia would want to invade Ukraine. However, it's not really Ukraine's fault. It's ours. Our government said, you know what? I'm going to put my tanks 10,000 nautical miles away from my shores on the doorstep of my enemy, and they can't do shit. Right? So, Black Rabbi, again, please, with respect and with decorum, we've had a civil conversation so far. Please, just directly articulate to me why it's beneficial for me as a U.S. citizen to fund the destruction of an entire nation of 91 billion people in Iran that would likely, more than likely, cause the death of 1 million plus people in civil war. Why is that beneficial?
So before I answer that, I just put an article in the chat that I wrote about these.
That you wrote? Yeah, sure. That's going to be a piece of evidence. If you wrote it, then I'm supposed to what? Take it as fact?
I should be the only voice that you trust when it comes to Middle Eastern issues. But this is the point. So it talks about China, Turkey, because I care about you and your family. Right?
What's that? Yara. The biggest mistake that Amir made was introducing ChatGPT to Black Rabbi. Ever since he's utilizing it to write fucking garbage. Go run it through an AI simulator.
Hey, the brother said, I care about you and your family. All right, keep going, Black Rabbi.
And the joke.
So the point is saying, when we see American expansionism, we're seeing the dreams of the slaves who were freed from the plantation, right?
Okay.
Like that. And it's our justice, it's our morality.
Okay.
It's our equality that taught America what their constitution is, right? So when we see American expansionism, even though it's a whiteface, right? It's still us, right? And so when we talk about Iran, we don't want to kill 90 million people. We don't want to see money. That does not help business. That does not help commerce. That does not create stability.
We just want to spread our morality.
We want to liberate the Iranian people.
Why stop at Iran then? If that's the case, we want to liberate Iranian people from a unfair government that does not allow for freedom of speech and our regular. Why stop at Iran? Why not do it in Saudi Arabia?
I don't know. What about North Korea? They're worse than worse.
Yeah, they're way worse than Iran. Let's be real. It's called. For God's sake, it's a monarchy. It's a monarchy. It's a monarchy that literally has their name it's Saudi Arabia. The House of Saud, the royal family, put their name on the country. So
they're a great ally to the United States.
Why not do it in Saudi Arabia?
They're a great ally, and Saudi is a reform still. I lived in Saudi Arabia for periods of time.
Yeah. So when Saudi Arabia just allowed women to drive like 10 years ago, right? So Iran, like women were driving well before that, but they're the ones that need reform and change. Why not do it in Saudi Arabia?
Can I say something real quick? Hey, I'm sorry. I don't mean to butt in or nothing, but from an African American speaking to another African American, when you're speaking on black things, please speak for yourself because you're not speaking for me. I promise you're not speaking for me. So when you speak on black things, when things that's partaking or have something to do with black Americans, please speak for yourself.
That's your brother.
I'm speaking as a black American.
I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm talking to the other dude.
Okay. Nah, blessings. I respect that. No, he's right about that. We can only speak from an individual standpoint, and I agree with the brother when he said that.
You got him angry, dude. You got him angry. You see what you done?
That's your husband talking.
Yes.
So the point is just like that. So what I'm saying is that throughout history, there's been different voices from our community that have been in specific places and have spoken on those places. I'm speaking on the framework.
So you got put in your place by Z and her husband?
Yes, that was that.
Yeah.
too much music.
They should spend more time talking than on Clubhouse. But my point is,
What is your issue?
like
What is your issue? Again,
I
behave
don't have an
yourself
issue.
before I blow your head off. Behave.
You
Behave.
control your chair.
Say a word
please let
that
him
you would
finish.
regret.
Sister, please let him finish. Let the brother at least get his argument across. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. The point. All I'm saying to you is that we, and I'm just speaking as African Americans, as Black and Brown people, we have to cleanse this idea that American dominance is evil. Right? We have to take that out of us. It's like the serpent in the Garden of Eden. We have to remove the serpent from us that does not allow us to want to actualize.
So maybe you should cleanse your ideology that somehow Islam should be overturned.
Ace, please.
It's the same shit.
It's okay. Let him finish. It's okay.
It's hard for me to hear a man speak like this from my background, but the point is the same. So we have to cleanse ourselves.
You're poking and prodding a bit. Don't disrespect.
I'm not. I'm just talking to you directly. The dynamic is domestically we have our grievances, right? There's a lot of inequalities. We still have to fix those things. But when it comes to
internationally, that's what we're going to focus on. You're saying it's completely okay. We have to do away with the idea that America being like American exceptionalism is really what you're advocating for, right?
I don't like that word.
American exceptionalism.
No, I mean I think
it's really what you're advocating for.
No,
we're advocating for. It's not evil for the American quote unquote empire to expand beyond its national borders and influence and be a global force that is recognized, which it has been. America has been the hegemon of the planet for the last 80 years, since the end of World War II. That's what. That's neither here nor there, right? As an American, America has been the hegemon of the globe. We are in the death throes of a unipolar world. We are moving into a multipolar world. We're moving into a place where China, Russia, the European Union, Africa, and South America have their own voices, have their own wants, their own needs, and their own need for self-determination. We are not the big dogs on the block anymore, the same way that we were. We have 842 military bases around the world. We spend up to $2 trillion annually on military expense. The official budget is around $900 billion or so, and Trump just tried to move it up to 1.3. But official and unofficial combined, we're about $3 trillion annually in military expenditure, and it has brought nothing. But
when you say that,
division, distrust. No, let's be honest. Go to any random country in the world. There are 250 sovereign states on the planet. Real quick, Black Rabbi. There are 250 sovereign states on the planet. How high do we rank on the most trusted countries in each of these places? Our allies, our European allies, don't even trust us anymore due to our president currently threatening to annex their territories through military force, jokingly or otherwise, right? For the first time in human history, for the first time since World War II, since the unipolar order has existed.
It's a NATO nation, which is even more troubling.
China doesn't trust us for damn sure, our most important economic partner, regardless of what you want to say. Canada doesn't trust us. Greenland doesn't trust us. The United Kingdom doesn't trust us. Germany barely trusts us, right? Let's be real with ourselves. We've fallen by the wayside on our international standing. And really, it's because of our support of Israel. If were there no Israel, the United States would be the most trusted country on the planet still, to this day. To this day, we would be a unipolar society still. where your vision of the United States having economic hegemony across the world would still exist were it not for Israel's existence. 100%. Israel's antithesis to our greatness as a nation. And there is no argument, no clear, concise argument that I can logically find that is to the contrary of that, dude. It's just logical.
Well,
No Israel, the United States would still be the hegemon globally.
I just posted another article.
That you wrote?
Yeah. And so, like I said, I'm the only trusted voice in the Middle East.
Yeah,
sure. So things like this. This is about nationalizing voting, right? You talked about the cost of living. You talked about the inability for a guy who makes close to $100,000 a year to have a proper home for your family. And a lot of it has to do with the inflated cost of living that comes from illegal immigrants, right? People like Ace and other people that come to the country. And
so Ace is an illegal immigrant?
Ace is born and raised. Ace is
No, I know that Ace. I want to shut him down. Are you saying that Ace is an illegal immigrant, Black Rabbi?
No, I'm just saying people who come from other countries, what they do is they do
like me.
I'm not even from another country. What are you talking about?
Where'd you come from?
Like you, Black Rabbi, you're from another country.
Ace was born in North America. I was born in Africa.
Black Rabbi, you're not indigenous to Palestine. What are you
There's
doing
no
there?
such thing as Palestine.
There is Black.
The only thing is
Rabbi.
Palestine. Thank you. Only
There's no such thing as Israel.
How about that? The fake state that you are staying in is zero.
Nationality for people at will. No, real shit.
Come on, Black Rabbi. That's how we're friends.
Again, it's TikTok. It's about
Please, one at a time. See, look, if we can just rip nationality away from people, what's stopping people from saying there's no such thing as Taiwan? At least Palestine is recognized by 150 nations on the planet. Taiwan isn't recognized by anyone. There's not a single nation on Earth, including the United States, including Israel, or Somaliland. Israel
I agree.
Like, here's the thing. We're in a world in 2026 where Somaliland is recognized by one country.
Dude, fake state has its own time to finish, to be gone, and Israel would be the first one to die.
Let me finish. I'm from Somaliland, right? I'm from Somaliland.
You're from Somaliland.
Yes. I'm from Somaliland. My family's from Somaliland. My lineage is from Somaliland, right? But Somaliland, to me, as someone from Somaliland, it's not a nation. It's a province of Somalia.
Perfect.
It's like being a Texan saying, oh, I'm from Texas. It's its own country. It's not. It's part of the United States of America. Irregardless of how you feel about it, the United States of America is the core foundation of the nation. Same thing in Somalia. Somaliland isn't a country. It is a province.
I wrote an article about Somaliland. I could post that.
Of course, yeah. You want to take your little articles? You're really going to take your articles as gospel? Come on, bro. Post your articles all day if you want to.
ChatGPT is a curse.
Yeah. I just want to respond to Faya. So let's not mistake the fact that there's no such thing as a Palestinian state as it relates to the being people.
Is there such thing as Taiwan? No, real quick, Black Rabbi, does Taiwan exist as a nation?
Yes, there is.
Israel, who recognizes Taiwan as a sovereign nation?
The plane, I'm talking to Faya for 1 second. But it does not take away from the beauty and the culture of people who have defined themselves as Palestinian.
Palestinian was always a nation.
Okay, that's beautiful.
That's what we're becoming friends.
Let's get back to
Palestine for me.
Just hold on for a second. Yeah, hold on. Fine. You missed something. He said these people have a culture. They call themselves Palestinian.
Yeah.
But that era, Palestinians. So you actually recognized Palestinians.
Yeah.
Good job. Good
And
job.
they've been living in
Great
this
job.
geography for thousands of years. Continuously.
He didn't say Arabs. He didn't say Arabs. He said Palestinian. Good job. Thank you.
Black Rabbi Habibi, I thought we're becoming friends.
No, more than that.
Welcome
But
to
I'm
the
just saying,
fold. Welcome to the fold, Black Rabbi. Finally.
No,
Admit
it's not.
Admit to the truth. It's in your
Right, you know what?
face.
I'm
It's in your
100%
face.
honest. I'm 100% honest, and I never lied.
It came and slipped out, so
The only one who believes in you, Black Rabbi.
Don't manipulate me with the only one thing. But the point is just like this. So the Palestinian people have a right for self-determination. They have a right to live, right?
In their own land, right?
Thank you very much.
Hold on for a second, Lucy. Well, self-determination means a nation state. Thank you again.
Can I finish the point?
Go ahead,
At the same time, the Palestinian self-determination has been hijacked by Islamic radicalism in the southern part of Israel, which we call the West Bank, right? So that area of radicalism is the issue. It's not Palestinian.
No, wait, the West Bank is a part of Israel, says who?
No, I'm not disagreeing with that, but it's been hijacked.
But it's not. The West Bank literally is not a part of Israel. It's not Israel proper. It's not Israeli territory.
Fair enough. I'm not going into that. What I'm saying
So don't say the southern part of Israel because it's not.
I've been able to meet Palestinian intellectuals, right? We don't see Palestinian intellectuals in the mainstream media. We see Sinwar. We see these other types of people.
Again, you keep, like, I feel like real shit, Black Rabbi, the biggest issue I have with you, the biggest issue I have with you is you use the phrase, the word we so liberally. When I'm talking about Americans, you start saying we, like you're an American. But suddenly when you're talking about Israel, you start saying we control these. Are you an American or an Israeli? Like, nationally, you cannot be both.
Yes, you can.
No,
the point is
you
just
can't.
Like this. Hey, you're saying that. That's
No,
not how.
like,
That's not how
factually, you literally cannot be America first and Israel
the
first at the same time.
The U.S. sees Israel in its interest as we. So does it see Saudi Arabia as we. So does it see Taiwan as we. So does it see
can
South
you be
Korea
Saudi
as we.
Arabia first and America first?
What's first, bro? That doesn't.
Can you be United Kingdom first and America first at the same time? In any other arrangement, are there two nations you can say I can be this first and this first at the same time? It doesn't exist anywhere.
All right, well, that's your position. But the point is,
it's about logic.
You're allowed to have that position. You cannot control the way that I do.
I know Israelis like to hop, skip, and jump over logic.
Hold on for a second. If you had to serve in the army and it was out of the American military, hold on.
Directly say, I'm America first.
Well, hold on. This is the question. If you had to serve, if you had to serve in the military, hold on for a second. If you had to serve in the military and you had to pick one, the U.S. or the Israeli military, and you could serve in either. No, which one would you pick if you had to pick one?
They're the same military.
I'm asking you, which one would you have to pick? Which one would you pick? I'm not talking about difference. If you had to pick one.
They're the same one.
Okay, so which one would you pick first?
Israelis fought in Iraq? Which Israelis fought in 2003 in Iraq?
No, but Israeli.
Fucking none, right? The Dutch fought in Iraq, the Germans fought in Iraq, the Canadians fought in Iraq, the Australians fought in Iraq, the United Kingdom fought in Iraq. Those are allies. Why Israelis far closer than any of those countries, far closer than Australia, far closer than Canada, far closer than the United Kingdom, far closer than Germany. Why, if they are the same military, like you just claimed right now, why didn't any Israelis fight in Iraq in 2003?
I don't know.
Because you're selfish cocksuckers that want other people fighting your wars. That's the answer. If we're being logical beings, that's really what it is. It's rap fucking scientists who believe somebody else should fight